Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is August 3rd, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we are happy to be joined by you. Oh my God, it is, 2 days until the election. It's going to be on Tuesday, November 5th. It's going to be exciting. The world is relatively on pause as the United States tries to figure out what are we going to do? What is going to happen going forward? Will we have Kamala Harris? Will we have Donald Trump? What will they do if they get in office? These are important questions that each of us must answer for ourselves. Now, you may have noticed in the intro, we had some photos that we were showing you, just random clips. These are some of the 2,000 photos that I took yesterday because many Americans are very concerned about this election. And in fact, the Bronx County the Bronx County Conservative Party, as well as the Republican Party, had a gathering yesterday from 12 until 4 p.m. to highlight some of the candidates that are on the ballot for residents in the Bronx. These are state assembly and state senate seats. And they presented the candidates. They all spoke a little bit. They talked about what they would do for the community that is not being done at this time. They highlighted their support of Donald Trump for the presidency. I think this was very important. I think this was critical for the public to see, not just because it's, oh my God, there are black and Hispanic men and women that are conservatives and Republicans. Yes, that does exist. And yes, they do exist in the Bronx, something that the news media and many Democrats like Richie Torres, Congressman Richie Torres of the New York 15th District, disputed. When Donald Trump came to the Bronx in a rally, Richie Torres said, oh, well, there's no conservatives in New York. There's no conservatives in the Bronx. Well, there were over 10,000 that showed up. And, of course, we saw a couple hundred that were at the event yesterday. So I wanted to share some images of that because you're not going to see it anywhere else. BronxNet.TV and ABC News were there for a little while. There was no mainstream major news media that presented the entire event from start to finish besides me. There is no one else there is no mainstream news media that covered the entire event. ABC, CBS, NBC, all of the major news networks are in New York State. They're in New York City. Many of their employees, many of these companies have half or more of their employees live in New York City. Many of those individuals live in the Bronx, in the very community in Morris Park that we were at for that event yesterday. ABC News was there for 10 minutes. BronxNet.TV were there for approximately half an hour, maybe a little bit longer, maybe about 45 minutes. And that's it. In a 4-hour event, 4 hours, they spent a sum total of less than 1 hour combined to provide the public with information about candidates that are going to be on the ballot in 2 days, about some of the choices that they have on many of the policies, like Proposition 1, which we will be talking about later in the program. They denied the public the knowledge that, yes, conservatives are black and Hispanic and women, as well as everything else, and they are in the Bronx, and they do want to present the public with choices. And the mainstream news media said, no, we don't want to cover that. We want to ignore that as much as possible. And it was only thanks to this audience, everyone who watched that event live and then shared it either live and or afterwards to let people know about it, that forced ABC News to show up after 2 hours into the event and spent 10 minutes getting B-roll footage so they could spend 30 seconds on ABC News to tell the local residents in New York State, hey, yeah, these conservatives, they had an event. By the way, let's go on. Kamala Harris is great. That's what ABC News did effectively. And NBC, well, they said, we're not going to cover this because instead, in New York State, in New York City, they're going to invite Kamala Harris to go on to SNL Live and promote her that way, rather than actually cover the news that was happening within the city for the residents of the city, for votes those residents will be making, about candidates that NBC has all but shunned and ignored and has not covered at all. CBS didn't do any of the above. They just ignored the whole thing. I tell you, that upsets me a lot. Hello, Forest Mommy. Happy Sunday, and thank you for joining us. Hot Chicks, thank you as well for being here, but Forest Mommy was first. She was the first to respond today. Thank you very much. So these are a couple of the things that we're going to be talking about that are important and I think need to be mentioned. Normally, if this is the first time that you're seeing the program, I want to welcome you. I thank you for being part of the audience. We do long-form political commentary. And of course, this Sunday, we always come out so we can take your phone calls, your chat, your super chats on YouTube, on Rumble, on D Live, on LinkedIn, Facebook, all of the social media that we can reach out all across the world to hear what you think about the issues that will affect you, no matter where you are in the world, because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to speak about the politics that affect you. And even if your government does not like that, even if the internet overlords disapprove, we are here to hear your voice. Whether you agree with me or not, that's fine. We can have a respectful conversation about the future of America and the world and be able to perhaps come to a better place because of it. That's what we're here for. That's what I've been doing for 18 years in political commentary. Now, moving forward to that, yes, hi, Mom. My mom. Okay. Oh, Forest Mommy. Sorry. So I'm looking at the comments as we go. So I also want to for those who are new to the channel, I want you to understand this is all live. It's unscripted. Everything we do on this channel is unscripted. So if it seems awkward or I lose my place sometimes, please excuse me because it's one man and I'm doing it live. But I want to let you know that we normally in the format, we do breaking news, then we go on into international news and then deal with domestic news here in the United States. In every aspect of it, we are looking at how the world is influencing the United States and how the United States is influencing the world and what you can expect. How did we get to where we are now and what will happen next because of it? These are the things that we like to contemplate, that we want to discuss with you, to break down, to take the time to have the conversation that ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, all the major news media ignore, that they don't want to present to you, that they actively try to hide from you so that they can push their political agenda, like fortifying the 2024 election, like ignoring things like the laptop, or pushing hoaxes and lies like Russia, or the Ukraine phone call. They will lie to you. They have lied to you. They have allowed lies to exist. Joe Biden is the smartest man in America. He is sharp as a tack. He only works 5 days a week. He only works between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Who knows who's in charge of the country 18 hours a day when Joe Biden isn't competent to do so? We don't know an answer to that. And the news media doesn't want you to ask that question. We do. We want to have that conversation with you. We want a government that is accountable, effective, and efficient. That is the goal. Because if that happens in America, that is better for the rest of the world. And that's one of the reasons why everyone comes to America. Because we are the best at getting an accountable, efficient, and effective government compared to every other country. And there's plenty of room for America to improve. But we'll go forward. So let me see. We got a couple of comments here. Grace says, I can't believe that Harris is leading Trump in Iowa. I guess we will find out soon enough. Media is still shilling for Harris. There's a lot of problems with polls, and what we have consistently said on this channel, and we advise everyone who's going out to vote. And I know the majority of people have not voted yet. Yes, there's a lot of mail-in voting. Most people have not voted. And here's the thing to take about the polls. They're never right. Polls, if you look at any one individual poll, it will tell you many different things. We don't look at that. We look at the trend of all the polls, all the major polls, over time. And I think that is the best indicator of what you're going to see. Because any one poll at any given moment, if you go and get 100 people out of the Bronx or 100 people out of LA or 100 people out of Chicago, you may get a very specific snapshot of America. But that has nothing to do with people in Montana or in Nebraska or in Maine. They will have very different views about the very same questions you might ask. So I don't take polls, any one poll, to be an indication of anything. It is the trend of polls over time that give us the most realistic expectation. That's what we based one of the factors that helps us to understand why we think who's going to win and by what amount. And we'll go over our prediction about that in a little bit. But thank you, Grace, for mentioning that. I know I saw that with Iowa. I don't have a lot of faith in it at this moment. Again, it's just one poll, not a trend. Grace asked the question, who is the president right now? I have no idea. I have no idea. Nobody seems to know. They've been, if you've noticed, since the Democrats dethroned Joe Biden, we really haven't seen him. He hasn't been doing his presidential duties. He's rarely spoken to the American people, and if so, only in short 5-10 minute bursts. He really hasn't had a press conference. He really hasn't addressed any of the issues like the ongoing war in the Ukraine, the American hostages held by Hamas, the undeclared war against the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea that have been 134 American private ships and military vessels have been attacked over the last year, and he's not talking about that at this moment. We really haven't been hearing from him. So I don't know who's in charge of the country. I don't know what their agenda is or what they're doing in the background. No one seems to know, and the mainstream news media won't ask anyone. There's only been one time since Kamala Harris has been appointed, because she did not get voted in. She did not get a single primary vote. But since she has been appointed the nominee of the Democrats, there has only been one time she has been asked about who is running this country. That came from Brett Baer. It's with his interview with Fox News, from Fox News with Kamala Harris, where he asked her, okay, so when did you understand that Joe Biden wasn't cognitively fit, when he was less than capable, as people were led to believe for many years? When did you find out? She dodged the question. She never answered the question. She, in fact, repeated the lie that Joe Biden is brilliant, he's sharp as a tack, he's on top of everything. Then why did Democrats drop him? Why do we not hear from him? Why do we now know, which we didn't know a year ago, we didn't know 2 years ago? I mean, many people had rumors of this, and we spoke about this as well, that Joe Biden wasn't cognitively fit for years. But we only just found out this summer that we are correct. It was only this summer after Joe Biden was embarrassed internationally, and it was unavoidable. It could not be excused. It could not be ignored about his mental decline. And it was only then that we started to hear the news media admit what many of us feared. So when did this happen? She wouldn't answer. So I have no idea. Let's see. Going on, Grace said, Grace voted early. She hates it, but it's only one way to combat the Dems. Well, voting is the most effective way to get any of your voices heard. We often say on this program, and I will say it again, your voice is your vote. As an American citizen, you have the right to vote. It is your voice to your representatives, to the government, about their obligation to serve you. Unlike any other country, every elected official in America is obligated to serve you, not the other way around. And it is your vote that is part of your voice to those servants. Every single elected politician is a servant, and your vote is one of the largest ways you can speak to them and tell them that you want or don't want certain policies, certain ideology, certain directions for this government, whether it's local, state, or federal. You direct where America will go in your community, in your state, in our nation by your vote. So we advise people. I know many people have been told for years, your vote doesn't matter. The only people who will tell you your vote doesn't matter are people who don't want you to vote. They don't want your vote to matter because it may not be part of their agenda. They have a goal. And if you don't vote, it makes it easier for them to get their goal, to get their agenda in place. Your vote is absolutely essential. Go out and vote. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I will tell you how I feel. Yes, I am a conservative Republican. I have viewpoints and I have reasons for why I feel the way I do. And I'm more than happy to share them with you. But you can vote however you wish. And if you disagree with anything we say on this program, as we have always said for 18 years, I'm open to hear why. Please share your view with me. I'm happy to hear it. But I will not shy away from the failures of any elected official, no matter what their party, if they are ineffective, if they are inefficient, if they are not accountable, then we will hold them accountable. We will call them out, when we always have. But a lot of people have. There's an estimate out there that somewhere between 20 to 40% of all votes have been done by mail-in ballot so far. We've seen some issues with the mail-in ballots where, like in Virginia and Pennsylvania, there are court battles right now about illegal aliens and illegal votes that have been cast that in some cases still must be counted, even though they were illegally cast. This is in Virginia, one of the counties in Virginia, where even though they have determined that it's an illegal ballot, that an individual who could not cast that vote did it anyway, it still has to be counted by state law. This is insane. It's insane, folks. And the only way you can combat that and to correct these things is to go out and vote yourself, to make sure that your vote always is heard, whether it's in person or by mail, however you choose to do it. Go out and make that vote count. I personally don't like mail-in, though. It is accepted around the world as being one of the easier ways to corrupt an election. That's internationally held. I'm not saying that U.S. elections are corrupt or anything like that, because YouTube will shut me down. What I will say is it is found internationally around the globe that mail-in ballots are easier to corrupt for various reasons and in multiple different ways. I don't trust that. In addition, I personally always believe in voting in person because there's who knows what will happen in the news that may change your opinion before you vote. And if you mail in your vote, and many states do allow you to vote in person after mailing it in, and your in-person vote counts and eliminates your mail-in, but that's if they catch it. That's another issue altogether. But most people, if they mail in, they're not going to vote in person, and then they see, as an example, an interview with Kamala Harris with ABC News in Philadelphia, and they're pissed off because she won't answer questions. Or they see her on SNL, and it's obviously a campaign gimmick, and they're upset. Or they find out about an issue that they follow, whatever that issue may be, whether it's pro-Hamas or it's gun control. They find out that the policies that are being offered by a candidate do not align with what you believe, but you mailed in the ballot. You didn't know that. So then you have to go and correct it, if you can, depending on your state. So these are important issues. That's why I vote in person. But again, it is essential that you vote. It is essential that you vote. So I thank you for voting, Grace. I really do. Let me see. Hot Chick says the Ayatollah agreed to hold fire until Wednesday. Not exactly, and we're going to go into that in a moment. And I do want to address what the Ayatollah said. That's going to be part of the international. I'm going to get to that in 1 second. I just want to go through some more of the comments here. So Grace says, my ballot was accepted. I voted against tax levies. That's an important issue. That was the most important. More important than presidential election to Grace. And Grace, that's fine. Everyone has an issue they think is important. No one should vote straight down the line party just because you're part of that party. 20% of individuals in each party, 20% of Democrats, 20% of Republicans, 20% of Libertarians vote straight down the line their party if they can. And that often happens. But that's a zombie vote. You should have an issue. I don't care what it is. Again, it doesn't matter what your issue is. For Grace, it was tax levies. For you, it could be abortion. It could be women in sports. It could be property taxes. It could be whatever it is for you. That's what you vote for. And vote for the best person, the person who's the most accountable, most effective, most efficient for you in your area. Make that vote. So I think that's a great reason to vote. I do, Grace. Grace says, I never thought I would see illegal ballots counted, especially on the federal level. States are crazy. Every state has different rules, and we have seen very much a lot of change since 2019 until today. They are in flux. Many of the states, especially battleground states, especially blue states, have had a lot of changes to election law. And it's very difficult to know exactly what the new thing is. But in Virginia, it is a fact that votes have to be counted, even if they know and they have a record that it is an illegal ballot. There was someone copied another individual's name. They forged a signature. They mailed in the ballot in the improper way. It was sent through the regular mail rather than going through the ballot box. This was an individual. Nothing on record matched up to the records of the voter. And when the voter was notified, they confirmed they did not vote yet. So it was completely invalid. It has been reported by the mainstream news media that this was invalid voting. And yet, there were 12 of these that were identified. 3 of these ballots must be counted according to Colorado. In fact, it was Colorado. 3 of them have to be counted. 3 of them have to be counted. It just, I don't understand that, but that's the way their state law is. This is why you have to pay attention to the changes that they are making and the consequences of the laws. Many people just say, oh, well, they passed the law. It's done. No, it's the consequences of that law. That's where that accountability comes in, and you should know that. If you were promised that gun control, if the government took away stripped or limited your right to the Second Amendment or to free speech, like John Kerry has suggested, and as we have shown over the last month, John Kerry at the WEF said the only way he can, quote, protect the Second Amendment, to maintain control, was to disable the First Amendment. That's insane. We've heard from Tim Walz saying a similar thing, to protect people from disinformation and misinformation, like the government telling you a laptop isn't real, and then 2.5 years later, you find out it is real. So this is their protection. They're taking that away from you. That's just, you got to hold them accountable for these things. And you have to follow up. I know it's difficult, but that's why I'm here, to help you do that. And that's why at the end of the show, we always show links for everything that we're discussing so that you can make up your own mind. So you have easy access, somewhere to start on your own research to make your own decision. Because you are an adult, you have agency, you have reading comprehension. I believe you are intelligent enough that if you are presented with information, you will do your own homework to the level that you think is necessary to get an answer that makes sense to you. The mainstream news media doesn't. They want to hold your hand. In fact, they want to force you down a singular path to an outcome that is best for their political ideology, and I think that's wrong. Let me go on. Grace says, I wish Election Day was a federal holiday with mandatory ID whenever you vote. I do agree with the mandatory ID. I mean, we've got ID for everything else. You want to drive a car? You want to get on a plane? You want to buy a pack of cigarettes? You want to get a beer? You want to go into a bar? You want to go into a nightclub? You need ID for all of those things. Mundane to very serious to commercial. You need ID for almost everything you do in your life, but not for voting. I think Joe Rogan said it best most recently. He's heard all of the arguments about voter ID, and every argument against voter ID makes no sense. At the end of the day, there is no steel man argument, meaning the best case scenario, where not having an ID is a good thing for the local, state, or federal community by not having an ID. It's only there. The only reason why Democrats don't want voter ID is it allows people to cheat. That's the only reason why you would not want ID when we have ID for everything else you do in your life. It doesn't make any sense. But we don't need a federal holiday, quite honestly. People have been voting for hundreds of years. It's the problem today isn't, and I've said this before, the problem with the election process, the reason why we have seen consistently, both in presidential and non-presidential races, since easily the 1960s, but we can go back to the early turn of the century, the 1900s, that the reason why the number of people voting in elections, presidential and non-presidential, why has it been going down? It isn't because it's harder to make a vote. People are registered to vote in almost exactly the same numbers, whether it's white or black or Hispanic, whether it's male or female. The numbers are very consistent and very similar, usually only 1 or 2 percentage points difference between any particular group you want to point to. So it's not that people can't get registered. It's not that people can't get to the vote, whether it's mail-in or in person. It's that they don't care. It's voter apathy. That's the problem. We've extended the amount of days. We really don't have more people voting in elections other than when there's the big stars out there like Obama, like Trump. That brought in more people, but we haven't seen more people voting consistently, even with extended amounts of days, extra hours, mail-in ballots, all of that, and we still get in off presidential years it's not about the presidential election. We still see states having 28, 36, 42% voter turnout. It's because people aren't happy with the choices. So it's not about making the election a holiday, because that's not the problem. It's not that people can't get out to vote. It's that people don't like the candidates. And that's something that's part of the election process, which we've said many times. Be part of a party. Make sure you're getting people to go through the process, to get a petition, to get into the primary, to push their ideas out there. But at this moment, it's about election day. Hal says no one needs ID to buy groceries. Depends on what groceries you're buying, Hal. Depends on what you're buying. Yes, for some groceries, you do need an ID. And if you're trying to pay with a check, you need an ID. Yes. And what do you call, you have your little shopping card for your discount? That's an ID. Yeah, it's your credit card is an ID. Now, it may not be an official ID from state, but it's still an ID. It's still proving who you are. It's still linking you to an account which has verified information on, like your bank account, if it's your credit card information, your balances, your allowances. You still have an ID. We don't think of it that way because you can't use your credit card to get into a nightclub, most nightclubs. But it is an ID. So we do use ID far more than we think we do. So yeah, we do use it for groceries. It's just that we don't think of it that way because it's not the way that it's presented to us. But it is an ID. It is something validating who you are. So why not use it for voting? And let me also bring up this other thought that Hal in the comments had brought up because it's a good point. It's a good point, saying, well, there are some things that are just so mundane, we don't need an ID. Fantastic. Is voting mundane? Is the impact and the consequence of voting mundane? Is it trivial? No. I think regardless of what your political ideology may be, no matter who you prefer in any election, it's not mundane. It decides how people are going to be arrested, how long, if they get convicted, how long will they be punished, what types of punishment are there for breaking various laws, how much freedom you have, how you exercise your freedoms, how much you have to pay in taxes. Your vote has massive consequences. So it's anything but trivial or mundane. So even if you want to say, well, you don't use an ID to buy groceries, that's fantastic. That has no impact on your community. It has no impact on the nation. But an election does. And the magnitude of that impact is incredibly higher in terms of voting than on buying groceries. So why should we treat voting like buying groceries? Why are we trying to trivialize it when it's anything but trivial? So, again, Hal, you may disagree with me, but I thank you for your point. I think that's my reasoning on it. You may disagree. Others may disagree, and that's perfectly fine. But I want you to understand my reasoning why I think voter ID is important. Because it isn't trivial. Because it is important. And it is worthwhile to make sure we get it right the first time. It also helps resolve any of the issues of part of voter apathy is, do we trust that our votes are being counted? Voter ID helps in that process because we have we know this is a legitimate person or more likely to have a legitimate person. For those who have nefarious reasons, they have to go through more steps to create forgeries, to create illegal documents to be able to make that illegal vote. So it is in our best interest to make it harder for those that would try to manipulate, cheat, or otherwise misuse the right to vote. It is to our benefit, and that improves. And knowing that it is harder for someone to deceptively influence an election makes it more confident that your vote is being counted and being counted properly. And that gets more people to vote. That helps eliminate some of the voter apathy that is out there because people don't feel like their vote is being counted. They don't feel like when we see illegal aliens, many of the Democrats are trying to get illegal aliens to be able to vote. They tried that, and it is possible for them to vote in California. They tried that in New York City. It got shut down. But they were trying to allow illegal aliens to vote in our elections. Yes, they would say on the local level. but there's not a separate ballot for local and federal. They're all on the same election ballot. And unless you know that this illegal alien voted in an election and they shouldn't have, no one's going to call it out. And since we don't have automatic audits in each state, no one's going to catch that unless you know specifically to look for it, to try and isolate that one individual. We have 8 million illegal aliens that entered into the nation over the last 3 years, on top of the 20 million illegal aliens we already had. We have almost 30 million illegal aliens in this nation at a conservative estimate. It could be higher. And if we don't know to look for each and every one of them, then you're not going to see that. They could be voting. We know for a fact, as we have seen in the last 6 weeks that we have been covering, almost every single week, there has been a credible international news media report on illegal aliens being caught by the DOJ or various state entities that have found illegal aliens registered and voting. Are the numbers small? Absolutely. But we were promised there were none. Now we were promised initially illegal aliens can't vote in our elections. That's proven absolutely false. That's not a true statement. Now we're being told, well, don't worry, it's a small number. Well, a small number is a number. It is consequential, especially in tight races. I've seen elections like the New York 22nd District where the races come down to a dozen votes. So, yeah, a small number changes the outcome. So it is something important. That's why I think voter ID is very important. But that's my opinion about that. You may disagree. What's the argument? What's the counter argument? Here's the easier way to say it. What's the benefit? What's the benefit of not guaranteeing voter ID? Of not saying, okay, you have to prove who you are to vote. Not that you can't vote. We just need to make sure you're an American citizen. Fantastic. You've got ID to drive your car. You got ID to do most of the things you do in your life. Fantastic. So show an ID. What's the benefit not showing that ID? It's not to make voting easier. Voting is easier today than it has ever been in the history of the United States. That's not the problem. It's not about ease of access. It's not registration. Registration levels are at the same levels, if not higher, than they have been in the last 50 years. Black, white, Asian, women, every group, every category is almost exactly the same and at relatively high levels, well into the 75th percentile across this entire nation. So that's not the issue. What benefit is it? And again, many people have looked at this. I have not heard an argument where there is a benefit that is exclusive to American citizens, a benefit that takes away the fear of illegal votes, that takes away the fear of manipulation, that takes away the apathy of my vote doesn't count. I have yet to hear one argument. If that argument exists, I'd love to hear it, but I have yet to hear that argument. Therefore, there is a lot of benefit for having voter ID, and I've outlined a couple of those reasons, and there's none that actually appear by not allowing voter ID. So why not do it? Risk or reward. All the reward comes from having a voter ID. All the risk comes from not having voter ID. Should be an easy decision. Yet, I see many Democrats that are very against it, and I can't understand why. They want to promote all the risk with no reward rather than all the reward with limited risk. I don't get it. Okay, so we've got a lot of comments going on here. Again, folks, I love hearing your interactions. I love the conversation. So, and remember, if we disagree, it is not personal. I do not attack Hal. I am addressing the issue that he brought up. I have no problem with Hal. None whatsoever. And Hal knows that. And anyone's comments, whether I agree or not, I'm not attacking them. I'm looking at the issue that they're speaking about, and I may have a different point of view. And if I do, I'm going to explain why I have that different point of view, just as we did about voter ID, which I didn't intend to be talking about, but we're talking about it. Grace mentions that taxes are killing her and her husband. We pay more in taxes than what we used to make, and it's a strain on us because we own businesses, and she's recovering from cancer. Well, I'm glad you're recovering from cancer, Grace. I didn't know that. I'm happy to hear you're in remission. Get stronger every day. Happy thoughts, positive family influence, working out, these things help. And I want to hear that you're completely zero on cancer. I want to hear that you're going to be in complete remission. I'm looking forward to that. In terms of taxes, yeah, taxes are destroying everyone. And inflation is even worse. I mean, that's the part that no one really thinks about. It's the inflation and the devaluing of the dollar. Your dollar buys less. Every time they start printing money, your money is worth less and less. And then it takes more money, which is the inflation part, to buy the things that you need. And that is the worst thing that's affecting everyone. It makes the poor even more poor. It makes people who are middle class into the poor. This is a problem, and we really need to get a handle on it. Joel. Hello, Joel. Thank you for joining us. Joel says, New York State has no problem with our rights. They will bust into your home and take you away, as they did with Dexter Taylor, who we did speak with from prison. You can check out the channel. It was on our Wednesday roundtable political panel discussion, and we were interviewing Dexter Taylor from prison about New York State arresting him for having property owned in his home, in his private residence. It was insane. Or they'll kill your pets, like Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. Well, New York State's got a lot of issues. User Has Been Banned has joined us as well. And User Has Been Banned says, having no ID is a great idea for cheating. There is no steel man to that argument. Let me see. Okay, so I'm a little caught up here. So let's move forward with the program. I hope, again, wasn't trying to answer everything about voter ID. Didn't even know I'd be talking about that. But I hope that does answer some of the questions about that and why I think voting is important. If there's more, if people have more questions about that, or if there's a steel man argument about voting, not having voter ID, I'd love to hear it. If anyone disagrees with me, no problem. You can chat, you can super chat, you can call in. I'm happy for that. The phone is in. By the way, the phone number to call in is, what the hell is it? 929-715-8569. Sorry, I forgot the phone number. I forgot my own phone number. 929-715-8569, and you can call in if you wish to talk, or you can, again, just chat or super chat us on Rumble. You can super chat us on YouTube. You can super chat us, and I do appreciate the donation, the support. It does help pay the bills, because God knows things are expensive. Okay. Let me move forward. I do need to mention, there is some updates I need to mention, that this week coming up, I believe on Thursday, I will be doing an interview with Larry Sharpe. I will be on the Larry Sharpe channel on YouTube. It'll be on pretty much every social media platform. It'll be me and Larry Sharpe talking most likely about the aftermath of the election. What are some of the things that we can expect from the new administration, some of their new policies, what has been the public reaction to that after the election. That's probably what we're going to talk about. Not a guarantee. It's Larry, so he may have a very different point of view. For those who don't know, Larry Sharpe is a libertarian. He's run for governor twice, governor of New York. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for almost a decade now, and he's a former Marine like myself. I get along with Larry great, except when we don't, and when we argue, sparks fly. But that's the joy of having a friend. We can disagree on an issue passionately and intelligently, and yet we're still friends after that. So God knows what Larry's going to pick as a subject, but by popular demand on his channel, people have been asking me to come and to speak with Larry again, and so I'm going to come on Thursday this week. Please do check it out. I should also mention, if you would like me to be on a different channel, like with Kit Cabello, I was on Hard Lens Media recently. Now, mind you, it was for our much lighter top 10 sci-fi challenge, but if you want me to be on another challenge, you know what? Just tell that host to reach out to me. I will go on any platform, left, right, center. I'm not worried about it. And I'll be more than happy to go and speak on that platform with that host, where they can come and join us here. I'm happy either way, just so people know. And I will go to colleges. I've spoken at colleges and at various events, a public speaker. I have no problem. You want me to come to your college and talk about Second Amendment, First Amendment, some of the various other issues that I've dealt with over the last 18 years? No problem. Send me an invite. Let me know. I'll come out to your college. Have a great time doing it. I've done it before. I'll do it again. So that being said, let me also move on. This week, earlier, I think it's important, if you have not voted, I do want you to be aware about the false narrative that is going out, the false impression that some in the news media and some in social media have been putting out there about your mail-in ballots, that Kamala Harris is suddenly winning the election because Democrats are getting more mail-in ballots than Republicans are. And that is a complete lie. There is a lot of data about this. And it is always true that Democrats always mail in ballots more often than Republicans do. That's true going back to 2004. We have data on this. I do present it in the video I did on that last week, where it's common knowledge. Every pundit in the industry, every political commentator knows this for a fact. Democrats always mail in more votes, more ballots than Republicans do. That doesn't determine whether or not someone is winning an election. When you have things like Jill Stein and the pro-Hamas movement in the Democratic Party, when you have Kamala Harris at one point being the lowest rated vice president in the history, modern history at least, of the presidency, lower than Dan Quayle, who couldn't spell potato. Yeah, I don't believe she's winning as much as they say. Just because a Democrat mailed in a ballot doesn't mean they voted Democrat. They might be voting third party. They might be voting for RFK. They might be voting for Jill Stein. They might be voting Donald Trump. It doesn't mean that just because they, as always, mail in ballots more often than Republicans do, doesn't mean the Democrats are winning. And I go into some detail, and I show you the evidence, the data that has consistently been out there, where Democrats always send in more mail-in ballots. That doesn't mean they win any individual race. But there are some in the media that want to make you believe that. So do check that out. Also, as I said yesterday, I was in the Bronx, Morris Park Avenue. 943 Morris Park Avenue is the offices of the Bronx Republican and Bronx Conservative parties. And we were there out in the public. I covered the entire event. As I said, ABC, CBS, NBC, every news agency, major news agency in the United States has an office, if not their headquarters, in New York City. And ABC showed up for 10 minutes. BronxNet was there for about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. That's it. And the only news media, official news media source that was there was me, covering the whole thing. So there you go. Check out the coverage. See what the candidates who are on the ballot, if you're in the New York State, if you're in New York City, if you're in the Bronx, you want to know what your candidates, the people on the ballot, what do they stand for? And no other news media will give you a chance to hear what they say. I did. Here's what some of the things they had to say to voters ahead of the election. Check it out. See if your candidate, if they're on the ballot, if they're speaking at this event, so that you know what you are or are not voting for. And I covered the whole thing there. In addition, you may want to see my summation at the end of the event. And if you don't want to see the entire video, in the last 5 minutes, I wrapped up some of my thoughts about elections, about voting, about the importance of having your voice heard. In addition, I have some of the photos that I took from the event. Again, a small selection. I took over 2,000 photos throughout the entire event while live streaming it. And there's only a couple dozen that I'm still going through the photos, but there are some of them that I have included that are in my summation at the end of the last 5 minutes of that live event. That's why you see me with 2 cameras. I carry multiple cameras when I go to an event. So I usually have 2 or 3 cameras with me. Plus, I'm recording very often with my cell phone or some of the other camera equipment I have. By the way, your support helps me to get my lenses, to get cameras, to get the recording equipment that I need, the stands, the frames. All of that helps me with the editing software that I use to be able to provide you the best quality that I can in any live event that I cover. And I try to cover as many. It also helps me to get to the live event. So whether you're doing a SuperChat or whether you're doing a PayPal or Patreon, your support makes a huge impact in the ability of me to be able to cover these things. So I did want you to know that that is available. You may want to check it out. It's only about 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes long, but I thought it was interesting. A couple of people who were there at the event said that my 5 minutes doing the summary about why you should vote and why this event was important was probably better than some of the speakers. So there you go. Check it out. So now let's get into international. Well, actually, this is the breaking news. Excuse me. Breaking news came out I just saw it before we started the show. It seems that there was a black man who was hung in Alabama. Now, for some people in the audience, this is very sensitive. And I believe you're going to hear a lot of news in the next day or so about police abuse, defunding the police, about changing laws, about lynching in America, about racism and race in politics. I don't think this event was connected to the election, but I do think there will be some people who will try to use this event to try and sway Southern voters. Based on the information we have at this time, coming from the Associated Press and some of the other news, it is reported at this time that this man, as you see his image, he took his own life. He committed suicide. Let me stop right there to say, if you feel like harming yourself, if you have dark thoughts of that nature where you want to harm yourself, that you want to end yourself, please do not give in to those thoughts. Reach out. Reach out to your friends. Reach out to your family. Call the suicide hotline and speak to someone. Tell them about what you're thinking and let them try to help you. You deserve to live a full life. Don't take your life away. Whether you are a hardened criminal or whether you're a saint like Gandhi, there are people who love you in this world and they want you to be here, and your absence hurts them. You don't help them by leaving prematurely. You only hurt them. And whether it's because of children or friends, whether it's your associates at work, people want you to be there. They do. They really, really do. So no matter what your political ideology, no matter what your sexual preference, no matter what your reasoning is, what your characteristics are, what check boxes you have, I don't care. If you are having dark thoughts that you want to injure yourself and or others, speak to someone first. Don't give in to those impulses, those dark thoughts. Have a conversation. Reach out to someone. And trust me, when you reach out your hand, there are people who are more than willing to reach right back in your community and around the nation. Again, you have the suicide hotline is one option. You can reach out to your friends, your family. Social media is wonderful for reaching out and saying, can someone help? Can someone listen? And I guarantee you, when you do that, people will do that. It will happen. But going back to this news story, so it seems that this individual, Denoris Richardson, who goes by Nene, hey, I didn't pick his nickname, Nene, seems to have gone, he was in Alabama, he went to an abandoned house, and he seems to have hung himself. Now, obviously, his wife and some of his friends say, nope, that's just not his nature. That isn't the kind of man that he was. Very often, people who have these dark thoughts don't share it with anyone, and that's why they commit these acts. Because, obviously, his wife, mother of his children, would want to talk to him and say, no, you're valuable. The kids need you for the rest of their lives. She, as his spouse, wants him to be with her for the rest of their lives, I would presume. Friends and family members would want him to be around, but if he didn't tell anyone that he was having dark thoughts, they didn't know that they could help him with those dark thoughts. So that's why it's so important. So it seems this individual, it's a shock to everyone who knows him, and they are hurt by this. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. They're not sure, and they say it might have been the police. Well, take that with a pound of salt. We don't know. But it is known that Denoris Richardson, who's 39, a young man, very young. I know it may not feel young to be 39. I'm 56. It's young. Trust me. I'd like to have the energy I had at 39 now at 56. You get older, you get a little slower, you get a little more tired, you can't drink as much, all those kind of things. So, yeah, it's still a young man. And at 39, it is shocking. But some people are saying that the police might have had some influence because he had a lot of interactions with police. Well, that's because he's been arrested. He's been in jail before. He's a convict. He sold drugs. He's been arrested for assault. He's been arrested for robbery. He's been convicted of several crimes. So he's not a saint. I mean, the image, and this is the thing I hate about the news media, they'll show this image which makes you think of a loving, gentle father. He's someone who's been convicted of assault and robbery, and he's been arrested for assault and robbery, for drug dealing. He's not a saint. In fact, he most recently, before his demise, he was arrested for potentially selling drugs, methamphetamines. And so he was a suspect in that. He was arrested for that. That's, people who sell meth, they're not nice people. I have a hard time looking at someone who sells meth to children, to their communities. Poison, drugs that are poison. And I have a hard time of looking at that person saying, well, they're a saint, they're just wonderful and good. Maybe the police were involved, and maybe the police are the bad guy in this case. And as we know, in his community, when the police in Colbert County in Alabama have done something that is breaking the law, they have been held accountable over and over again. There hasn't been a lynching in Colbert County in Alabama since 1943. It's not something that is consistent or known. So that's part of the reason why it's so shocking, and also part of the reason why it seems like it may be a hanging. Now, again, I don't know. I don't know if the police did or did not do this. What I do know is there are many questions. This is an individual who has a questionable background, who has committed crimes repeatedly, allegedly. Not only repeatedly, but also allegedly even more crimes. He did get some of his cases were thrown out, or he won those cases, so he was innocent of some things, but he was guilty of others. It's tricky, but that doesn't mean instantly defund the police. He's not Rodney King. He definitely isn't the saint. What's his name? 2020. I can't breathe. That low-life criminal who died, and I don't feel bad about. And I can't think of his name now. They got statues of the idiot. The black guy, Minneapolis. What's his name? What's his name, chat? You know who I'm talking about. They'll come to me. So I just want to say, for those people, when you're hearing about this story, it doesn't necessarily mean police brutality. It doesn't mean lynchings are back in America. It's not a racial issue. It doesn't seem to be. And until there's evidence of that, let's not jump the gun. Because social media, especially just before an election, there's a lot of racial tensions in America, and there are more than enough people who are politically aligned to use this and say, well, this justifies defunding the police. America's racist, police are racist, and they're going to say vote because police are racist and you want to defund the police. Please don't do that, because that's not necessarily the case. And what we have seen is, like everywhere else in America, they're being held accountable. If a cop did this, they will get caught, they will be held accountable, and they should be. And they should be charged to the fullest extent of the law if they were involved in any way, shape, or form. But until we know that, don't presume that, because that only makes things worse. It really does. Yeah, George Floyd. Thank you, Graham. Hey, Graham, it's been a while since I've seen you. Thank you for joining us, Graham. And yes, George Floyd, the horrible criminal, hardened criminal. I have no sympathy for him. I'm not saying that Nene is George Floyd, but I don't have a high opinion of drug dealers. I just don't. Just don't. But that's me. Moving on. Hey, if you have a high opinion of drug dealers, fantastic. That's on you. I don't. Moving on to, so that's the breaking news that's coming out today, and I think you're going to hear about it on Monday, possibly Tuesday, because some people will try and use that story to affect the election. But in that story, there is no evidence of a lynching. There is no evidence of police abuse. It does seem to be a suicide. And this is a convicted criminal who was recently arrested because of dealing meth. That's the accusation. So there's a lot to that story. And if you hear that story and say, oh, they're lynching black men in the South all of a sudden, you got to vote Democrat. That's someone who's just trying to abuse you and use you to promote their agenda, which is why I wanted to make sure we covered that. Moving on to the international news. This is a story, and it's really unfortunate that Fortune magazine has this story, and I want you to know why. The unemployed Generation Z, are having to turn down work because they can't afford a commute. They can't afford a uniform. They don't have the money. They can't get the job. It's not because of their work ethic. No, it's because they can't have it because they don't have the money. Now, this is a very controversial headline. This is something that's going to make a lot of young people very upset. And it's discouraging for a lot of young people who are looking to get a job, that they want to go out there and get a job. They want to be independent, financially independent, which is a great thing. And then they see this and they find out that 16 to 25-year-olds, they're turning down jobs that they get hard enough. They're not bringing their mom. These are the kids who aren't bringing their mom and dad to the interview. These are the kids who are actually trying to get a job, who are trying to get out of the basement, to live on their own, to be independent, to live in the real world. And they're turning the jobs down because they can't afford it. That's a very important topic. And I think there's a lot of nuance to that. There's a lot to that issue. Here's the thing that's not in the headline from Fortune magazine. You probably didn't notice. The underline here, this is a Europe article. Mind you, when I first saw it, the headline in Google News, they're like, oh, latest news. This is some of the latest news came out today, talking about the economy, talking about jobs. Yeah, you left out that it was in the United Kingdom. I'm in the U.S. So it's one thing to say, here's some breaking news. There's this new article that Gen Zers, they can't get jobs. They're unemployed, and this is one of the reasons why. Great, you want to complain about taxes and the economy, except tell me that it's from the UK. Don't put this under general news here in the United States. Mind you, I have no problem. Yes, I hear that's fire trucks. Bronx is burning again. But, as much as I don't mind reading international news, which is probably why I see a lot of international news, because I read a lot of international news, but that shouldn't be. It was both the algorithm from Google as well as Fortune are working against us. And I find that really telling when it's just before an election. And they're shoving this news about England, the United Kingdom, into generic U.S. news. In the U.S. generic headlines. Headlines talking about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and where they're going off to try and get their last-minute pitches out there. They're putting that news, and right next to it, they're putting this, which is from the UK, which would make someone who only reads headlines think that there is a problem for Gen Z in the United States, that they're unemployed. Now, that may be against Kamala Harris because the Biden-Harris administration has been in charge for the last 3.5 years. And if Gen Z is having trouble getting a job in the United States, well, that may have an impact on Biden and Harris. It's their economy. It's their laws, their regulations. It's their economy. So they may vote against them. That would be unfair. And as much as I may be a conservative Republican, as much as I may disagree with progressives and socialists, absolutely with socialists, I want to be fair about it. This is an article about England, not the United States. I don't doubt that there is a similar problem here in the United States because there's a similar issue with inflation. There's a similar issue with the economy under a progressive ideology that we have seen from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we have inflation that is high, and as much as they want to say it's down from the peak, don't leave out those words. They're critical. Inflation is up under the Biden-Harris administration. It's down from the peak, but it is up from the day that they started their economic policies. So that is affecting people getting a job. It is making it hard for younger people especially to commute to jobs and to be able to maintain their work if they are able to get that job. Don't take your parents with you to get a interview. You're not going to get the job. Just guaranteed. And if you're a parent and your kid is saying, you got to come with me to this interview, to be in the interview, not to drop them off, but to be in the interview, say no. Going into the interview with your kid is not going to help your kid become independent or to get a job. Just not going to happen. That's just ridiculous. I don't understand how parents say yes to that. I don't get it. But anyway. So a survey of more than 2,000 16 to 25-year-olds in the UK for the Prince's Trust Annual NatWest Youth Index. This is for the United Kingdom. This is England, not the United States. And it found that the cost of living is making the youth of today feel anxious about their future and limiting their career aspirations. Well, yes and no. I mean, if you're looking at a high level enough job, move. Just move. Don't commute, move. But that's not necessarily an option for everyone. Not every job is high level. If you're starting like most people, you start at a low level job because you have no experience, you have no capabilities, you may have a degree, but that doesn't mean anything. You don't have any real world, real life experience. You're going to start at a lower level. So you get paid less because you deserve less because you're less capable. There's nothing insulting about that. We all started. When I started working, I was sweeping floors. Literally, it's one of the first jobs I ever had. I was sweeping floors. This is when I was in junior high school. And then I started working in the garment industry. That's where I was sweeping the floors, in the garment industry. And then I learned how to make markers. And when I learned to trace, I got a pay raise because I got a better job. I was working in a different position in the company. Then I learned how to pin down the markers. I got a pay raise. Then I learned how to make markers. I got a pay raise. Then I got good. I got another pay raise. I got to be one of the best in that company, and actually 2 or 3 companies that I know the owners of. And so I got another pay raise. In fact, at one point in my career working in the garment industry, making markers, I was good enough that a couple of the owners that I knew, when I would go during the summer, when I was off from school, I would go on in and I'd say, hey, can I get a job for the summer? And I literally have had the case back when I was in high school that they literally fired 2 guys the same day. They hired me for the summer and fired 2 guys. One guy, so I had a space. He didn't have any spaces available for me to work. He fired one guy so that I would have a space. He fired another guy so that he could pay me. He paid me what he paid both of those guys combined, and he paid it to me because I had the experience. Because he knew, having worked with me for years, he knew me since I was in junior high school, and we've had many conversations. And so Mario was like, you know what? I know what you can do. I know how much work you can put out. You can work more than those 2 guys combined. They're not as good as you because you have the experience. In fact, Mario was one of the guys who taught me how to do the job. He knew exactly what I knew how to do because he taught me how to do it. And he had years of working with me on that. He knew how fast I could go. So he said, you know what? You're worth 2 other people. So it wasn't a new job for me, even though I was in high school. It wasn't inexperience. It's because I had a lot of experience by that time. So I could get paid more. Those guys that he fired, they were new. They were getting close to minimum wage, but they weren't as good. So they got fired. This is the normal process. You don't get a minimum wage of $25.50. You don't get money for nothing. Present something, you will get paid. If you have no experience, don't expect to get paid. Get the experience. Then you get paid. It's a process. Sorry, it's a tangent. It throws me off, but I always want to bring it up. And that's my real world experience with that, and that's real world working. And I value that, by the way. I valued that experience and that education. Not only is that a career path that's a job that I know I can do, but more importantly, it taught me discipline. It taught me about what is work ethic, what it is to have a real world job, to pay real world taxes, to get a real world check. It taught me a lot of great life lessons. And Mario was very interesting as a boss because he was a ass, but you know what? He was smart. He was a good businessman. Mario, one of the owners that I met who helped me every summer, would give me a job, pretty much every summer, gave me a job when I showed up and taught me how to be better and better. Mario, the owner, could do everything everyone else in the place could do, and as well, if not better, than everybody that he hired. He'd been doing it almost all of his life. He dropped out of school when he was in 6th grade. He owned a multi-million-dollar business, still does, multi-million-dollar business, driving around a Lamborghini, has a nice big house in Long Island. You speak to him, he sounds like the stereotypical Italian guy fresh off the boat. He really does. He's not a dumb man, not by a long shot, but he's not educated. But he's good. He knows how to do business. He knows how to do his job. He knows how to do it extremely well. And he knows how to train people to do it extremely well. I respect him. He's a bit of an ass, but I respected him. And he taught me very well. He gave me a lot of great life lessons in doing the job for him every summer. And anytime I had a break from school, he always hired me. And I respect him for giving me that opportunity and to always remind me, yeah, you could do this. He'll hire me any day. But you want to go to college, so go there. Great guy. Just a little life lesson. So I found this interesting because it is so confusing for people that it's presented as if it's U.S. news right before an election, which might be trying to influence an election, and which could be debated, but it's confusing to people. And they're talking about TikTok, how TikTok is helping kids 16 to 25 to be able to figure out how do you deal with the job. It's easy. Figure out how to get to and from work. If you can't, don't go and take applications from a job you can't get to. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. Here's a life experience for you. If you apply for a job that you can't get to, if you get hired, you can't get there. You're going to lose the job. Don't waste your time. Don't waste the employer's time. And that's going to piss off the employer as well. Oh, I'm hiring someone entry level that can't do the job. Why am I going to go back and hire another 16-year-old, another 18-year-old, another 20-year-old? Because they're not smart enough to figure out they can't get here. They didn't even do enough homework to know how do I get to and from the job? Why do I want to hire these people? Let me hire someone else. Let me hire someone a little bit older. Let me hire someone with a little bit more experience. You make it harder for your entire generation when you do something dumb like, oh, yeah, this is a job in Canada. Let me apply for that job. Are you moving to Canada? No. Then what's the point? Is it a remote job? No. Then why are you applying? To say that you applied? Well, that gets you no brownie points. That doesn't put money in your pocket. Why are you wasting your time and the employer's time? This should be business 101. This is basic stuff. This is the prerequisites for the basics. You don't apply to a job you can't go to. I don't understand this. And you're going to TikTok to have someone on TikTok say, now mind you, yes, I get the irony. I'm saying this on YouTube and on Rumble right now, but come on. Do you really need to go online to understand that you don't apply to a job you can't get to? That you get nothing from that saying that I got the job and you can't go there? You've done nothing. You've wasted everyone's time. It is a complete colossal waste of time and energy and effort. Think through what you are doing. And this is, I understand, I'm talking to kids in the United Kingdom at the moment, but I'm also talking to kids in the United States because I am sure that even though this is happening in the UK, it is also happening in the United States because the cost of living in the United States has gone up significantly as well. Inflation is incredible as well. Come on, guys. If you're a kid, just think. Just think for a few minutes. Think for yourself. It's not enough to just go, oh, here's an application. I'm just going to fill it out. Fill out all the applications and just figure that you'll just figure it out afterwards. No, think ahead. Think ahead. Get a map out. Look at, your phone will do the work for you. Put in your address, put in the work address, and then set out the route. Can you walk there? Can you bike there? Can you take public transportation? I'm assuming you don't have a car. Fantastic. You got it all in front of you. Figure it out. If you got a car, what's the cost of gasoline? What's the cost of your insurance? Fantastic. Now factor that into what are you getting paid? Can you afford it? If not, don't take the job. Don't apply for the job. Go and look for something else. If you can't get there, don't take the job. There have been many jobs. Hell, in my 50s, I had a job When I was 50, I had a job for a company, and I knew there was 2 ways that I could get to work every single day. And the answer was, occasionally, third option, sometimes my coworkers would be going that direction and at the same time as me, so I'd get a ride. But realistically, I took a bus, and if I missed the bus, or for various reasons, if the bus wasn't running, I walked. It was a 2-mile, the job was 2 miles away from my house, which isn't that far. And so at 50, I walked 2 miles to the job, and at the end of the day, 2 miles back home. I did that in the summer. I did that in the winter because it's 2 miles. It's not that long. And I figured out exactly how long it would take me to walk. And I said, okay, I've given myself that much time plus a little bit more. I'd leave early, go to work. I'd leave work and get back home. It's just that simple. You just plan for it. Guys, you don't need TikTok for this stuff. Think for yourself. Seriously, you can resolve all these problems by thinking for yourself. And they're saying, oh my God, this is affecting the mental health of the Gen Z kids in England, which means it's probably happening here in the United States. And they're so desperate. They're going onto YouTube and onto Twitter and the TikToks, and they're saying, oh my God, I don't know what to do. Get a different job. Is this hard? I mean, am I not making sense here? Please, guys, in the chat, tell me, does this not make sense? Get a different job. Map out the route. Think this through before you fill out the application. Brownie points for filling out the application does not get you paid. This isn't hard. It isn't hard. And you know what? If you can't drive, no problem. Walk. Ride a bike. Public transportation. Do one of those. Doesn't matter if it's a couple miles away. Figure it out. It ain't that hard. I did it at 50. I did it when I was at 16. I did it at 50. You can do it too. It ain't hard. It really isn't. I just don't understand these articles. I really don't. But this is happening to kids in Europe. This is happening to kids in the United States. Okay, guys, there's your solution. I hope I resolved that for you. You don't have to waste your time on TikTok getting what is called loud budgeting. And you know what? I heard this before. I don't even know what this is. What is loud budgeting? Let's find out. Because I'm old and I have absolutely no idea what some of these things are. Loud budgeting is a new trend that focuses on vocalizing your financial goals, what fits into your budget and what doesn't. Loud budgeters openly turn down activities that don't fit into their budget and explain their financial goals to friends and family. Are you kidding me? Really? Okay, this is new to me. Loud budgeting is complaints. You're complaining. You're getting online and you're complaining. It is a waste of time. I don't care. If you are 16 to 25 and you're saying, oh, I can't pay my bills. I can't go out and drink beer this weekend because I've got to pay a bill. I don't care. Your friends might care. Your fellow 16 to 25-year-olds that are your friends group, they may care, but no one else cares. It's called being an adult. In fact, what is it, the verb they use now? Adulting? Yeah, it's called adulting. It's called making a budget. I don't need to hear it. You don't have to say the budget out loud. Matter of fact, it will be better for you. Write it down, post it up on the wall, put it on your refrigerator with a magnet. I can't buy every video game that comes out every week. I can't buy a new pair of jeans every month. I can't buy whatever stupid thing you might waste money on, because we all do. You can't waste money all the time. You can't drink a couple $1,000s worth of alcohol every weekend. You can't do it. Unless you got a job that pays you enough, you can't do it. Therefore, you've got to pay your bills. First thing you do every month, pay your bills. That's it. Save up the money. If you don't get paid monthly, save up your money. And okay, in the bank, what do I have? Do I have enough money for my rent? Yes. Okay. Save money. Do I have enough money to pay the electricity? There you go. Cell phone, whatever it is are your bills. Put the money away, and then you can spend money with what's left over. In particular, like feeding yourself. And again, don't splurge. You can't go out and have drive-in or delivery every single night. Learn to cook. It ain't that hard. Boiling water to make rice ain't hard. It just isn't. Eat rice, eat pasta. Poor people do it everywhere in the world. I did it when I was young, especially in college. You can do it too. You're not going to die. Yes, it's bland. It's not really exciting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to keep you alive until you get experience, get a better job, get paid more money. Then you can go out and get steak all the time. But until you get that experience, guess what? You're eating pasta. You're eating noodles on a regular basis. It won't kill you. And God help me. These things should not be that hard to figure out. They really, really shouldn't. Hang on. So Joel says, it's hard to explain to people that it is easier to find a job while you have a job, meaning take the job even if it's low pay and keep looking for a better one. Well, yeah, that's true, Joel. I will give you another experience of my life. When I was a young man, junior high school, and I had two conversations, one with my father and one with a mentor to me when I was young. And my father said, because I was working this job, like I said, I'm sweeping floors. In the garment industry, I'm sweeping floors. That's my job. And I was actually getting paid minimum wage. They didn't have to pay me minimum wage. They paid me minimum wage to do that because, it was a favor to someone who got me in there. And they were like, help this little kid out. It's a couple hours a weekend, whatever. But it was good of them. It gave me experience. But I was kind of upset because I wasn't able to go out with my buddies on the weekend to go out and play video games and play pool and run around and do kid stuff. So my father said, and I was kind of embarrassed because, I'm sweeping floors. It's not a sexy job. McDonald's is a step up from sweeping the floor. Really, not to put it down janitors, but I was 16. Matter of fact, I was 15. And I'm sweeping floors. My friends aren't looking at this like this is the coolest job in the world. So my father had a great thing to say about that. It's like, did you get paid? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I get paid every week, yeah. So, do they pay you enough money? Is it worth it? I'm like, yeah. I get plenty of money. Give a bunch of money to my mom, and I have enough money left over. I can go out and, I pay for me and my friends to go and play video games, and we waste like, $20, $50 in a weekend. I know, that doesn't sound like a lot now. It was a lot back then. When every video game cost $1, that's a lot of quarters. You can play for hours and hours. You can play video games for hours and hours on $50. 3 friends, 4 friends playing video games. It's a lot. So, it was plenty of money for me. I didn't need it for anything else. We had food in the house. I was giving money to my mom. Most of the money was going to my mom. And she was paying, keeping the house. She was working as well. So between the two of us, the house was paid for. Everyone had food. I had no needs. So, yeah, I was making plenty of money. Then hold your head high. If you work a job and you do your job and you get paid, hold your head high. No matter what it is. You can hold your head high to anyone because that's your money. You're earning it yourself. You did a job, you got paid. Doesn't matter what it is. You're a good man. Not breaking the law, not hurting anyone. So what's the problem? So I always remembered that. And I also remembered Lester, who was a mentor to me in my youth. And Lester pulled me on the side one day, and Lester's from what they used to call the old country. He was from Austria. And he's a steel worker, a big burly guy working with steel. And Lester would say, always remember, don't just quit a job. Don't just leave. You get fired, that happens sometimes in life. All right, try not to get fired. But if you aren't getting fired and you hate the job, you don't like what you're doing, you're not sure. It was about the same time where I was sweeping the floor and I was getting advice. I'm like, but it's sweeping the floor. I don't want to sweep a floor. I mean, I tell my friends, what do you do? I can't go out and play handball because I got to go sweep a floor. He's like, look, then get a different job. If you can't stand the job you're doing, get a different job. But don't leave. Keep sweeping the floor. Keep getting the paycheck. Keep getting the money so you can pay the bills, so that you can still go out with your friends, so you can still give the money to your mom. You keep doing the job until you get a better job, until you get a job that you actually want to do, whatever it is that you want to do. And I thought about that. Now, mind you, I kept the job. And eventually I got promoted up, and like I said, I got promoted and I got very good at what I was doing. But these two lessons in my life taught me a lot. Taught me a lot about business, taught me a lot about work. It taught me a lot about budget, and I don't need to go online and go, I can only spend $100 this month on recreation. I don't care. And you're not going to remember that, because it's one of 1,000 things you'll say on any given day. What, men spend a day, they say 5,000 things a day. Women, 10,000 words a day. You're not going to remember that. Write it down. Put it on a piece of paper on your refrigerator, right on front of your computer. Know what your budget is. That will make a difference. That's important to you. Telling someone else that's you're trying to brag? I don't care. What? Oh, I'm on a budget. Like I care. I'm not. I'm not on your budget anyway. I may be on a budget, but I'm not on your budget. Oh, you can't afford to buy a video game. Well, I'm buying the video game I want this week. Oh, you can't get a beer, but I'm going to go get a beer. I don't care. Saying it out loud means nothing. That's not a commitment to it. Write it down. It's your personal issue. You deal with it. Put it on a piece of paper and deal with your issues. Don't wait for someone else to praise you and say, oh, you're doing so great. Oh, I'm so proud of you. No, you haven't done anything yet. Do it. You know when they'll be proud? When you show up and go, hey, I'm buying a round of beers this week. Why? Because I saved up the money. Hey, you did a great job, man. Thank you. That's impressive. Saying, oh, I can't spend money. I don't care. It's about the priorities, folks. It's about the priorities. Anyway. Let me move on. I wasn't planning to spend so much time talking about that. I really wasn't. But hopefully someone will clip that, find that interesting. Hopefully it helps someone. I hope so. Some 16-year-old that wants to go onto Twitter and try and tell people, oh, I've got a budget. Shut up. Write it down. Live your life. Don't care. Impress me with what you do, not what you said. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I'm old. I'm 56, so I have a different way of looking at these things, but it seems to make sense. Worked for my life. That's why I'm 56. You may not like, you may think I'm old and dumb, but guess what? I made it to 56, living on my own most of my life, owning houses and businesses and stuff. Yeah, I lost some of them, but guess what? I owned them in the first place. So there you go. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Going back to the international, and we will get to the election. We'll get to the election predictions. We'll talk about Kamala in a little bit. We'll get there. Getting there, folks. Getting there. Problem for America at this moment. While most of the world has been on pause, while most of the world has been waiting to see who is going to be announced as the winner of the 2024 election, Iran is not. Iran has been in this tit-for-tat proxy battle against Israel and the United States for a long time. Iran has hated the United States since 1980, actually 1979, when they took our hostages, American citizens hostage, and held them for 444 days. A lot of people are too young to know that. I remember living through those days. It was a big issue. America was going to go to war. We were contemplating sending our troops to go to war because Iran, under the Ayatollah, had captured American citizens and were holding them hostage, and we were absolutely going to go to war on this. Jimmy Carter was not a great president in dealing with this. He was not strong. He was kind of like Biden or Obama. He was very weak. And they took it, and the Ayatollah took advantage of that. Then Reagan came in, a strong president. And through a lot of different ways, he said, no, you're not going to do this. We can either have a war, we can fight you, or you can give us our people back. We got our people back. But since that day, America has always remembered that Iran took our people, held them hostage, threatened to kill them, tortured them, and we don't like that. And now, we're not doing that with Hamas. It's amazing. If Hamas tried the trick they're doing right now, if Hamas had, if it was 1980 and Hamas had taken 22 Americans hostage and killed 34, Gaza would not exist anymore. That's how we would have dealt with it in 1980. Gaza would not exist anymore. We would have sent in Delta forces. We would have got back our hostages and the British hostages and a few others. And I'm sure that the British forces would have gone in, the SAS would have gone in as well. And I know the Israeli forces would have gone in. We'd have all gone in coordinated, and we would have wiped out Gaza to get our hostages back. That's how we would have handled it in the 1980s. We're not in the 1980s. And thus we have 34 Americans. They killed initially 32. They killed 2 hostages, 34 Americans dead, 19 Americans that are being held by Hamas. And we only think that somewhere between 3 to 6 of them are still alive, if that's the best case scenario. That's not good. That's what happens when you have a weak leader. And because we have a weak leader, Iran this week came out and said that Iran is threatening to kill America. They're not just Americans, America. And they're more than happy to use the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas to do it if Iran doesn't do it directly themselves. They have now crossed the threshold. They broke the Rubicon, and they have started attacking Israel directly. They never would do that in the past. They were always terrified. Even though Iran hates America, Iran hates Israel, they are genocidal because the Ayatollah is genocidal. But they would never directly attack in the past because they knew America would just wipe them out. Because we were looking for a reason to wipe out Iran. Because we don't like Iran. Because they took our people hostage. It's just that simple. And it says a lot that they have now, this year, 2024, under the Biden-Harris administration, knowing that it could be Kamala Harris as president of the United States, they made the decision they're going to directly attack Israel themselves. Not through their proxies, not through terrorist groups. They directly attacked. That's because they don't think Biden or Harris are strong. They're not afraid of them. They don't think there's going to be a consequence. They're no longer thinking, well, it's like 1980, they're going to wipe us out. They know, and they have seen, Biden-Harris, they're not getting the hostages back. They're not sending in Delta Force. They're not barricading all of Gaza trying to say, we're going to start blowing this place up unless we get the hostages back. They didn't do that. They're weak. Therefore, he can threaten all of America. That's Americans in the United States. That's Americans who are overseas for business, for vacation, for any reason. He has threatened to crush the United States and our allies. That should scare people, especially when you think we have an open border. Under the Harris administration, because she wants illegal aliens to get into a path to citizenship, to be able to vote in elections, to maintain Democrat power, Iran is saying they will use terrorism, and they have been, and they will directly attack America. And we have an open border. Do you see the national security threat that is present here? And he's not afraid of Kamala Harris. He's not afraid of Joe Biden. Not in the least. That's why he attacked Israel, which means the kid gloves are off. It means that we have to worry about adding to the 378 known and suspected terrorists that have entered the United States under the Biden administration alone. Under Biden-Harris, with that open border, with her as the border czar, 378. That is an increase of 3,400%. Think about that. 3,400% increase in known and suspected terrorists. And Iran is saying they're going to attack America directly. No, they don't think that they're strong, and that is a credible threat to America, especially when we just saw 8 members of ISIS were deported from California because open borders. This is insane, folks. So let's look at this. So Iran's supreme leader on Saturday, yesterday, threatened Israel and the United States with a crushing response. So Hamas, which is Iran, Hamas, which is fully funded by Iran, gets their rockets and missiles from Iran, gets training from Iran. Everything comes from Iran. So Hamas attacks in the middle of the night on October 7th, 2023, kills 1,400 Israelis and people from around the world, takes 256 hostages, including the 22 Americans that I mentioned, 9 British citizens, amongst others. And they hold on to them, and they've been holding on to them. And then Hezbollah attacks Israel, and the United States does nothing. And the Houthis decide to attack Israel. And the Houthis, terrorists, that Joe Biden on day one, when he got in office, through executive order, said they're not terrorists, give them money, give them aid, financial aid. And he did, over $100 million. And they used it to buy rockets and missiles, lots of them. And they're trained, the Houthis are trained by Iran. And they buy their rockets and their missiles from Iran. They get their training from Iran. And now they turned around and used those rockets, those missiles that they paid for from Joe Biden giving them money, humanitarian aid, because they were no longer terrorists. And they have used that to shoot 134 American civilian and military ships, not including England, Japan, India, food, oil, everything you can think of, are being attacked and sunk, and people are dying. That comes from Iran. This is Iran's plan. Hezbollah attacking Israel. That's Iran's plan. And then Iran directly attacked. I'm taking them very seriously. I'm taking this very seriously. This isn't posturing. And he's doing it just before the election. He's telling Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, doesn't matter who wins, he's going to attack. He isn't afraid at this moment. He thinks he doesn't have to be afraid. I also believe that maybe he thinks Kamala Harris is going to win because he's absolutely not afraid of Joe Biden. He didn't pull this with Donald Trump. So maybe he thinks Donald Trump is old. Maybe he thinks this is the kinder, gentler version of Donald Trump. Maybe he thinks Kamala Harris is going to win. Whatever his reasoning, he thinks he can get away with this. And there is no response from the Biden-Harris administration. They have no appropriate answer for this. They're saying, please, don't do that. That wouldn't be nice. Don't attack Israel, please. Because Iran attacked Israel directly. Israel responded. It's a stalemate. You attack, we respond, done. That's usually the detente that goes on with most nations. But Iran keeps saying, no, but we have to do more. Because Israel is attacked, they were attacked by Hamas, so they're attacking Hamas back. Whether you like it or not, that's the process. Hamas attacked Israel, killing civilians. Israel's responding. Oh, well, that means you're attacking Iran. So Iran has to respond again. So then Hezbollah attacks, which is Iran. Israel attacks back. Well, that means you attacked Israel. Do you notice every time, no matter what Israel is doing, it's an attack on Iran, because at the end of the day, Iran is at the end of it, which is why Iran keeps saying they're going to attack again and again and again. We have to deal with the root problem. We need a president with a foreign policy that deals with that net root problem, because Iran is not going to stop. They have no intention of stopping until America and Israel are dead. They've said it over and over for decades. I believe them. We've seen the missiles. They use the missiles against American soldiers, against American civilians. They use all the weapons through the terrorists, and now directly. I trust that they are being serious. We need to treat them seriously. We need a president and an administration that has a plan and will deal with them directly. I know everyone's saying China is the biggest threat to the United States. And long term, that's true. China is the long-term biggest threat. I still think that China is going to start a war because of Taiwan somewhere around 2028. I still believe that's correct. And they are a serious long-term threat. They threaten Japan, South Korea, the Philippines. They threaten world stability. I do not doubt that. But the short-term threat, the radical unknown threat, is Iran. And we need to deal with that. And the longer it takes us to deal with Iran, the worse it is, because every other nation in the world is reacting. Because when Iran is hurting the world, when the Houthis are shooting at every single tanker, every single cargo ship, especially those that are owned by Americans and the British and the Japanese and the Indians, Africa starves. Because they're shooting down the oil and the food that goes to Africa, and Iran doesn't care. They're blaming everyone else. But Africa starves, which means there are riots and food riots in Africa. Governments are toppling because of the lack of food in Africa. We're seeing problems with food in Southeast Asia. It raises the price of food in all the first world nations as well. Everything becomes more expensive. They are hurting the world because of their ideology. We need a president that can recognize that, because if I, by myself, reading the news and looking at the impact on the price of energy, on the price of food, looking at the impact, the news stories that are coming out from the Hindustan Times, the India Times, from the Japan Times, when I'm looking at the news media from around the world and they're talking about the economic and then a physical impact of these actions by Iran, if I can figure that out, I know the people at the Pentagon figured this out a long time ago. What's our president doing? What's our policy? And Kamala doesn't have a policy. Trump has a policy. You may not like that policy. I'm not saying you're going to like it. There are people, I know, the Dearborn, Michigan pro-Hamas people, they don't like his plan. But it works. That's probably why they don't like it, because it actually is an effective plan. It is a plan, and it will work. Whether or not you like it doesn't matter, because the goal isn't to make friends with terrorists. The plan is to stop the terrorists. That's the difference. I don't care if the terrorists like us or not. Who cares? They don't care. They want you dead. They have said it. They put it in writing. They've done the actions. They have killed Americans. I don't care if the terrorists don't like us. Doesn't matter. I will not lose a moment of sleep. We need to have a policy. We need to have a plan. And the world will benefit. We deal with Iran. We also deal with the Houthis. And we stop the Houthis, and which means stopping Iran, then guess what? Africa gets food again. They get energy again. They have less riots. They have less civil wars in Africa, in South America, in Southeast Asia. The cost goes down around the world because things aren't as expensive, because we can get our big screen TV on time, in time for the holidays. And everyone's happy. Everyone except Iran and the terrorists. This should not be hard to figure out. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I don't know. And again, I know Iran doesn't take Biden or Harris seriously because none of the other Middle East states, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, no one takes them serious. That's why no one is helping them deal with the Houthis. I mean, the Yemen government has been fighting this war for a decade. Since 2014, under Obama, they've been fighting against the Houthi terrorists for a decade, and we haven't done anything. No one is trying to stop the Houthis. No one, the rest of the Arab states are basically afraid of Iran because Iran has the balls to attack Israel and the United States at the same time. And everyone else goes, they're a giant. If they swat at you, you will lose. If the United States reacts, Iran loses. And Iran knows that. They're counting on the government being too weak, the will not being there so they can get away with it. So no one else is going to piss off Iran by trying to stop the Houthis, because if Iran is crazy enough to take on the United States, who could wipe them out, then why would anyone else get involved? Because Iran will fight tooth and nail. No one wants that kind of war, so they'd rather stay out of it because they don't trust America. Truly, that's how I see that. Let me see here. I know, folks, it's a little bit odd. It's the Sunday live stream. So between your comments, hang on. I know it's the Sunday live stream. And for people who are new to the program, this may be unusual for you, that this is unscripted. So, yeah, there's topics I want to talk about, but there's also all of the comments you guys have. And I'm responding to your comments, whether it's a chat or super chat. I want to respond to your comments and your issues and your thoughts as you're having them, as well as try and make you think about some of the other aspects that are affecting international and national politics that the mainstream doesn't want you to think about, that they don't want you to hold politicians accountable for. So I know sometimes it seems like, how did you get to this subject? Just follow along. Because we're talking about issues. I'm not trying to change you. I'm trying to inform you. And so it's a little different than a lot of shows. Forrest Mommy says, I don't trust America either. No, I trust the American people, Forrest Mommy. I trust the American people. I don't trust government. I don't trust the establishment of government. Now, when I say establishment, I mean with the big E establishment. I mean what some people call the deep state. The people who are around for decades upon decades upon decades that do nothing. That's your Chuck Schumers. That's your Nancy Pelosi. That's your, Shirley Jackson. Jackson Lee. Yeah, that's it. Shirley Jackson Lee. I'm just trying to think of people's names right off the... Mitch McConnell is another one. These are some of the names that you may know. They've been around for decades. 20, 30, 40 years. Almost 50 years, some of them. That they have been in elected office. And every single 2 years, they have come out, and every election they come out and they go, we have a solution. Just like you heard from Kamala Harris. I've got a solution. Yeah. Why haven't you used it for 3.5 years? Kamala Harris can fix the southern border. You've been in charge of the southern border for 3.5 years. You hear Nancy Pelosi, we can fix inflation. We have $35 trillion in debt. You've been in office for 29 years. Why have you been waiting? What's holding you back? Why not give us the solution? They come out, we can fix gun control. Kathy Hochul, I can fix gun control. Kathy, you have been a politician your entire life. If you have a solution for gun control that will take away crime, what are you waiting for? You're the governor of New York. Do it already. Give us the plan. Don't tell me that next time we're going to, because they always do this. Next time we'll get you the plan. Next time after you elect me and my friends, we will have the power to do. You've been there for decades. What's the point if you can't get it done after 3 decades? Why are you still there? You're useless. You're ineffective. You're inefficient. You're not accountable. Get rid of them. Because all they're doing is promising, and this is on the left and the right, both of them. I have no problem. If you've got a politician that's been around for more than a decade and they're still promising you the same thing that they did the first time they had got elected, the first time they said, I'm going to run for an election, and they're promising you the same thing as what they did 10 years later, they're promising the same change. Oh, we're going to fix the economy. You've been there for more than 10 years. Why didn't you fix it already? Oh, but I couldn't fix it for 10 years. You can't tell me that it's always the other guy's fault. I love this. You hear this all the time. Oh, we'd fix it, except it's the Republicans. Democrats have had power. You guys have had super majorities. You can't tell me that you couldn't fix this. You had a super majority. You could pass anything. 2009 up into mid-2010, Democrats could pass anything they wanted. It didn't matter what it was. It's called a super majority. No one could stop them. They did nothing except Obamacare. And then later on, and then under a majority, they got DACA. That's it. You could have passed anything. You have this huge wish list. You could have passed them all. All of them. Everything on the Democratic wish list. You want Roe v. Wade? 2009, Obama. You could have had it. You had a supermajority. If Democrats wanted to make abortion, if they really thought that that was an important issue, if they really thought it was absolutely essential that every woman have an abortion, or have the right at the very least to have an abortion, if they thought that was actually healthcare and essential for every single woman, 2009, they could have passed it overnight. They didn't even write it up. They didn't even write it up as a bill. Oh, they thought that, oh, we need a gun ban. Oh, it's firearms. Firearms are dangerous. They're so deadly. Oh, my God. 2009. They could have banned any firearm they wanted to. They could have had another ban. They had a supermajority. Could have done it. Instantly. You want to raise the inflation? You want to raise the tax rates on corporations? You could have made it 90%. Could have made it 90%. You had a supermajority. Didn't do it. Why are you still in office? What are you wasting our time for? Again, this is left and right, but the left have been the biggest ones in my lifetime that consistently keep coming back, promising the same thing every time they get elected. We're going to make you safe. We're going to make you safe. We're going to help you economically. We have the solution for all of your problems. Yet, I have the same problem every time you come up for election. Crime is always an issue when they come up. We have immigration, open borders, and immigration problems every time the Democrats are in control. We have this massive inflation every time the Democrats are in control in my 56 years of life. Why are they still in office? I don't get that. So that's what I don't trust. That's what I call the establishment. These people who are there decade after decade after decade. That's elected officials, and that's also the people who run, like Lois Lerner, who runs the IRS, or who was in charge of parts of the IRS. People like Ray, who was with the FBI. These are political activists who have been in office so long, they don't fear getting fired. It is almost impossible to get fired from the government. And that's a problem. That's a massive problem. You hear this all the time. Ask people. Everyone knows this. Oh, yeah, you work for the government, you can't get fired. It is like you got to get caught killing an underage kid that you just had sex with. That's about the only way you might get fired from the government if you have a government job. because they will always keep you. They'll switch you to a different department. They'll give you demotion, not in pay, but demotion in your responsibilities. But you'll still have a job. Lois Lerner has a job. They didn't just fire her. It's almost impossible. Hillary Clinton, when she didn't Benghazi, was Hillary Clinton's fault. She knows this. She admitted it. And that's why she said, what difference does it make? It's too late. When she was on trial about, or rather, answering to the House about Benghazi, about not providing the right security, by not helping ahead of time to make sure that our people in Benghazi would not be attacked as they were by the radical Islamists. She goes, her answer was, well, it's too late. It already happened. They've already been attacked. They already got killed. Why does it matter? It already happened. We have to move forward. Now, it's the most insensitive thing she could have possibly said, but she's a career politician. Why are we surprised? She promised that she was going to follow the rules and make us safe. She got a job, and no, she didn't. And then she said, well, hire me for a promotion. Promote me to a higher office so that I can give you the answer. You already had the job, and you failed. You failed as a member of the Senate. You failed in your job in the House as a secretary. You failed. Why are we trying to promote these people? I don't understand it. The establishment are the worst. And Kamala Harris is establishment. She is the establishment. What does she stand for? She's been asked, half a dozen times? What's different about a Harris administration than a Biden administration? She doesn't have an answer. What is it that she stands for? Nobody knows. She flip-flops on all of her essential... she's flip-flopped on defunding the police, on green energy, all of the key issues. She's flip-flopped. So what do you trust? She's there for power. That's the establishment. They're there for power. They will promise you anything so that they get your vote, so that they get your support, your donations, so that they can continue to suck your life dry, to take your money and to take your liberty away from you, slowly but steadily. That's what Kamala Harris represents in this election. She is the establishment. She has been nothing but a career politician her entire life. DA, AG, senator, vice president. She's getting promoted up and up and up. She doesn't have successes. She doesn't have a policy. You would think that someone who started off as an as a DA, would be someone who's very much into law and order. Considering her first two big jobs, DA and Attorney General for California, you would think this is a law and order person. She's into defunding the police. She's into open borders, which breaks the law. I don't understand this. What does she stand for? Her core issues don't exist as she is now. That's a key sign of someone who is establishment in politics for decades, and they're doing the opposite of what they said they would do in terms of, she always said, oh, don't worry, I will make it better. Just promote me. So she went from DA to AG. Don't worry, I can fix illegal immigration. Promote me. She became a senator. She said, I can fix illegal immigration. Promote me. She asked to be president. Thankfully, everyone said no. Democrats said no. So she got to be VP instead. Here she is now saying, I can fix this. Even though she was border czar for 3 years, had all the power of the United States government just below her one boss, the president, and she failed. Now she says, well, don't worry, I've got a solution. Promote me. Why? So, does that make sense for us, Mommy? Why I'm upset with establishment? I'm not upset with America. The American people overwhelmingly are center-right. The American people overwhelmingly agree with more of what I have to say than what we're hearing from Kamala Harris. They agree more with what we're talking about on this program then what we hear from the progressives, from the Democratic Socialists of America, they agree with this ideology that I'm talking about, these issues that I'm highlighting. They agree more with this than they do the establishment. I'm not worried about the American people. I'm worried about the establishment. We've allowed a cancer to grow in our government. People like to say, drain the swamp. You can't. It's a cancer. It's not a swamp. You can't drain it. You have to excise it. That means that we have to shrink the government. When I say excise it, I mean stop eternally growing the government. In January of 2025, doesn't matter who wins the election. It could be Kamala, it could be Donald Trump. Doesn't matter. It could be RFK, it could be Jill Stein. Doesn't matter who wins. In January 2025, the House Congress is going to meet and they're going to increase the national debt. They're going to raise the debt ceiling. We're at 35 trillion. We already broke the debt ceiling. So they're out of money. So they're going to have a continuing resolution, which they did, to keep funding the government because we don't have a budget. And then they're going to say, well, part of that is we need to raise the debt ceiling. They have to be able to lose even more money. We've lost $35 trillion. And their answer in January 2025, regardless of who wins, is we need to increase the national debt to at least $37 trillion. And they're going to fight back and forth. They're going to say, oh, well, we've got to make a deal. I don't want to do that. And after a month or so of arguing back and forth, blaming each other, saying you're evil, you're bad, you're the bad guy, you spend too much money, you don't know how to spend money effectively. By mid-February, we're going to have the debt ceiling is going to be $37 trillion. $37 trillion. Which means the day that they say that, the poor will become more poor. $2 trillion more poor. Your buying power will go down in that same day. Your investments for your retirement will be worth that much less because they're going to increase the debt ceiling. And they're going to promise you, don't worry, but we will save money in the future. We're going to save $100 billion in the future. No, you're not. You know how many times I've heard that? Oh, well, we have a new package, an economic package, and we're going to save money in the future. We're going to save $300 million a year. You just raised the national debt by $2 trillion. That's a magnitude of about 7 times. So you're spending 7 times as much to save $300 million. You're not making, so we're only spending 6.5 times more money? You're wasting money. We're losing money. There is no saving. I hate when I see that when I go to a store. You're saving money. Spend money. No, I'm not saving anything. I'm spending money. I have less money after the transaction than I started with. That's not saving. That's called spending. You're just trying to make it sound nice. You don't want me to think about how much money I am spending. When they tell you, oh, but we've got this package, we're going to save $3 trillion, we're going to save $3 billion a year, 10 years from today. You're just telling me that you're going to spend money. You're wasting money. You know that you have way too much money that you're spending. This is the problem. That's the establishment. Forrest Mommy goes on to say, agreed, people are different from the rulers. True. And I agree with you. So that's why I say that's a little bit different. It's that difference of who's the establishment and who are the people. The American people, I don't think anyone in the world, other than fanatics, the rest of the world, they may think we're a little bit extravagant. They may think the American people are a bit rude, but they don't have a problem with Americans, with American people, individuals. Americans are fine. A little extravagant, a little violent, unless you're comparing us to Australia, where otherwise we're a little too peaceful. But other than that, we're fine. It's the governments that are a problem. And the government is a problem because we're like every other government, or we're becoming more like every other government. Corrupt, ineffective, and inefficient. And that's why we need leaders that have defined plans ahead of time. Tell me what you're going to do. Tell me your goal. Define your goal to some extent. Give me some kind of overview of what the hell you plan to do. Because when you're just making it up as you go, just like the last one did, we kick the can down the road, and it only gets worse every single time. All right. With that said, let me move forward a little more. I know this early portion of the show has been a little back and forth, but that's okay. I like the interaction, so thank you guys. I thank you for interacting with me. And I hope if you like some of the things that you're hearing, or that the fact that you can hear these things, because we're being told by YouTube, by Google, by John Kerry, by Tim Walz, that you can't hear these things, that this is somehow, you can't have this conversation, whether you agree or disagree. Hal was disagreeing with me earlier. If you don't, even disagreement, we can't have that. Hal can't say, Mike, well, there's this exception on voting ID. Okay, we can't even have that conversation according to John Kerry, according to Tim Walz, according to the plans of Democrats going forward. That scares me, folks. That's crazy. That is insane. But anyway, let me move forward. So, one of the other issues that is affecting the world. So we have the Middle East, I think, is the up-and-coming biggest problem for America. Short term. Long term, it's China, for many of the same reasons. Iran and China think America is weak. They know we don't have a plan. We need a plan. And in getting a plan and executing that plan, the world benefits. There is more food in the world. There's more energy in the world. Prices go down. Everyone will be better off. That is what I believe very strongly. What we're seeing here, though, is there are people who don't agree with me. People in the establishment, people who have been in elected office for 10, 20, 40 years, and they want to remain in power. And people like John Kerry, who are saying, okay, the best way to stay in power is to shut up people like Mike, like Hard Lens Media, that's Kit Cabello, to shut down people like Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, to shut down all those other voices that don't just obey. So they want Kamala Harris. Because Kamala Harris will let John Kerry take away the First Amendment. They will allow to put back the Joe Biden Office of Disinformation. It was the Disinformation Governance Board, DG, Disinformation Governance Board, DGB. That's what it was. Which was meant to be a ministry of truth, like in the book 1984, to approve of the messages, the wording, the things that are being said. Very same thing that we see with Google's algorithm right now. Google, a monopoly, is totally in charge of the algorithms on what you see, which is why right now you're seeing so many ads and so many social media links that are all about Kamala Harris is great. Kamala Harris is winning. Kamala Harris, you got to vote for her. It's all about Democrats. It's all about Kamala Harris. It's all in favor of it because Google is manipulating the algorithm. They're adjusting what you're going to see. They're making sure that they can fortify the 2024 election so that you wind up with only one choice. Vote Democrat. That's what they want. That's where they get their power. They want to control what you say. They want to do what Canada only dreams of doing and making it a crime to say certain words and say certain ideas. And to make sure that this happens, it's not just Google, but now we have an SNL, Saturday Night Live, which might as well be called Saturday Night Leftist. And they did something that I'm surprised by. With 3 days left, they went on and they had an election promotion. They decided to give Kamala Harris a boost in the ratings. They wanted her to be likable, to be funny, because people, when you listen to Kamala Harris talk, when you listen to her do interviews, no one laughs. When you hear Kamala cackling, you're not thinking of good humor. You're thinking of this is like nails on a chalkboard. It doesn't make you feel good. So they had to make her seem like she's warm and fuzzy. And don't you like her? Aren't you laughing? I haven't laughed at Saturday Night Live since probably the late 80s, early 90s. I don't even watch it anymore. Does anyone even know who these people are on Saturday Night Live? I can tell you some of the classic people: John Belushi, Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd. You've got Dana Carvey. You had the big fat Chris Farley. Yeah, we've had some great comedians there. Not Dennis Leary, the other Dennis. We've had some great comedians that have come from Saturday Night Live. None of them since the 2000s. None of them. No one knows who these people are. We had the Blues Brothers. The old Saturday Night Live used to have movies. We got the Christmas vacation movies. All those vacation movies that came with Chevy Chase. They all came out of Saturday Night Live. Blues Brothers. There's only one movie, by the way. The second one doesn't count. Just one Blues Brothers. And that movie, where did it come from? It came from Saturday Night Live. Animal House. It came from Saturday Night Live. Great movie. Fun movies. What do they do now? Well, you had some of the SNL people in Ghostbusters 2016. How fun was that movie? How much of a laugh was that? They're not funny. Why? Because they're political. They're not political satire. That's what they were in the 70s. That's what they were in the 80s. They were political satire. They made fun of Republicans and Democrats alike. They were funny. Kind of like Jon Stewart when he first got onto Comedy Central. He made fun of the establishment. He was funny. Now he is the establishment. No one's laughing anymore. He's not funny anymore. He's not effective anymore. Same thing with Saturday Night Live. But she went on there because she knew she would get millions of young people to watch this, and while they're not laughing, to push a political message. Since it won't matter. It's not like anyone's watching the show to laugh. You don't watch Saturday Night Live to laugh anymore. You go to see what is the latest political message that is being pushed by the left, because that's all they do. Saturday Night Live is about a platform for all of the new leftist ideas. And Kamala Harris went on there and said, hey, I know we're funny. We're being funny. And here's my new leftist agenda. Vote for me. According to Brendan Carr, who works for the FCC, which is in charge of the federal license that NBC has, this was an unpaid federal donation. He says, this is clear and blatant effort to evade the FCC's equal time rule. By the way, for people who don't know, there is a rule that if you are on ABC, CBS, NBC, the federal TV, national TV, you don't need cable, just regular TV. Those are federal airwaves controlled by the government. And there is a license for that, which ABC, CBS, NBC have had forever. To a lesser extent, you've got channels like Channel 13, PBS, Univision, Channel 47. The numbers change wherever you are in the nation, but that frequency they're going off of, that is federal. And the federal government gave that to these companies for dirt, to make sure that they provide content, educational, informational content to you. And part of the rule of them having a license to be able to make money in the billions, to reach millions upon millions of people, is that if they give free airtime to any one candidate in any election, they must give the same free airtime to the other. By the way, this rule came from Democrats because they were mad about Republicans And so they wanted the same amount of time as Republicans on federal air. This was them trying to win the talk radio wars, and they lost. They lost miserably. They got the same time, and no one listened anyway, and they failed. That was Air America. Not the movie, the reality. It was Air America. Failed miserably. So NBC knows this. And they know that if they gave an hour to Kamala Harris, they'd have to give an hour to Donald Trump. But Donald Trump, he knows how to work TV. Donald Trump has a personality. And a lot of people like that personality. Some people hate it, but a lot more people like it. And Donald Trump knows how to entertain people. Kamala Harris doesn't know how to do any of those things. She can barely memorize her script. So if they have to give equal time to Donald Trump because they gave time to Kamala Harris, Donald Trump's going to make more of it. Look at you got Kamala Harris, she's doing Shannon Sharp and doing the Shay Shay Club, whatever the hell that is. And Donald Trump went to Rogan. No comparison. No comparison. And NBC knew it. So they put her on Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Leftist. That's what SNL stands for nowadays. Saturday Night Leftist. And they put her on there and said, it's comedy. 2 days before an election, when there's no time to have any response. Brendan goes on to say, the purpose of the rule is to avoid exactly this type of biased and partisan conduct. It is biased. It is partisan. There is no way around that. A licensed broadcaster using the public airwaves to exert its influence for one candidate on the eve of an election. Well, this isn't new. They've done it with MSNBC. They did it with the interview with ABC, the interview with CNN. We've seen 60 Minutes is re-editing her answers. The news media, all of the news media, all of these channels, they're bending over backwards to break every rule and destroy their credibility to try and help Kamala Harris win. And it can't work. She is such a bad candidate that even as they break the rules, she still can't get a lead. Okay. I think it's true. I think NBC needs to be fined, if not lose their license, because the elections are that important. Let's see here. So Graham says, speaking of the national debt, when we were talking about the national debt and the fact that it's going to be raised to $37 trillion January 2025, no matter who wins. Speaking of the national debt, how should people prepare for the coming default? It's not going to default. It's not going to default. They're going to extend. They're going to have continuing resolutions. They're going to have an extension. And then they're going to agree that they're going to increase the national debt to $37 trillion. There is no way around that. They can't. They would crash the system globally if they don't keep extending it. They could do that if we cut back the government, like get rid of the Department of Education. If you cut the government down, you wouldn't need to keep extending the debt. You'd just continue the debt at $35 trillion, and if we get rid of a couple of departments, like the Department of Education, the money that we were going to spend on that, we can use it for the rest of the government. We don't need more money because there's less government. So the same money will be able to pay for the government we still have. But that never happens. We always grow the size of the government, and therefore we need more money. So they're going to keep spending. There won't be a default. The day that the United States defaults, it doesn't matter what you do. If you have your money buried in a hole or in a bank account, the money's going to go poof no matter what. It's going to become worthless no matter what. Look at what happened in the Weimar Republic, this is in Germany, when they were trying to pay the war debt. It didn't matter if you had money in a bank or if you had money in a hole in the ground. In the morning, it would cost you a wheelbarrow to be able to get a loaf of bread. A wheelbarrow full of money. By the afternoon, when you got back from work, it would cost 2 wheelbarrows full of money to be able to buy that loaf of bread. It doesn't matter if you had the money in the bank account or in the ground. You can't keep up with that. It doesn't matter. So the reality is you can't prep for this. Because if the American economy, which is the currency, the reserve currency of the world, if it collapses, and that means our debt around the world collapses, every nation's, their own economies instantly go into not just recessions, they all go into depressions if we lose our economy, if our money is worthless. So if we default, everybody defaults. It starts to dominoes, and every economy in the world is affected. You can't recover from that. So you don't prepare from that. You make the investments that you would normally make. Make investments for your retirement as you normally would. What I would suggest isn't economic. It's learn how to be self-sufficient. Learn how to farm, how to plant tomatoes, how to plant potatoes. Learn how to live. Learn sewing. Kids these days, younger people, if you're 25 and under, you don't know how to sew. The number of kids who know how to sew under 25 kids, sorry, don't like it, I know, but whatever. You don't know how to sew. All they know is, oh, well, it's got a hole. Throw it out, buy a new one. They know how to replace things. They know how to consume. They have no idea how to maintain because they've never been taught to maintain. They've never had the need to maintain. Learn quick. Same reason why they don't know how to cook. Because they order everything and it's delivered to them. So they don't have to worry about going out and actually getting it, going and spending the money on gas for their car. They have someone else do it for them and deliver it to them. It's lazy as hell. It's also inefficient. Learn how to cook. It ain't that hard. Boil some water. You'll figure it out. Go to YouTube, since you love to go to YouTube or TikTok, and follow a recipe. It's not that hard. It really isn't. You're not going to be Julia Childs, but you know what? Or should I say Gordon Ramsay, so that it's relevant for today. You're not going to be Gordon Ramsay overnight, but you won't starve to death either. And it saves you the money that you're spending. What I saw to get Wendy's, it costs like $17 to get a burger and fries, which is stupid in and of itself right there. Burger and fries, $17. It's ridiculous. And then to have it delivered costs another $7. I'm like, you're kidding me. I can walk to Wendy's. Yeah, it's about half a mile away. I can walk a half mile. I'm not an invalid. I'm not going to fall over dead. And if I really want Wendy's that much, I'll walk the half mile. But if I'm doing that, I'm not $7. That's 1/3 of the cost of the food itself. And this is why kids don't have money. This is why they don't have investments. This is why they don't know how to maintain. This is why, like we're seeing in the United Kingdom, why kids are trying to apply for a job for a place they can't get to. You haven't planned. So you want to make a plan? Learn how to maintain. Learn how to sew. Learn how to plant a potato. Learn how to cook yourself. These are some of the things you need to do so that when we are in a recession, we're in a recession. When the recession gets worse, if there were to be a depression, you will stand a better chance of surviving because you're not dependent on always replacing things. You can maintain things. That's what I would say, Graham, is the way to prepare for the default. Learn how to maintain. Don't consume. Forrest Mammy says, do you see the light? Do you see the light? For those who don't know what that reference is, that's the Blues Brothers, and that's John Belushi, talking to Dan Aykroyd. It's in the church scene. Fantastic, funny scene. Yes, I do remember it. I remember that well. It's one of my favorite films. Seeing this big, huge fat man, and yes, John Belushi was a big fat man. He admitted it himself. But he was a big fat man who could do backflips. Not just one. He could do several of them back to back to back to back and then start singing. He was phenomenal. Guy was incredible. Also massively on cocaine. Sad story. But he had a great scene. That was great. Do you see the light? What? Do you see the light? Matter of fact, who was it who was saying that to him? It was one of the singers. It was James Brown. James Brown was saying that said it to John Belushi. John Belushi saw the light, got the Holy Spirit, started doing backflips forward and back down the church aisle, goes to his brother, do you see the light? And then they both get the Spirit. Yeah, I love that scene. It's funny. Hal says, SNL Saturday Night Leftists ripped the standard Democrat virtue signaler last night. Maybe. I didn't see it. And to be fair, Hal, you bring up a good point. Were they making fun of Kamala Harris? I don't know. To be fair and honest to everyone, I didn't see it. Again, I don't watch Saturday Night Leftists because I don't agree with their politics. I don't think they're funny. I think they stopped being funny when they became political, which is in the 2000s. And I stopped watching it. So I can't say that this episode was funny or not. What I can say is, by presenting Kamala, even if they were making fun of her, it is making her, improving her image amongst the public because she's able to laugh at herself. She's there. It's self-deprecating humor. And that is a positive that lifts her up in her image. So even if they're saying funny things about her, they're saying funny things at her, she's there as they're doing it. She's in on the joke. That's self-deprecating. That raises her image up, not down. So I don't see that as a benefit. And again, it's still something that they're doing to take advantage. They could have had her on for 3.5 years. Why did they put her on now? Why is this the first moment? They've had the entire summer, virtually the entire summer, where she's been the Democratic nominee. They could have had her on any time. Why did they do it now, 2 days before the election? Because they knew this would help her get votes. That's why they put her on now. And if Donald Trump, like Brendan Carr, the FCC, if they recognize what they're doing, which is giving free time to a nominee, there's not enough time to give Donald Trump the same thing. That's why they did it now. That's dishonest. That's the problem. They're being dishonest. They're being manipulative. And they know that they're being manipulative. That's my problem. I don't care if it was funny or not. I don't care if the show, if they finally got a funny bone and it's the funniest show that they've had in 2 decades. I don't care. Because they didn't do it to be funny. They did it to manipulate people to give an advantage to Kamala Harris over Donald Trump that is completely artificial. They're taking advantage of the rules. They're using people and the humor and their emotion to get a political partisan outcome. So it doesn't matter if it was funny. I don't care if they made fun of the candidate. That's not the point. Do you see what I'm saying, Hal? I'm not saying you're wrong. It may have been incredibly funny. I don't know. I'll never know. I don't want to see the clips. I don't care. I don't care about Saturday Night Leftist. But it doesn't matter how funny it was because at the core, it's not about humor. It's about politics. It's about manipulation. It's about using humor to break down the walls that people have built up. It takes away their defenses and uses them. And that's dishonest. It's unfair to the American people. You can say it's unfair to Donald Trump. Well, yeah, it's unfair to Donald Trump, but Trump's winning. So I get why they did it. I mean, I get the reason why they did it. And I guarantee you, if someone did that for Donald Trump, they'd lose their minds. They freak out. I mean, people were upset with Donald Trump showing up on Joe Rogan because they said it's unfair. How long were they saying it's unfair that Joe Rogan picked Donald Trump and gave Donald Trump an interview until they found out that Joe Rogan said, show up my door any time of day or night. Just show up and I will do the interview. I won't talk about politics. You can control the conversation. This is the offer. For those who don't know, Joe Rogan offered Kamala Harris 24-hour access. She could show up at any time, day or night, to Joe Rogan's studio to do an interview with him. It didn't matter when she showed up. He went further and said he would restrict the conversation so they didn't have to talk about politics at all. He would just talk with her for 3 hours. That's all he wanted. Come into the studio, talk for 3 hours. And he was willing to do anything. But up until he made public that he gave her carte blanche in terms of the offer to come in and do an interview with him, you heard the left saying he was being unfair, that he was being biased because he did the interview with Donald Trump. I don't know how he could be more balanced and more fair. But notice SNL isn't doing the same thing. They're not doing Donald Trump. And I guarantee you, he showed up, they'd be super mean-spirited. And it wouldn't be to give him a benefit. They would want to make him look silly. They would want to make him look weak and old, but they don't want him to get more political power. I guarantee you, at the end of the day, what they were looking for, and I'm sure if we were to look at each of the skits she's in, there is an element of lifting Kamala Harris up. Again, I haven't seen it though. So I stand corrected if I am wrong on that. And Hal, you can correct me. I admit, I didn't see it. I'm upset by the concept of what it is. I'm upset by what it does. What is the consequence of it? I don't care about the content. But that's me. If that makes sense. All right. We've been going for about 2.5 hours. I have a 13-year-old dog. He needs to take a walk. So for those who are new to the channel, I hope you have already hit the like button. Hopefully you have, more importantly, you may have subscribed already. I really hope you have. I hope you're finding this to be interesting, educational, informative. Maybe you want to type out your chat message. Maybe you want to call in 929-715-8569. It's rolling across the screen as we speak. Maybe you want to go and help support with our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. $1.50. You can't get coffee. You can't get cream for your coffee at Starbucks for $1.50. But that being said, maybe you did, but we're not done because we are going to talk about the election. We are going to talk about what's going to be happening in the next couple of days. We are going to be talking about what's on the ballot. We're going to talk about New York State's Proposition 1 and how we're seeing that show up in other states as well, how that's going to affect everyone. We are going to talk about the polling and the prediction that we have for the election. We're going to do all of that, but first I'm going to take my dog on a walk. So that means I'm going to go and we're going to play what we do during the break is for about, an hour. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. For an hour, we're going to play an older video of something that we have been talking about before, something from the channel, a little bit older. And we'll play that for an hour, and then I'll come back and we'll pick up where we left off. I hope everyone will be happy to join us back as we go. So with that said, let me jump to, where is it? Bingo. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is September 26th. It's approximately 5 o'clock, and I want to take a moment to speak with you about Kamala Harris, her most recent interview with NBC News. It is double the length of her interview with ABC News in Philadelphia. Once again, we see that the Harris-Walz campaign is in Pennsylvania, obviously indicating that they believe that that is a very important battleground state, that they are losing that state and the 19 electoral votes that it represents. And she is once again going to voters in Pennsylvania and across the nation to try and sell her campaign. And the real question is, now that we have double the time, will we get more substance or the same amount of substance as the ABC interview, which was very pandering at best and biased in any objective manner. Well, we're going to listen to the entire interview, and in much the same way as we did previously, we're going to be going through this. Now, for those who did not see our previous coverage, you can go back and you'll see what we did is we provided on screen every time that there was a question that was being asked, we highlighted what was the question from the mainstream news media. And when Kamala when Kamala Harris answered, we also identified what did she say as the answer as we go through and listen to her words. This way we will be reminded of that. Well, this time we're going to do it a little different. We're going to keep the question and the answer up on the screen at the same time so that you will always be reminded as Kamala answers the question, what was in fact the question she asked, and you can evaluate her answer from there and make your decisions from that. Something that the mainstream news media would not do. I'll also highlight that in this NBC interview, there was only 2 times that Kamala Harris received any amount of pushback, and that was minimal in the least, but you'll see what I mean in just a moment. Now, before we start, we should highlight that this interview, which was an MSNBC exclusive initially, MSNBC has 7.37 million subscribers, 7.4 million subscribers. Only 662,583 individuals have actually watched this interview, and that's within the last 19 hours. Of that, about 23,000 have upvoted this interview. That's about a 4% of the number of people who actually viewed this. And we're talking about 1% of the viewership of MSNBC have actually watched this, at least on this YouTube channel. These numbers are bottom of the barrel. They're not good indications of how Kamala Harris is doing if we go by just these numbers, which are, of course, not the only numbers to go by. But it is not a positive indication for her campaign. That being said, we will include a transcript, the transcript from the video as we go through, so you'll be able to see every word and hear them as well. So let's start off from the very beginning. It's a 24-minute, 16-second video.
Madam Vice President, you just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Okay, so the first thing we know is what is the question, which is partially, in fact, a question saying, what's wrong with these people? Why don't they like your plan? That's one way of interpreting it, and that's the least generous, is that MSNBC is starting off pandering. They're very much bending over saying something is wrong with these individuals because they don't agree with Kamala Harris's economic plan. That's my way of understanding it, but we can also reduce the question down to 2 things. Does the Harris economic plan, what if it doesn't work for you, or what if you don't see it being an effective plan? Those are the 2 questions. Does it work for me? I don't think it works for me, or it doesn't look like it works at all. What does Kamala Harris have to say to those individuals? Her answer follows.
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do, you're in my plan. You know,
You're in her plan. Okay, but that isn't the question. She wants to be the president of the United States. So her economic policies will affect everyone in the United States. So if you're an American citizen, hell, even illegal aliens in the United States are going to be affected by her economic policies if she were to be elected. In fact, the world would be affected by her economic policies if she were to be elected. Therefore, everyone is in her plan. That's not the question that was asked. No one said, your plan excludes me. They said, we don't like your plan, or we don't think your plan works. That's the question that was asked by NBC. What about the people who don't think your plan works or doesn't work for them? They don't like it. What do you say to them? And her answer is, well, you're part of America. You're part of my plan. We already know that. That doesn't address it doesn't work. I don't like it because it doesn't work. I don't see it being effective or efficient. On this channel, you will often hear, if this is the first time you're seeing our channel or if you've seen it many times, we always refer back to, is it effective? Is it efficient? Those are the only things that matter in an election. Not joy, not your feeling, not your truth. Doesn't matter. No, whether you're left or right, what is important is what is effective, what is efficient. And she hasn't answered that question, nor has she answered the question to her detractors or those with questions saying, well, I don't think you have a good economic plan. I don't think that is effective or efficient. She has no answer for them, other than to say, you're Americans, so it will include you too. As if we didn't know that. She goes on, though.
I have to tell you, I really love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people.
She's energized by the spirit of the American people. Who cares? What the hell does that mean? What does that have to do with economics? And I know this may seem pedantic to some, but it's very important. The question is, how will you make this economy work for all Americans? How about those Americans who feel like they are being left behind, excluded, or that it does not work for them? How are you helping them? How can you convince them that they will be benefiting from a Kamala Harris economic policy? Her answer is she loves the way Americans have a go-get-'em spirit. What does that mean? How does that affect the economy? That is a feeling, not an economic policy, nor a reaction to an economic policy. It's just a transitory feeling. She's changing the question. She's changing the way you're thinking. She's talking to you emotionally when she's supposed to be talking to you fiscally. There is a big difference. She goes on.
We have ambition. We have aspirations. We have dreams. We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic.
What does that have to do with the economy? I mean, yes, she's right. Americans are noted for their work ethic, for their aspirations, for reaching for the stars and not being satisfied by getting the clouds. I understand that completely. That doesn't resolve the question, your economic policy is inefficient or ineffective. She hasn't addressed that yet. Again, she's still on feelings. She's wasting time in this interview, not addressing the actual issue.
But not everyone has the access to the opportunities that allow them to achieve those things.
Everybody is different. Access to an opportunity is not an answer to inflation. That isn't an answer to the national debt. That isn't an answer to getting a promotion or starting a small business. Not everyone has the same access. People are different. Life is different. Some people are poor, some people are rich, some people are educated, some are not. Some people are very skilled craftsmen, some are great artists, some are musicians, some are software engineers, some are great office workers. That doesn't answer the question, how is your economy, your economic plan, going to improve the life of people who say it's ineffective, who say that it is inefficient, who believe that you are not addressing their needs? I don't understand. Her answer isn't addressing economics. She's talking about feelings. And again, none of this makes any sense, but let's go on.
But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone, gets handed stuff on a silver platter. And so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they are, have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions.
That's called communism. I want to be very clear about that. That's a very socialist, communist ideology, that regardless of your capabilities, regardless of your input, your experience, your effort, that you get the same outcome. She's managing the outcome, not the opportunity. She wants to make sure that everyone has the ability to achieve the same thing. That's key. That's critical in what she said. She wants to make sure that everyone gets the same outcome, their dreams, their ambitions. She wants to manage your outcome, not opportunity. She's calling it an opportunity economy. In fact, it is an outcome economy. She's managing your results, not the chance to do this, because you may run faster than I do. You may be a better driver than I am. You may be able to write or speak better than I do. Maybe you do math or science or construction, electrical work better than I do. So we will have different things that we achieve, and we have different goals and aspirations based on our capabilities. She's managing it that no matter how skilled you are, how much experience you have, no matter what you're qualified for, you're going to get the same thing as someone who has no skill, no capability, no experience, and even no effort. That is very socialist, and she's being very clear about that. I don't think most in the mainstream news media or even many pundits will point that out, that she in fact is looking to manage outcomes, not opportunities. She goes on.
Which include, for middle-class families, just being able to know that their hard work allows them to get ahead, right? I think we can't and we shouldn't aspire to have an economy that just allows people to get by. People want to do more than just get by.
Well, people want more than to just get by. True. Many people want to move forward, but that needs an economic plan that allows the economy to grow. That's the important thing, to allow the economy to grow, not to manage the outcome, but to provide the opportunities for it, which would be, in fact, maybe shrinking the size of the government, getting less government intervention in individuals' lives, having a lower tax rate, less spending on frivolous or partisan ideology than we are doing at this time, less spending on international wars, undeclared wars like the Red Sea with the Houthi rebels, terrorists, or other factors that would be able to allow people to keep more of their money to either invest it into the stock market or other businesses, or to use their funds the way they want to. That's an opportunity. That's a positive growing economy. She's not discussing that, and she hasn't actually talked about that yet. She's still talking about feelings. Let's go on.
Want to get ahead. And I come from the middle class. Look, my mother...
No one cares about her middle class upbringing, which isn't middle class. No one cares about the work her mother did. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a good thing. Fantastic. She grew up middle class. Many people didn't. Some people did. She grew up and she lived in her teens in Canada, not the United States. And so in her many formative years, she was in Canadian culture, not American culture. She grew up in Berkeley, which is a very elitist college town, because her parents were elite educated individuals, master's degrees. So she was on a very different track than the average person in Chicago or the Bronx or in Oakland, LA. She didn't have a average American education or, in fact, lifestyle. Very, very different. So when she wants to say middle class, again, she's making an emotional appeal to you to try and connect with empathy, but that doesn't really apply because that was 50 years ago. Now, 50 years ago, she may have had some things similar to some Americans, but how does that have anything to do with what's going on today, a half century later? Nothing. This is not substantive.
Raised my sister and me. She worked hard. She saved up. By the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home.
A single mother on her own was able to buy a house in the 1970s. That's unusual. That's very unusual. And that's partially because of her work, because of her graduate degrees, and also her work in Canada and taking those funds and being able to buy property after that. That is unusual, and that's not middle class. That is not indicative or typical in the 1970s and early 80s of the typical middle class single parent. She's in an exceptionally different classification. But let's go on.
And, home ownership for too many people in our country now is elusive. Gone is the day of everyone thinking they could actually live the American dream. So part of my vision for the economy is let's deal with some of the everyday challenges that people face and address them with common sense solutions.
Okay, so let me step back at this moment to again remind you, the question was, people are saying that her economic plan doesn't work for them. They do not believe it's effective or efficient, and that it would not improve their lives. That's the general question that she has faced. She is now saying, well, we have to help people be able to buy a house. That's not addressing the question that was asked of her. She has completely changed it. By going into an emotional appeal, an empathy appeal, she's now allowed people to be distracted on what the actual question is. And now she's talking about home ownership, which doesn't involve the economic plan for the United States. That's not how we're going to grow the U.S. economy, lower inflation, reduce the amount of national debt, which every time that national debt increases, it makes poor people more poor. It makes more people in the middle class into the poor class. That's very important. So she's not addressing the actual economic question. She's completely distracted. Now she's off on yet another tangent. But let's see where she goes with that tangent in this question.
Such as affordable housing.
Affordable housing is her final part of that answer. Common sense solutions such as affordable housing isn't an answer to your economic policy involving inflation, the growth of the GDP of the United States, tariffs and international trade. You haven't addressed that. Affordable housing doesn't deal with the economy of the United States. That's not the major factor of the economy of the United States or the world. She has completely missed the question. And she hoped that people got lost in her answer so that they didn't notice. She completely missed this. She has no idea what she's talking about, apparently.
Over the last 4 years, there have been tremendous economic wins, and you've just laid out a big plan. But still, polling shows that most likely voters still think Donald Trump is better to handle the economy. Why do you think that is?
So if there was any question about whether or not MSNBC was in the tank for the Democratic Party, if there was any question whether or not they were trying to fortify the 2024 election, the second question in this interview pretty much answers that. It is a fluff piece. It is a fluff question. The question is essentially, why do people like Orange Man bad? Why don't they love Kamala Harris? That's the question. That's not substantive. It's not important. And again, it goes back to the emotional appeal that Kamala Harris is trying to make with the American people, that she's trying to connect emotionally rather than substantively. And it's more of a distraction. But to see that this is coming from MSNBC, that they are blatantly playing up an emotional appeal and attacking one of the candidates for the presidency, it's just insulting. This is horrible. This is a terrible question. It is a useless question. And I don't know why MSNBC decided to ask that, other than they wanted to fortify the election for Kamala Harris. This is only meant to try and boost Kamala Harris by tearing down Donald Trump, essentially.
Well, here's what I know in terms of the facts. Donald Trump left us with the worst economy.
So we can automatically see that the answer to the question is, well, Donald Trump is a liar. That's why people like him, and they shouldn't. That he's lying to them and they're just buying the lie, which is insane to me. I think this is crazy. And we're going to see this play out in the answer here, and there will be some pushback on it, but I think it's incredible that she starts off with a factually, empirically, mathematically lie. It's just not true what she's trying to get across. But it does feed into the emotional question that said, well, Orange Man is bad. Tell me, why don't those people love you? And the answer is they just don't understand how bad Orange Man is. It's crazy.
Since the Great Depression, when you look at, for example, the employment numbers.
First of all, that's not correct, because even with the lockdowns, the Great Depression was worse than what we saw in the lockdowns. That's mathematically a fact. That is, the data is empirical on this. So she is exaggerating the negative to try and make it seem like Donald Trump was a complete failure. Again, she leaves out it was the lockdowns that happened across the globe, and prior to that, the economy was doing exceedingly well. So she's being disingenuous with the American people.
It was during COVID, and employment was so high because we shut down the government, we shut down the country.
Even before the pandemic, he lost manufacturing jobs by most people's estimates, at least 200,000.
That's not most people's estimates. That's certain Democrats' estimates, and many would dispute that. Although, yes, some jobs were lost and some jobs were regained. And we were seeing businesses return from overseas when they left under the Obama-Biden administration, and they had left to go and park their money overseas. And under the Trump-Pence administration, they brought that money back into the United States. This is something that factually happened. The data is there. So she's playing loose with the facts here, but let's let her go on.
He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers how he lost auto plants. We have grown over 20 new auto plants. He has an agenda. Let's just deal with it right now going forward, not to mention what happened in the past.
Why wouldn't she want to talk about the past? Because if you empirically look at the data and make a comparison, for the first 3 years of the Trump administration versus the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, it is absolutely a fact that the Biden administration is worse than the Trump administration. You were better under Trump than you were under Biden. That is a fact. And no matter how she wants to play the numbers, if we're looking apples to apples, year to year, the Trump administration is better for America than the Biden-Harris administration has been. That's just a fact. So she doesn't want to dwell on the fact that overall the economy was better and stronger and people were doing well under the Trump administration as opposed to the Biden-Harris administration. She doesn't want to deal with that. So she wants to then change her perspective, more importantly, change your perspective. And now that she's made the assumption that Trump is a bad person who did badly in the past, that your memory is incorrect, now she's going to jump to the future and make a few assumptions. Let's see.
He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime.
Is that correct? She's now talking about Project 2025, which has been disavowed by Donald Trump multiple times. That this is a plan that has been presented to him, but he has rejected it publicly multiple times. But she still continues to attach it to Donald Trump, where there is no evidence that Donald Trump is going to follow through with it. So this is just, it's disingenuous again, because again, she's without any substance, without anything credible, she's making an attack on her opponent that has no basis. But let's continue.
an agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses, an agenda that includes tariffs to the point that the average working person will spend 20% more on everyday necessities.
Now, the tariffs, Donald Trump has in the past and going forward, he has been a proponent of tariffs. Mind you, he did this when he was president. We have a track record on that. And again, even with tariffs being put in place, the American economy did better. So that's the history that we have. He did that in the past, and Americans were still benefiting overall. Not to say that everything was perfect, but overall, the American people were benefiting. We have no reason to believe that in the future, that would not be the same case. Now, there are some who will say that they expect the worst case outcome. That doesn't mean that is a fact. That is their projection based on what they think might happen, not including what has happened. And so she's saying it would increase by 20%. But think about what we have gotten under Bidenomics, under the Biden-Harris administration. The average person going to store right now, depending on where you live in America, your grocery bill has increased somewhere between 40 to 100% versus 2021. So we know under Bidenomics that there is a greater increase than what was under the Trump, what she's projecting the Trump administration will bring. That's incredible. And she has yet to tell us why her policies will be more effective, how they might be more effective. Because to look at the Trump administration, the answer is Donald Trump wants Americans to buy American products, not imports from overseas. He wants the overseas imports to be too expensive, so Americans will look for American alternatives. That's the goal. The GDP growth, the economy growth would come from internal growth, not external. And that would benefit America more on the long term. That's his plan. To be more exact about his plan. She doesn't like that idea. She wants to have it. She wants to be able to have cheaper imported goods coming into America, which increases the American trade deficit, that increases the amount of debt in America. That's not a positive long term. That is negative to the American economy long term. But let's go on.
And an estimated $4,000 more a year on those everyday necessities?
Again, depending on who's doing the math. And of course, she's quoting individuals that are more, that lean more to the left and are more supportive of the Harris-Walz administration than a Trump-Vance administration. So again, she's playing a little fast and loose with this.
To the point that top economists in our country, from Nobel laureates to people at Moody's and Goldman Sachs, have compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy, his would shrink the economy.
She is lying. That is a bald-faced lie. Let's take a look at that. So first, let's look at the point that Kamala Harris is saying that Goldman Sachs reviewed her economic plan and they said that Donald Trump's plan would be negative and would not make money. That's not what they said. According to Goldman Sachs CEO himself, and I will quote, what the report did is it looked at a handful of policy issues that have been put out by both sides, and it tried to model their impact on GDP growth. The reason I say a bigger deal has been made of this is what it showed in the difference between the sets of policies that would have put forward is about 0.2%. So, to be very clear, Kamala Harris is saying that her policy is 0.2% better than Donald Trump. That's negligible, if non-existent. And that could be an error in the data itself, in the projection model that they are using. And by the way, this wasn't from Goldman Sachs. It was an independent analysis, not Goldman Sachs. So she's lying on who provided the analysis and what were the results of the analysis. Let me go further, because she also has mentioned recently, she has also recently said that the Wharton School of Business promoted her plan over the Trump plan. But that is also not correct, because if we look at this as of September 24th, 2020, the Wharton School of Business has publicly corrected the economic claims by Kamala Harris and said she is wrong, that this is not true. They said, in fact, we did not find a positive impact on the economy from the Harris plan in any future year. The Trump plan does increase GDP for a few years, but lowers it by the end of a 10-year budget window. So this is coming from the University of Pennsylvania's research-based initiative, the Penn-Wharton Budget Model. This is them speaking to Newsweek. So Harris's claim that compared to Trump's tax and spend proposal with hers, the report found Harris's economic policy would increase primary deficits, which means that the government would need to borrow money, which is inflationary, which makes the poor even more poor, but less so than Trump's proposal. Yet, in a full understanding, under the Trump plan, the GDP is expected to fall by 0.4% by 2034 and 2.1% by 30 years. Their plans won't be in effect that long. Doesn't matter if it's the greatest plan or the worst plan. Trump's plan will not be in effect in 10 years, nor will it be in effect in 30 years. Under the Harris plan, the GDP is expected to fall by 1.3% by 2034 and by 4% by 30 years. So, to be clear, her plan is worse. And the longer that you follow the Harris-Walz economic policy, the worse it is for America. That's what they objectively are saying. That's what the data says. But overall, in the near term, there is no difference by the model that is being used. So when Kamala Harris is saying that these economists are promoting her plan versus Donald Trump, she is flat out lying and misrepresenting the truth to the American people. She is a liar and should be called out. Just like MSNBC had to point out that Kamala Harris saying that Trump's economy was bad, she was talking about the lockdowns, the global lockdowns, and that's not Trump's fault. Also, they should have called out that the Wharton School of Business and Goldman Sachs do not agree and have publicly said so. But you're not going to get that from MSNBC. They're trying to fortify the 2024 election, not hurt Kamala Harris's chances.
Some of them have actually assessed that his plan would increase inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. So the facts remain that Donald Trump has a history of taking care of very rich people.
It's very odd the way that she looks at history, but it is true that Donald Trump's policies do benefit those who have access to capital at various levels, not just the very rich, but those who are small business owners as well. And we have seen the impact of that in his administration. We actually have a record of what his policies do, and they benefit not just the rich, but the average American as well. That is a fact that the news media does not want to go back on. Again, we know what the Trump administration is like. We lived through it. We have the data. But Kamala Harris is making it seem as if we have never experienced this before, and the mainstream news media also act as if there is no way to possibly understand what life under a Trump administration would be like. It's amazing. But let's go on.
And I'm not mad at anybody for being rich, but they should pay their fair share.
The rich pay 70% of all the taxes in America. Of the $4.3 trillion that are collected in taxes every year, 70% come from the top 5% or less of Americans' incomes. So I have to ask this question. No one ever likes to ask this. what is the fair share? Exactly how much money does Kamala Harris and the left want to take away from successful Americans? How much do they want to penalize people for being successful? They never like to answer this question. They never have a number that they can point to. Is it 90%? Is it 85%? What is the number? Because it's not based on spending. If you took every penny from every billionaire in the United States, you would not be able to run America for an entire year. I mean, take every dime that they have, eliminate their wealth, and just run America off of that would not last an entire year. And that's a problem because America has a spending problem under the government as it is. And that's the real issue. But let's go on.
But tax cuts for the billionaires and the top corporations in our country, and then not really paying much attention to middle-class families.
I like how she says that. Not really, because she can't say he didn't, because he did. So she's minimizing the fact that Donald Trump did pay attention to middle-class families and that his policies did benefit middle-class families. But she's trying to minimize that impact because it would not be advantageous for her. So she's diminishing the success that is historically a matter of record. Okay, let's go on.
My perspective on the economy is when you grow the middle class, America's economy is stronger. And there's empirical evidence to prove my point correct.
Yes, everyone agrees that if the middle class is doing well, America will generally do well. That is a positive growth trend for the United States. Bidenomics did not do that. Many doubt that Harris's policies will do that. And again, I can correctly point to the Wharton School of Business and Goldman Sachs in saying that her policies don't work over time. They do not help the middle class long term. So that is backed up by the data, unlike what she is saying. She's trying to imply that Donald Trump, who has paid attention to the middle class in the past and has been successful in helping them have a better life economically, that in the future, that won't happen, and I disagree. And that again brings us back to her first question. What would you say to someone who says you are ineffective, that Kamala Harris is inefficient in her policies? She has no answer. And her only answer seems to be to lie about the facts as they exist, which MSNBC is perfectly fine with, apparently.
Then let me ask you about taxes. Because lots of people will say, I don't like Donald Trump, but he cut my taxes. He didn't just cut corporate taxes, he cut individual taxes. Now, that expires next year, and there's some people confused saying, I don't know what's going to happen next year. Under a Harris administration, at what income level should someone expect their taxes to go up? And that state and local tax deduction that's currently capped and matters to a lot of people in blue states, are you going to lift that cap?
So, inartfully, MSNBC has asked the question, whose taxes are going to go up? If Kamala Harris is elected, what group of people or how many Americans can expect that they would be spending more in taxes every year? Because what she did say, and Kamala Harris wasn't asked, is the Trump tax cuts for the middle class and lower incomes of America, they're going to go away in 2025. And she didn't ask, is Kamala Harris going to reinstate those tax cuts? Which is a very specific and very direct question. Is Kamala Harris, if she were to win an election, going to continue the tax cuts created by Donald Trump that have benefited the middle class and poor in America? She wasn't asked that question, probably because it would give credit to Donald Trump and would fly in the face of the negative economic policies that Kamala Harris is trying to spin. But she's asked, who's going to be paying for everything that Kamala Harris wants to do? Who ultimately is going to be coming out of their pocket to pay for these policies and these grand ideas of Kamala Harris, the government, controlling the outcomes of American people? It's an interesting question. Let's find out.
So first of all, when it relates to anybody making less than $400,000 a year, your taxes will not go up.
Mark her words. 400,000. So the promise is taxes will not go up for anyone except those making $400,000 or more per year. Of course, that doesn't address the fact that inflation will hurt those who are making less than $400,000 a year, as we have seen under the Biden-Harris administration. Again, going back to Bidenomics, again, going back to people with their grocery bills right now. You're paying more, even if your taxes have not necessarily gone up, but her policy, her plan, isn't going to help. It's actually going to be worse, because those making less than $400,000 will have their taxes go up, but it'll be state taxes and local taxes, not federal. I'll explain in just a moment.
Your taxes will not go up. And in fact, under my plan, taxes for 100 million Americans will actually be cut, including $6,000 a year for young couples.
So young couples will not have a $6,000 a year tax cut. That is not correct. Let me let her finish her statement.
First year of their child's life in a tax cut, a tax credit, essentially.
Okay. So it's not a tax cut. It's a tax credit. Not the same thing. And it's kind of important to also understand that the child tax credit is a 1-year plan. You will only get that from the birth of your child to their first birthday. So if your child is between the ages of 1 and 21, you get nothing. This is not going to apply. You will not get $6,000, neither as a tax cut nor a tax credit. But she's not talking about a tax cut, although she's confused the terms so that people will think they're going to get a $6,000 a year tax cut because they misheard what she said, which is why she said it that way. You're not going to get a $6,000 tax cut because you have a kid that's between the age of 1 and 21. That's not going to happen. But you will get you will be eligible for a tax credit if your child is newborn to 1 year old under the Harris tax policies. So she's playing games here. And the difference is very important. But let's go on.
By expansion of the child tax credit. And why is that? Because during the first year of a young couple, of a person's child's life, they're going to need help buying a crib, buying a car seat.
But you would never need to buy another crib, another car seat, clothing. You don't need anything else between the ages of 1 and 21 for your child. That's not going to be an ongoing, continuing difficulty. I understand it is something difficult for brand new parents, and it is a burden, no doubt. I do not question that. But I don't think the burden ends as soon as your child turns 1. According to her tax credit, according to her economic policy, she thinks it's efficient and effective to help people in the first year, but not any year after that. She's not going to give that same credit, that same benefit, the same governmental help to people between the ages of 1 and 21. So you have to be very specific here. She's not wrong in what she said, but she's also expecting you not to consider the consequences or the ongoing impact. She wants you to think you're going to get this credit all the time because you will buy several cribs, most parents do, or carry-alls and carriages. You're going to buy many car seats for your kid over the years. So people get the impression that this is going to be an ongoing credit. It's not. And she knows it. And she said it, but she covered it up with the imagery of long-term impact. That's not the case.
We all benefit when they're actually able to do what they naturally want to do to take care of their child.
And expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home.
So this is MSNBC saying, let me kick it up a notch. Let me propagandize for Kamala Harris. Because the question isn't about the home buyer. The question was, who's going to pay for the tax increase? It has nothing to do with first-time home buyers. Who's paying extra in taxes has nothing to do with that, and that's very important. In fact, even the child tax credit doesn't really have to do with who's paying more in taxes. But since NBC is going to interject first-time home buyers, which says nothing about renters, it says nothing about pre-existing mortgages and people who have homes already, but just first-time home buyers. This is their way of propagandizing and, again, trying to imply something that isn't accurate. Go on.
If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still?
It's not dependent on whether, now this was them saying, well, you have to vote for Democrats in the Senate. The GOP takes care of the Senate. Well, even if Democrats do, you still need to get the money. We don't have the money. America is 35, almost $36 trillion in debt. Whether there's a GOP, Republicans or Democrats in charge of the Senate and or the House, you're still going to have to get money from somewhere because we don't have the money. We're running a deficit. Under Democrats currently, we're running a deficit of approximately $2 trillion a year under Bidenomics. So you have to print $2 trillion a year. And it seems Harris's plan will be right in line with that type of spending. So it's disingenuous, yet again, to say that this is something that the Republicans would try and, because the Republicans would get in the way, where are you going to get the money? No, we have the same problem no matter who's in charge. But this is a way to try and motivate Democrats to go out and vote down ballot Democrat all the line. And that's the only reason why she said it that way. But let's go on.
Still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes. And
why do we have to raise corporate taxes? We don't have to. Nothing that she has said so far requires more corporate taxes. That's not a requirement. In fact, we have seen, again, going back to Trump, you can cut the corporate taxes and we're still bringing in $4.3 trillion a year with lower corporate tax rates. So she's not really being clear about this. Why must we increase corporate taxes? Because Democrats want to tax businesses more. They want to tax and spend, but they spend more than they tax. So they are going to increase taxes. And as suggested later in this interview, higher taxes, higher costs for a business is always shifted onto the consumer. So while she said you're not going to, if you make less than $400,000, you're not going to pay more in taxes, but you are going to pay more for the things that you buy, just like Bidenomics right now. Your food, your grocery bill is 40 to 100% more expensive. And she's telling you right now that that price will go even higher because she wants to increase the corporate taxes, which will be then transferred to you. So indirectly, you're still paying those taxes. You're just not paying it in the way that the IRS would directly see on your statement. You're going to see it every week in your grocery bill. But let's go on.
And we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporation.
I like that she says, and we're going to have to raise, well, there's only two things. Either you're raising, that means individual taxes. That's what she cut herself on. That she didn't want to admit that there will be a higher cost to the American people. That's why she said, oh, we're going to have to raise corporate taxes and we're going to have to raise, and she goes on, we're going to have to make sure. So she didn't want to admit the logical and direct consequence of her economic plan. She doesn't want to tell you that because you might not vote for her if she told you the truth, if she told you all the truth. So this is her self-editing as she goes. But let's hear what else she has to say.
Corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it. It's about.
What is their fair share? Again, they're paying, on average, 70% of all taxes collected come from the top 5, if not 1% of America. Why do
What is their
70%
fair
of
share?
critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for being here with us. Thank you for being here on the second half of our Sunday live stream. Excuse me. Today is November 3rd, 2 days away from the 2024 election. It's currently 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I appreciate each and every one of you who are watching the program, who have come back from the earlier part of the program, who watched the interview we were doing, the review we were doing of Kamala Harris, interviewed by, that was MSNBC. I want to thank those who came after seeing their football game and wanted to check out what's going on. I appreciate each and every one of you, regardless of what your political preferences may be, regardless of any other reason than you've taken a moment to be here on this channel. We've been talking a lot about this election, about some of the factors that are involved. We've been talking about voter ID. We've been talking about international policy, which is essential for this next president, about being a strong president versus a weak president, about how this is going to be affecting the United States. As we hear, Iran is now threatening the United States because they believe that there will be a weak president in the United States. And that's a big deal. That makes a big problem for everyone in the world. We've been talking about the Houthi terrorists, and that is another international issue that has to be addressed by the next president because it is affecting global stability in terms of food, in terms of energy, in terms of goods, not just for the United States, but we're talking about Africa, South America, Southeast Asia. It is affecting the globe. And this is coming from Iran. It is part of Iran's attempt to attack and destroy the United States as well as Israel, because Iran believes in genocide, and genocide is evil. Now, these are some of the issues that we've been talking about, and we've been talking about the election, as I said, about voter ID. But now we're going to get a little bit more into this election in just 1 second. Before I do that, there has been some breaking news while we were on the program. It just started coming out. Hello, and thank you for joining us. There we go. Oh, wrong one. There it is. So this just came out, and I saw that just as we were getting ready to come back. It came out at about 4:15 this evening that there have been a series of thunderstorms and tornadoes. There's a huge swath of destruction that has gone through the state of Oklahoma. At this time, there are 11 people who are considered to be injured, as being reported by CNN. There is a potential of flooding as well. Obviously, this is bad. This has affected Oklahoma and Texas, the severe weather, and there have been winds up to 70 miles an hour in Crowell, Texas. Now, 11 people have been taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. That is important, and I am glad to hear that. That was over in Oklahoma City, according to the Oklahoma City Fire Department. It's been a difficult time. There are over 30,000 customers in Oklahoma and Texas who have no power. 30,000 people. There were 5,000 residents in Oklahoma City itself that do not have power at this time. So as a suggestion to the Biden-Harris administration, to FEMA, we would we should suggest, and it seems we have to suggest to FEMA under the Biden-Harris administration, do not send electric chainsaws. That's not going to help anyone. Just as we saw in North Carolina and in Georgia, dealing with Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton, electric chainsaws are fantastic if you have power. But if you do not have power, it doesn't help anyone because they're going to run out of power. And then what are you going to do? They're paperweights. They're useless. It's one of the problems about switching to renewable energy. If you don't have access to that, you have no backup. I mean, if we have no other generators and there's a tornado that comes through, tears up the solar panels, destroys the wind tunnel, the wind turbines, you have no power. You have no backup. They have to think about this. Again, this is part of that long-term thinking that we have suggested. We're not getting that from our politicians. They're making a lot of promises. They have a lot of expectations, but they're not paying attention to the details. You need a backup. We need to think it through. Oh, send the electric chainsaws, but there's no power. You know, you got to think about that. And it's really sad that we have to say to our government, think this through. Send gas-powered chainsaws. We have them. We know that. And it doesn't matter that Joe Biden, like Governor Newsom, like Kathy Hochul, like Governor Whitmer, they want to go green no matter what. You're going to go green kicking and screaming. And they're trying to ban, gas-fired stoves, cars, regular cars, now electric vehicles. They're trying to make this transition, force people into this transition without thinking about the consequences of doing that or having any alternative and backup. It's really terrifying. Now, according to this report, there have been at least 1,620 tornadoes this year. What would be important is to know, how many do we get every year? I mean, that sounds like a big number. Is that more than any other year? Is that less? Is that about average? I would guess it's about average, because most of the climate alarmists don't put things into context. They don't give you anything to judge them by. This is the hottest the temperature of the Earth has ever been in 2023. The difference in temperature was like 0.01%. Oh, excuse me, 0.01 degree. It wasn't enough to be, no one would notice. It has no real impact. It is a meaningless number, which more and more scientists, climatologists, are recognizing. These hyperfractional differences don't make a difference, and there's nothing that we can do about them. The Earth is going to get hotter and colder, just as it has done dozens of times in the past. There may be climate change, as in the climate is going to change. That's absolutely a fact. Whether or not man can do anything about it, that's a very big debate, and most likely no, because the planet is going to do what the planet does, as it has in the past. We've had more carbon in our atmosphere in the past, 1,000 years ago, before there were any technology, before there were humans, 12,000 years ago. There was more carbon in the air than there is today, because that's what the planet did. It has nothing to do with technology. It has nothing to do with humanity. And the planet didn't die. Humans didn't exist then, but the planet didn't die. Everything moved on. These are the important things. They forget that more carbon in the air means that there's more green things. We know that because of the increase in carbon, there are more trees, more plants, more greenery in the world than previously. They don't take that into account, but we have to get rid of the carbon. Even though we're not going to talk to China, the number one source of carbon emissions in the world, no, we're not going to bother them. We're going to deal with America, the number one nation in the world in reducing carbon emissions, having reduced more carbon emissions than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined, year after year. Because it's not about actual scientific results. It's about the impression. All of this being said, though, I do want to mention that it is important to understand that people did get injured, regardless of the cause of where the tornadoes came from, even though they naturally occur. This is the season for that. The fact is that they have been injured. And perhaps the thing I really want to focus on the most is to FEMA, get your act straight. To the Department of Transportation and Pete Buttigieg, get your act straight. Stop wasting time with the electric vehicles. Stop wasting time with electric equipment. Use gas-powered, regular gasoline fuel. Take equipment down there that runs on gasoline. Bring a couple of tankers of gasoline with you and help the people in that area. Stop politicking and start doing your job and understand the long-term consequences of what you are doing. Don't waste time. Get right on it. We saw what happened in North Carolina and is continuing to happen in North Carolina. The Biden-Harris administration failed. In Georgia, the Biden-Harris administration failed. Don't do it again. Don't fail again in Oklahoma. That's something I would want to say about that. But that's, again, breaking news that just came out while we were on the show previously, and I just saw that during the break. Now, prior to the break, I promised that we were going to make some election predictions. We were going to talk about the election directly, not just the voter ID, which I think we've discussed that, but if people have questions about that, I'll be happy to answer those. If someone knows a steelman argument on why voter ID is unnecessary, I would love to hear it. I have yet to hear that argument, but there's a lot of Democrats that believe in it. I'm still waiting for the steelman argument. It doesn't seem to exist. That being said, I do want to present, and I'm going to put it in writing so that you guys get to see this, and this is on the record, so in case people aren't paying attention to my words and they want to see what I wrote, I'm going to put it down in writing for you guys right now. And here it is. My predictions for the results of the 2024 election. And then I'll go into why do I think that's going to be the case. So I predict that there will be about 120 million votes cast. Yes, that is down from what we saw in 2020. I do believe that this election, as much as the hype has been there, because of all the confusion that has been going on throughout this entire year, Joe Biden being a part-time zombie president, his complete fiasco during the debate with Donald Trump, the undemocratic manner in which Kamala Harris was elevated, given a promotion to replace Joe Biden as he was forced out of his duly elected position as the nominee for the Democratic Party. People voted for him. Democrats, rank and file, voted for him. And he was just thrown away. Meaningless. Just tossed to the side because he wasn't as important as the party. And the party then appointed Kamala Harris to keep the money that was donated to Joe Biden, not to Kamala Harris, donated $300 million to Joe Biden. They wanted to keep that money, so they put her on. And they ran with the idea of DEI. She's black, as in African American, and she's a woman. So you have to vote for her. Otherwise, you're a sexist racist, which is stupid, and that is just subversive in its ideology. All of that combined, plus the personality of Kamala Harris, the lack of interest that she drives, the lack of answers, as you were just listening during the break, not answering easy questions. These are layups. She's been in elected office for decades. She should be able to answer these questions easily. I can answer these questions easily. If I wanted to pretend to be a Democrat, I could give you the Democrat answer to these questions easily because it's not that hard. She should be much more prepared. She isn't. And that is going to affect turnout. Democrats are not showing up as much as we would normally expect. Now, mail-in ballots are up. As we covered earlier in this week, Democrats have always, consistently, since 2004, in every single election, Democrats send and do more mail-in ballots. That's always a fact. That doesn't mean they're voting Democrat, nor does it mean that they're going to win. We've seen that in many elections. So one doesn't equal the other. But even in that there are more, we're seeing the mail-in ballots, we're going to see fewer Democrats show up on the most critical day, November 5th, when people turn out to vote. Now, that's when most Republicans will turn out to vote, but also a large number, roughly about 50%, roughly about half, maybe about 40%, 50% of Democrats will also show up to cast their vote. About 60% of Republicans, about 45-ish percent of Democrats will show up in person to vote across the country. I don't think Democrats are going to show up in the numbers that are necessary for them to win the presidency. I don't think that they're going to be able to maintain the House and the Senate. I think Republicans take the Senate. It is likely, but not guaranteed, that Republicans will take the House as well. That does not mean a supermajority like we saw under the Obama administration in 2009. He had a supermajority. He could pass anything he wanted because Democrats controlled beyond a veto, beyond a filibuster. They had enough votes in the Senate and in the House to push anything they wanted through. And Obama, of course, was in the presidency, so he would sign anything they pushed. They did not use that. Republicans will probably wind up with a majority, which means they will be able to introduce any of the ideas that they believe in. They will be able to introduce them. They won't be able to pass everything they want to pass. So Donald Trump will be somewhat hampered. He will be somewhat handcuffed. And this is mostly going to have an impact on who's going to be in his administration. Probably the most popular name in that process is RFK Jr. Excuse me. Now, RFK Jr. obviously is very big on MAHA, which is, if you've not heard it before, that is Make America Healthy Again. This is his main push since he gave up his run for the presidency or suspended his campaign, I should say, and joined the Trump campaign and has been working with Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump has said, and he came out in the Rogan interview, if you haven't heard it, he did say that he has basically taken a hands-off position. He trusts and believes that RFK is genuine, is dedicated to making America healthy through all of the powers of the government. And Donald Trump wants RFK Jr. to move forward with that as much as he can, to take it by the bull by the reins, so to speak, and try and move forward to make America a healthier nation than it has been. Less fast food, more home cooking, maybe some home remedies, not a pill for everything under the sun, instead of other alleviation to the maladies. Now, this is good and this is important. A lot of people in third parties are very excited about that, having heard that from Donald Trump, that this is his intention. But if I am correct, that even though there will be fewer Democrats showing up to vote in this election, there will be enough of them voting straight down the line, not so much for Kamala Harris. They're going to break, and they will vote down the line, but they will not vote for Kamala Harris. But that will mean that there will be enough seats in the House of Representatives to provide a blockade against all of the policies. More importantly, they will put up opposition in the Senate to having, especially if Democrats somehow pull off the Senate. I don't think they will, but if they were to pull off controlling the Senate instead of the House, which I think is their priority, then they would be able to block any of the appointments made by the Trump administration, Trump-Vance. And that means that RFK Jr. will never have any official position in the Trump administration. The same thing for Tulsi Gabbard. They will never be approved by Democrats. Democrats are incredibly petty. We're talking about the elected officials. We're talking about the leadership of the DNC. They are incredibly petty. They are incredibly vindictive. And they will never allow their elected officials, the members of the Senate, to approve RFK Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard. They are considered traitors to the left, and therefore any appointment they have, even though it is in something as critical and important as health care, something that supposedly Democrats are very passionate about, something that they support. They support most of the ideas that RFK has about health care because RFK is a Democrat. He is a classic liberal. Absolutely. So you would think they would want him in the Trump administration ameliorating some of the actions of Donald Trump, and more importantly, to be in charge of healthcare, one of the big issues that they keep telling us that Democrats are all in love with, that this is their priority. Well, then why wouldn't you want to support RFK? They won't, because he turned on them. He's no longer a Democrat. He was an independent. He gave up. He didn't just fall in line and support Joe Biden, and therefore he's a traitor. Same thing for Tulsi, who is now a Republican. They hate her because she's no longer one of them. And once you are no longer in the club, well, then you are less than anyone who wasn't ever in the club. It is worse. So that's what we're going to see there. Now, this is something I think we will see that is a consequence of the voting. So again, 120 million total votes being cast, less than what we have seen in the last couple of elections, because there is less interest in that. Hi, Jess. I see you there. I see that Jess loves RFK Jr. I know some people in my audience love RFK Jr. Fantastic. I'm okay with that. Vote for Donald Trump, if that's the case. Or actually, in some states, you can vote for Donald Trump. And again, that kind of factors into part of the next part. Because we're going to have less people voting, in particular, we're going to have less Democrats voting overall, and because there is so much division within the Democratic Party as opposed to the Republican Party, you're going to see that Donald Trump is going to win the popular vote. And I know that's kind of controversial for a lot of people. People are saying, well, Donald Trump may win the electoral, but he won't win the popular vote. I think he wins both. I think Donald Trump could win the popular vote by as much as 3%. One, Democrats are fed up. They've been lied to. They have been told misinformation on a regular basis. They are looking at the future, and the future has problems, such as an example, in the interview you saw, or excuse me, the reaction, the deep dive of the MSNBC interview with Kamala Harris. Did you notice that when they were talking about the Donald Trump tax cuts, which end in 2025, they didn't ask if Kamala Harris, if she were to be elected, that she would continue those tax cuts and renew them after 2025. They never addressed that. There's a very important thing that's implied there, because they then went on, oh, okay, so who's going to pay for the new taxes? And Kamala Harris is like, well, it's $400,000 up. Yeah, but if you don't renew the Trump tax cuts, taxes go up for the poor and the middle class. That's a fact. It has a timeline. Now, they would blame that, of course, on Orange Man Bad, because it wasn't permanent. And it's his fault that isn't a permanent tax cut. But that's how she gets around saying, oh, Kamala Harris, if she were to be president, she only tried to increase taxes on those at $400,000 and up. But the tax cuts expired, so it's not her fault. Oops, poor people are paying more in taxes, so are the middle class. And there are a lot of Democrats who notice that, because that's a very important question. Because you didn't answer that. And she has never answered that question directly to anyone in the news media. And that's an important question. Will you, if you were to be elected, would you renew the tax cuts, keeping taxes down for the middle class and the poor? They don't, because everyone knows the answer. The answer is no. She'd let it expire. She wants taxes to go up for poor people and the middle class. And this is her excuse to do it, to say she didn't make that happen. Donald Trump did when he set a limit on this. So I think that's a factor in all of this. That's why I think, You see so many people who are voting for RFK Jr., why so many people are voting for Jill Stein. Not so much for Chase Oliver or Dr. Cornel West, but mostly for Jill Stein and RFK Jr., third-party candidates. And that's going to eat away at the Democrats. These are essentially individuals on the left, if not formally the left of the Democratic Party. And that takes away from the total vote count for Kamala Harris. That's why Trump wins by 3%. You may disagree. I'm looking forward to the comments, but I'll get to that in 1 second. I also say that Donald Trump will have an electoral count of 312 versus Kamala Harris at 226. That means that Donald Trump wins Michigan. Now, some may say, well, he might win Wisconsin, but he'll lose Michigan. It essentially works out to the same thing in the vote count, whether it's Michigan or Wisconsin. And quite honestly, there is a chance that Donald Trump could get Wisconsin and Michigan. Now, obviously, these are two swing states. They're very important. But I think Michigan is going to be the key. Because, again, I expect that Michigan, you're going to see Jill Stein come in a very strong, relative to third parties, a very strong third place. She's going to get somewhere between 2, I think more likely 5% of the vote in Michigan. And 5% of the vote in Michigan means that's 5% not going to Kamala Harris. That guarantees that she loses. In fact, even if Jill Stein only were to get 2%, and she's right now in Michigan, she's somewhere around 1.5 to, depending on the polling you're looking at, 1.5 to about 3.5%. So 2% is a realistic target for her to get. If she gets 2% of the vote, that is more than enough to shift Michigan in favor of Donald Trump, and he wins. It'll be, again, tight margin. It'll be about 3.5%, but that is more than enough to win the state and get the electoral votes. I think Wisconsin is very similar. And again, another large group of pro-Hamas individuals, very much like Dearborn, Michigan, who want Kamala Harris to bend the knee, to abandon, to abandon Israel and the Middle East, and to allow Iran to take charge. And they're saying this because of what they believe are benevolent reasons. And they're saying, oh, well, we need to end the war. Great. The war can end tomorrow. The war could have ended at any time this entire year. The only condition that has to be hit to end, to have a ceasefire right this second, give back the hostages. That's all Hamas has to do. Give back the hostages. It has been guaranteed. It has been agreed to over and over again. It has been guaranteed by nation, the UN, the United States, France, Germany, the United Kingdom. Countries have all rallied around this, and they have all said the same thing to Hamas. All you have to do, give back the hostages, alive or dead. Give all the hostages back. You will have a ceasefire within 24 hours, if not immediately. Within 24 hours, you will have a ceasefire, guaranteed. Even Israel has agreed. If they get the hostages back, they will have a ceasefire. And then from there, they can end the war. It is very easy. Could have happened any time this entire year. They've been saying that since December of 2023. And Hamas has said consistently, and to this day, no. In fact, it was 2.5 months ago, that when 6 hostages were about to be rescued by the IDF, by the Israeli forces, they're about to rescue them because they know they were alive, and Hamas shot all 6 hostages in the head. They killed them, massacred them, just so they couldn't be rescued alive. This is the problem. So for all those people in Dearborn, Michigan, who have that same mentality about being in favor of Hamas and trying to end the civil war, you're talking to the wrong people. You need to go and complain and talk to Hamas, which means you need to go and talk to Iran and complain to the Ayatollah, because that's where the answer is. That's who's giving all the orders, and they don't care. They don't care. That's why no one's complaining to Iran. That's why you don't see Harvard and Columbia and Dearborn, Michigan screaming about Hamas and saying, give up the hostages. No, they can't do that. I don't know why they can't do that, but they can't. So all of that put together tells me that Michigan is gone. And most likely, under that same logic, it is possible, to a lesser extent, that Wisconsin will also fall. Now, I don't think that Jill Stein's going to do as well in Wisconsin as she is in Michigan, but I think she could get round about 1%. That might be enough to give Wisconsin to Donald Trump, but it's very close. He needs about 2% there to beat Kamala Harris. One would come from Jill Stein. I don't know if he can get that other 1%. And Democrats are very stubborn in that state, and they vote blue, vote blue no matter who. So that could be a factor, and that's why I'm not including it in my electoral count. But otherwise, pretty much every other one of the swing states all go for Donald Trump. North Carolina, they're fed up. They've got plenty of electric chainsaws. They don't have plenty of electricity. The support that they received from the Biden-Harris administration has been lackluster, to say the very least. And at the same time, we saw the Biden administration, we saw Kamala Harris giving money to Lebanon, $147 million to Lebanon, at the same time that the Biden-Harris administration was saying, oh, we may run out of money to help people like in Oklahoma and Texas with tornadoes and hurricanes because they don't have enough money. The Biden administration gave $147 million to Lebanon. Why? This was emergency funding. This was new money. This was on top of the 150 odd million we had already given to Lebanon this year. Why did we give them another 100, almost doubling the amount of money that we've given them in this year? Why would we do that? I don't know. You'd have to ask Joe Biden, but he's asleep because he only works for part-time. He's only there from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m., and this is after 4 p.m., and it's a weekend. He's not working. Who's in charge? I don't know. These are the reasons why the Democrats lose. That very scenario right there. And that's why North Carolina did not forget that they got a lot of electric chainsaws, but they didn't get a lot of money. They didn't get a lot of support. Neither is Georgia. Both of them are going to be voting for Trump. So Trump takes pretty much all of the swing battleground states. In terms of the third parties, because they do exist and because they do have an impact. And no, they're not stealing the election because they're third party. They're not the reason why people are losing. The reason why Kamala Harris will lose is not because of Jill Stein. It's not because of RFK Jr. It's not because of third parties in general. It's because Kamala Harris is a shit candidate. That's why. She's a horrible candidate for the Democrats, and they never intended for her to be president. When they had the chance to put her in the primaries in 2019, they didn't support her. She went bankrupt. Her election campaign went bankrupt, and she had zero support. All the Democrats abandoned her as soon as she started speaking because they listened to her and said, this is not a serious person. She got the VP nod only because Biden was trapped in a box. He guaranteed that he would pick someone who was black and a woman. He had check boxes he had to fill. And you know what? He got Kamala Harris. She's a senator. She's black. She's a woman, or black enough anyway. And therefore, he picked her. That's the only reason why she was there. DEI. She is the definition of a high-profile DEI hire. She's not there because she's good or she's she's qualified like everyone in America is qualified. She's not exceptional. she didn't get the job because she's good at what she does. She got the job because she had the right check boxes and was in the right place at the right time. So the third parties are not to blame for the numbers that we're going to see, even though we will see the mainstream media put that. I know there are comments. I'm going to get to them. I see you guys. I'm going to get to you. But the third parties are not to blame. But I do believe that you will see RFK. At one point, he was getting about 19% of the vote. That's when Joe Biden was in. And Democrats were desperate for having a different alternative. They could not accept a part-time zombie as their nominee. And if they had known, if they had the opportunity to see a debate in a primary, they would never have picked him. So they had buyer's remorse. So they were going with RFK Jr., who was thrown out of the Democratic Party. He was abandoned, and many of the voters felt like they were abandoned. Now, as we have seen this go forward, now that they switched to Kamala Harris, which got back some of the youth, a lot of people switched, but not everyone. RFK has many loyal supporters. I'd say closer to 5% of the total vote. But because he is aligned with Donald Trump, many of the RFK voters have moved over and put their support behind Donald Trump. And in addition, RFK Jr. is not in all 50 states. So that also restricts the ability of many people to vote for him directly, given that he is in fewer states and he is, and many of his supporters are going to be aligned with Donald Trump to therefore give RFK a chance at getting a cabinet seat. You're going to see him drop down from what I initially was thinking was closer to 5%. And now I'd say he's about 1.5%. That's probably what he'll get for the election, 1.5%. I think that you'll see Jill Stein very closely tied behind him. This is going to be because of what we're going to see in Michigan, in what we're going to see in Wisconsin, what we're going to see in a couple of the blue states with large pro-Hamas third party constituencies, people who are looking for a more progressive answer to the Democratic position, to the establishment position of Kamala Harris. And she's that protest vote. And that's what the Green Party is all about anyway. They're a bunch of communists. But that being said, putting aside their communist nature, you're going to see that that's the safe harbor for many of the progressives. The Democratic Socialists of America are going to be voting in there. And also many of the Muslim voting bloc of the Democrats are going to be voting for Jill Stein, which is why you've seen so many attack ads by the Democrats against Jill Stein, why they had to send Bill Clinton, who's, one of the holy saints of the Democratic Party at this point, like Obama. Obama's in Pennsylvania. They sent Bill Clinton into Michigan to try and mitigate what's happening because of Jill Stein. I don't think it's going to be effective. I think she nationally lands at about 1%. Again, in Michigan, I think she gets about closer to 5%. But in the national overall, she gets about 1%. Part of that is because she's in all 50 states, unlike RFK Jr. But RFK is more popular. He's not as crazy. He's not a communist. So he's going to get more votes, but Jill Stein is going to be very close behind. That leaves only these two candidates left across the major nationally, and that would be the Libertarian candidate, who is Chase Oliver. Now, for full disclosure, I've said this before, I have met several times now, Chase Oliver. I've seen him at Freedom Fest. I was speaking with him first at the Free and Equal debate here in New York earlier this year, in February of 2024. So I've met him a couple of times. I've been able to speak with him. He's a nice person. I have nothing against the person, Chase Oliver. I've had great conversations with him. I think he's a decent human being. Our conversations weren't highly political, but he was a nice guy. He was polite. No problem. I know his I've spoken with and interviewed his vice presidential pick, Mike Termott. And in fact, you can even look up. I did an interview with Mike Termott in 2023, or was it January of 2024? So you can see that. And I've had a conversation with him. Also, decent guy. So in terms of personalities, good personalities for the most part, but they are chasing they're chasing the DEI wave, essentially. They're playing partisanship games. And so it's going to cost them. They weren't able to raise $1 million in this election. They lost, the Libertarian Party lost all 50 states. They used to be in all 50 states. Now they're in about 47. And I think that number will drop down after this election. They have problems. They didn't have a good support structure. Their infrastructure for the election was not built up properly beforehand, nor was it built up during the year. They didn't get good press, the initial press about Chase Oliver getting the nomination from the Libertarian Party was meant by a backlash about some of his very controversial positions on some of the issues out there, especially like the trans issue. Very controversial. And so that killed his campaign. They're going to get less than 1%. For the Libertarian Party, this is an embarrassment. They normally lead the third parties, and they normally get closer to about 1.5%, almost 2%, in pretty much any non-important, when they don't have a superstar, they get about 1.5%, 2% in each election. This year, they're getting crushed. They're going to come in under 1%. I don't think that's like the highest I can say for them. And as for Dr. Cornel West, who is in, I think he's in most states, but not all states. I think he's in 30 states, not all 50. That's going to hold back Dr. Cornel West. In addition, Dr. Cornel West is a very niche candidate. He's very popular amongst black colleges and to a lesser degree amongst academia overall. He is a leftist, absolutely. He's a communist, absolutely. He is way out there with his thinking. Most of America, 99% of America, are nowhere near where Cornel West is in his ideology about politics. He's kind of like where Thomas Sowell was, except Thomas Sowell realized the error of his ways and switched his allegiance and became more conservative. And you see that, of course, Dr. Cornel West stuck with the crazy socialists. So I don't think he's going to do well. That is a message that, yes, he'll get some traditional black college voters. He'll get people who vote black no matter who, just like those who vote blue no matter who. You'll get some of that vote, but he's not translating well across the nation. Not because he's a good speaker. He's very motivational. I've heard him speak in person at Freedom Fest. I think he's an interesting man, and I respect him. As a politician, he's horrible. He's a horrible politician with bad policies. And so he's also going to get under 1% in the election overall. So that kind of explains where I believe everything turns out. I've put it on the line. I've given you all the numbers that I expect. I've given you my reasoning why I expect to see that. So I'm on record. Now, you may think, Mike, but you're wrong. Maybe. I can understand why some people would say that, but I don't see anything that's going to happen, especially within the next 2 days, that is going to change that. As I said, in Alabama, they're going to try and run with the defund the police. Police are, law enforcement are evil by nature. It's obviously racism. Don't vote for Donald Trump because that's more racism. That's going to be the argument some are going to make in Alabama and through the South. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because people know better. We've already seen what a Donald Trump administration is like. We have heard from Donald Trump for 8 years explaining his ideology and what he thinks. He reinforced that again when he was on Joe Rogan, and it matched up with everything he has said in the past, which Either he's the best liar that has ever existed because he can have a conversation and casually confirm everything he was saying in the past, or he's just telling you the truth. And either way, that doesn't match up with the rhetoric that we hear from Democrats, who are always promising you doom and gloom and absolute horror unless you do whatever they say. So I don't think that's likely. Now, Jess, who's with us, thank you, Jess, again. Jess says, I can't understand voting for Stein, but I really hope those votes help Michigan. Yeah, I do. But I hope now that I've explained my reasoning on that, that makes sense to you. You can see why I think Jill Stein will do as well as I think she will and what happens with Michigan. Again, not everyone will agree. I'm perfectly happy to hear people tell me, Mike, oh, no, I have a different number. I have a different reason. I think you're wrong about Michigan. Okay, tell me why. I don't. And if someone says, but there's one poll, and here's the one thing I strongly suggest. People will say, but Mike, there's this one poll that we have from this one organization, and it says something completely different to what I am saying. I don't care. There's always one poll that says something different. If I took a poll of 1,000 college students, I'm going to get a different result than if I went out to the ballpark and asked the average person walking down the street. I get a very different answer if I went to 1,000. If I polled 1,000 students at Morehouse, which is a traditional black college, and I asked the questions about Dr. Cornel West and how he's going to do, and all I ask is 1,000 Morehouse students, guess what? I'm going to get a very different answer than if I go into Michigan and ask 1,000 people in Dearborn who they think's going to win. If I go into, Binghamton University and ask 1,000 of their students that. It is contextual. Any one poll, and that's assuming that the poll's got 1,000 people. We've seen polls with as few as 600 people, and they've said that, well, this represents the nation. We've seen polls at normally about 1,500, and very few that have 2 or more thousand people represented in there. You can get a poll to say almost anything. It depends on the question. It depends on who you're asking. It depends where you're asking on the result that you will get. So all of my data, all of my predictions aren't based on any one poll. It is based on a trend of polls, a trend of news, a trend of reactions that we have been seeing not just in this year, but going back 3, almost 4 years, looking at the overall trend that we've seen in politics that I follow on a regular basis. And having that viewpoint, looking at all of the trends and looking at all of the influence, and having talked to many people in third party, talked to people who are Democrats, who are socialists, I've talked to libertarians, I've talked to Republicans and conservatives. Looking at all of that, that's how I get to the conclusions I have. And that's why I'm being as specific as I am, because of the trend overall, not any one poll. When you hear someone say, well, this one poll said, they're trying to convince you of something. They are trying to either get you on their side or to discourage you from going out to vote. It's kind of like with the mail-in. Oh, Democrats are surging in mail-in votes. They always surge in mail-in votes. There's always more Democrat mail-ins than anyone else. That doesn't mean they're surging. They're not. It means that they're doing the same thing they always do. So that is not new. It's not indicative of something different that we have ever seen before. But they want you to think that, so that Republicans and conservatives, libertarians, people who are voting third party, RFK, that you don't show up. If they tell you that you can't beat this Democratic surge and Kamala's going to win because of it, you're not going to bother showing up in person, which is the goal. They don't want you to vote, because if you did vote, they will lose, because it is nothing different than what we have seen in every election going back to 2004. And I mean every, not just presidential, every election each year going back to 2004. Democrats always have more mail-in ballots. It's a trick. It is On its face, it's absolutely true. On the surface, it is a true statement. Yeah, there's more Democrats sending in mail-in ballots, except that's what they do every year. They're not telling you that this is absolutely normal. This is the trend. This happens every year. They're telling you, oh, no. There's a surge. There's a surge. Versus last week, maybe there's a surge. There's maybe more mail-in ballots coming in this week versus last week. But guess what? We're 1 week closer to the election. Of course there are. But that's not a surge. I mean, technically you could say it did surge. More ballots came in. That's a surge. Technically, yes, it's true. Looking at it objectively, overall, no, this is exactly the normal pattern. This is exactly what you would expect to see happening. So, no, they're not getting any boost there. I hope that makes it clear. Let me see. We got a couple more comments. Just says, unless their hate for Trump is much more than their so-called love for Palestine, in Michigan, I think you're talking about. She goes on to say, then they will change to Harris last minute. No, I don't think so. I truly don't believe, because it's about power. This is about Ilhan Omar. It's about the squad. It's about the pro-Hamas movement here in the United States, Dearborn, Michigan. They don't want to be America. They want to interject Sharia law. They want to change America. They are, I've said this before in the program, they are from somewhere else in America. As an example, you could be a Japanese American, or you can be Japanese in America. You can be Pakistani, you can be a Pakistani American, or you can be a Pakistani in America. And in Dearborn, Michigan, we're seeing individuals who are in America, not Americans. And when I say that, they want to bring their culture and have it in America. They want to have their autonomous, essentially an autonomous zone, something that the left loves to have. They love autonomous zones. There are 2 or 3 autonomous zones in America as we speak that I know of. There may be smaller ones that exist, but I know there's at least 2 or 3. One in Berkeley, one of them, the Atlanta Forest, Defenders of the Atlanta Forest. There's a couple of them that exist right now where the left just takes over areas, removes the Constitution. They invalidate the Constitution, state laws, local laws, and they inject their own. We see this often. We saw it in 2020, 2021, even into 2022 on large scale across this country. The left loves to have autonomous zones, and Dearborn, Michigan is trying to be yet another autonomous zone where they have their own sets of laws, their own sets of rules. The Constitution doesn't apply equally to everyone, and they support Hamas. So they don't care about Donald Trump. They don't want him. But they also don't want Kamala Harris. More importantly, they want to make a point to the Democratic Party, who will bend the knee. Democrats are desperate, and their desperation will only be higher if Kamala loses. If they lose the House and the Senate, Democrats will be scrambling. They will be in absolute panic mode, and that is very likely. And so they will be desperate for anyone that gets them votes. Any idea, any personality that brings votes in, that brings in donations, they will be scrambling for that. Of course, they will be saying that Donald Trump is the coming of Hitler again. He's Orange Man bad. The world's going to end. Of course, they're going to say that because they have never stopped saying that since 2016. They're going to keep saying that. It's the other part of it that's important, that they're also at the same time going to be looking for some way to get more votes, to get all those votes they lost, to get them back on their side. And they will be willing to do virtually anything to get that support back, which means they will bend the knee to Dearborn, Michigan, and those of that same ideology, that political thinking, and they're going to say, okay, yeah, we'll push for Sharia law. We'll push to help Hamas even more. We'll help Hezbollah and the Houthis too. You will see it happen. They will go out of their way to demonize Israel even more than they already do, and to try and cut off all funding to Israel even more than they do, and at the same time take that funding and give it to Hezbollah and Lebanon. They'll give it to Hamas. They'll give it to the Houthis. They'll give it even to Iran. But they will not. They will not support Israel. They will not. They don't care. They don't care about Trump. They don't care about Kamala. They only care about getting their isolation and their power base. That's it. Just says, I hope you are right about Michigan. If I were in that state, I'd be voting for Trump. I'm in California, though. Well, California is another tough state. Trump's going to do better than what people expect in California. It won't win any electoral votes, but I think in the popular vote, you will see more people voting Trump than is normal for a Republican in that state. Because, look at all of the feces in California. Look at all the failed policies. They got the minimum wage. We saw Gavin Newsom decided to one-up Andrew Cuomo and put in place, what was it, a $20 or $25 minimum wage? And it wound up bankrupting dozens of fast food places. So people, if you kept your job, you got a raise and you're getting $25 an hour. Except, that entire other store, they all got closed. All of them got fired. So you increase the amount of unemployment that you have so that you can give this other person who did get to keep their job a little bit more money. You took the money you were giving someone for their job, you forced them out, you closed them down and took their money and gave it to someone else. Is that a net positive? No, of course not. You created more poverty and more people who are unemployed than you were able to lift out of poverty by giving them a $25 an hour minimum wage. You didn't help anyone. Plus, for the products, many of these fast food stores, including McDonald's, the prices skyrocketed. Why? They had to pay these people $25. The fry guy's getting $25 an hour, not 15, 25. This is ridiculous. Where's the money coming from? You. The money's coming from your pocket. They're going to close the store and they're going to get the money from your pocket. That's where they're going to get the money to pay these people. Gavin Newsom's stupid. People in California recognize that. They've seen the reality. This is what happens. These are the consequences of these bad policies. And I think you're going to see Trump do better in California because of that. RFK Jr. also will do better in California because they've seen the reality. These policies don't work. Sadly, not sadly. Gavin Newsom's upset, though, because this means that he's going to lose his chance in 2028. Everything he's done so far is to get him to 2028 so he can run for the Democratic Party. He is one of the best candidates they have because he's able to speak well and he's not ugly, but he's stupid as a brick and he's a believer and it doesn't work. I don't think he's going to do well. Yes, Panera Bread, another one of the chains that suffered. You're right, Jess. So that's a lot of them. So I am looking forward, again, live chat, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook. Go ahead and give me your chat. But if you don't and you're seeing this afterwards, you're seeing this part, I'm more than happy to see your answers in the comments. Hold me accountable. I put it in writing. You know what I've actually said. I've told you why I think that. If it doesn't come true, you got me. It's in writing. I'm willing to stand up. I'm making the prediction. I'm giving you the reason, and we'll see. I have no fear. I think I am that correct. Now, what are Democrats doing in the last 2 days to try and win over voters? Well, one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to go to January 6th. They're going to try and go to January 6th. They want to imprison Americans still. They're going back and they're trying to put them back in jail. Mind you, the Supreme Court of the United States has already said they broke the 8th Amendment. What they have done is unconstitutional. They have charged people unfairly for crimes they didn't commit. And they have punished them with overly long sentences, prison sentences, that they do not deserve for the crime that normally would get them a fine at worst, and instead they're getting 5 years in jail. This is unconstitutional. That's what the Supreme Court said, knocked them down. So Democrats had to release people. They had to reduce their prison sentences, if not eliminate them. They had to drop charges from hundreds of individuals, and Democrats are pissed off because this is something that they need. They need these large numbers of people that have been charged with the worst crimes they can think of to justify their fear-mongering about January 6th, even though there was a peaceful transfer of power in 2021. It happened. Joe Biden's he's the part-time president. So, but to bolster their argument that, oh, there was an insurrection, even though there wasn't, no one brought any weapons, no one took over the Capitol. They could have, they didn't. 300,000 people were there on the ground, in front and inside the Capitol. If they wanted to take it over, they could have done it. No one could have stopped them. They didn't. So what they're doing now is they're trying to go back and to reinstate some of the charges. This is to make their base feel like, see, your fear was justified. You were afraid of all this January 6th. You were afraid of the insurrection, even though all the evidence was not presented. They showed us 4 hours of video, even though there's 4,000 hours of video that shows us the exact opposite of police standing around idly, watching people walk back and forth, police escorting individuals throughout the halls of Congress to lead them into the main hallway so that they can speak and hang out. Yeah, they hid all that from us because they didn't want you to know the truth. They want you to be afraid, because if you're afraid, you obey. So they want to reinstate this so they can keep saying January 6th was an insurrection, even though we have more and more evidence that was never the case. So they've gone back and they're trying to go after at least 300 initial defendants to charge them with more crimes, more felonies, even though they can't. And their answer to this is that they want to, that if they can prove members of January 6th mob, it's a mob, January 6th mob, impaired Congress, impaired the ability of Congress to do its job, well, then they can charge them with these obstruction charges, which didn't exist, didn't happen. Congress wasn't obstructed. The answer, though, is no one destroyed any of the documentation. No one destroyed the ability of government to do the job. They were trying to impress upon their views to members of Congress. They were trying to reach members of Congress, but they never did. And on top of that, they didn't destroy any of the paperwork. In terms of the Electoral College ballots, they were never touched. Not once. All the video shows us no one touched it. No one destroyed it. In fact, there was virtually nothing destroyed. The few times that we have seen something destroyed, which was a window, a door, those were done by individuals that we now know. Some of them were members of Antifa. Some of them are suspected to be FBI agents. So, no, it doesn't really play out the way that they want it to. But they are trying. This is what they think will help them in the election to maintain the House, to maintain the Senate, not to win, but to maintain that fear. At the same time, they think that they didn't talk much about this, but we now know what the unemployment rate is. It is 4.1%. Now, let me show you, because this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And this is their summary right now. Yeah, I know. This is their summary, 4.1%. So you would think unemployment didn't change. That's good. It didn't go up. It's staying stable. Except this is the number that no one's talking about. The number of people who actually have a job. See, The reason why the unemployment rate didn't go up is the number of people who are actually working went down by 220,000. In addition, there was also another 400,000 more people who don't count as part of the workforce. They're not working at all, so they don't count. They're unemployed, they're not working, but we don't count them as unemployed, which is a whole thing with the way the government counts. So we have fewer people who could work that are working, and we have more people who are out of work and not counted as unemployed. That's roughly about 648,000 people. That's why the unemployment rate didn't go down. In addition, see, this is the stuff that the media doesn't take time to talk about, and I'm not trying to throw all the numbers at you guys, but another one that's very important, the self-employment rate, the small business. Are small businesses increasing or decreasing? At the moment, they decreased. We went down. We've gone down for the last couple of months. So we have fewer small businesses. We have fewer people who are working. We have more people who don't count as being unemployed. That's the economy. That's why you didn't hear anything about it, because it's not working. I'm going to go a little bit faster here. As you heard, my puppy is ready to go outside. He has to go out on a regular basis because he's 13 years old. So I did want to mention that, and I think everyone should check this out. This is a video. Now, if you've followed the channel, you know that I've interviewed Lily Tang Williams 2 or 3 times now. She is an incredible supporter of the Second Amendment. She was born in China under Chairman Mao. She's lived under communism, so she knows exactly what it is, not what we think it is, not what it's written as, not what the Confucius Institute will tell our college students, but what it actually is. She has lived through it, and she became a naturalized American citizen, been here well over 25 years, and she is probably the most ardent supporter of the Constitution and the Second Amendment that I have ever known. And I know a lot of gun nuts. I know a lot of Second Amendment supporters. I know a lot of people who believe in the Constitution. And I have to tell you, I don't think I've really seen anyone more ardent and supportive of the Constitution and the Second Amendment than Lily Tang Williams. And she is running for Congress, the New Hampshire 2nd District. I have every reason to believe she's going to win, and in part, that's because of this conversation she had.
To talk about what could be done to lower costs. There is no silver bullet here.
Here you are again, Maggie. It's caused by federal government. You're part of a Biden administration who causes high inflation. But you don't have solutions. You're just repeating DNC talking points. It's a federal government printing money.
Well, respectfully, look, I think this is an area where my opponent and I have very different views of what should be done to make life less hard for hardworking people in the state. Donald Trump decided to advance a tax policy that was really dedicated to giving a big break to the wealthiest in this country and to the biggest corporations.
You are wealthy. You are worth $20 million to $30 million. How do you know about regular people suffering? Do you go shopping, go to Walmart, buy food? I talk to those people. And you pretend to be renter in Nashua a few months ago, moved back to run for this open seat with millions of dollars from Washington, D.C. insiders. You do not understand regular people's concern.
We could take an hour to talk about.
See, and that's Lily Tang Williams bringing the reality and the honesty back into the election. We have a DC insider, somebody worth $20 million, trying to tell you that, oh, Donald Trump's tax cuts were bad for you. The tax cuts that were for the poor and the middle class, that even MSNBC had to admit worked, that did help put money in your pocket. And here it is, Kamala Harris and the DNC are all talking about, well, we got to take that away. We've got to get rid of those tax cuts. Yes, they worked for you. Yes, you have more money in your pocket because of them, but we're going to get rid of them. We're going to let them expire. We have to have someone else in power so you don't get that tax cut, which means it is a tax increase. They're going to say it's going to return to the same level as it was before. Does that make a difference? It's an increase. your taxes will go up. They'll blame it on Orange Man bad, but it's them. They don't have to let it go up. Oh, we got a call coming in. 1 second. Hello, and thank you for calling. This is No Soundbites Allowed. How may I help you?
Mike, it's me, John. What's going on?
Hey, John, what's up?
Well, it's a little late in the night, but I have a topic I haven't heard too much talked about, and I figured your show would be a great platform for it. I want to talk about the streaming platform Twitch, them losing a lot of their sponsors, and the rampant anti-Semitism that's going on in the company.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
All right, so for those who don't know, Twitch is the big streaming platform for gaming, it's for politics, it's for a lot of different things. They have an inherent left-wing belief, and it recently came out that they've banned all of Israel from creating new accounts.
Yeah.
Right? And then it comes out later that through Slack messages and things, they were purposely doing this and promoting people like Hassan Piker and things. And now it's led to a 70% loss of sponsorship to Twitch itself.
Yeah.
And
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Talk.
No, I was going to say the problem with the entire Twitch scenario is it's a mixing of gaming or business and politics. And it's very partisan. And they keep saying they're not partisan. But yet you see Hassan Piker, this is the individual who's leading this entire problem. Hassan Piker is a Dearborn, Michigan style individual. He's very pro-Hamas. He's very much pro-Iran. And he's unabashed about that. He's very anti-Semitic. In fact, even Democrat Richie Torres of the New York 15th District, my congressman, has even written and said, hey, this guy is anti-Semitic. Why is he on your platform? Because they won't apply the rules to him, but someone else who's also a gamer, his name is Asmongold, who's just as big as Hassan Piker is, has the entire exact opposite point of view, and very rarely brings his politics into gaming, and he's being punished. He's being kicked off their program. I think Twitch is going to die. And many people do, because they're trying to become a political platform disguised as another business.
Absolutely. And I wonder, and my question is this, I mean, you have one of the biggest streaming platforms ever, very mainstream, purposely banning all Israelis from making accounts. How come that isn't hitting mainstream media? How come that isn't being talked about? Because that seems like a major story.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because streaming is, first of all, anyone who does individual content creator, like me, like Larry Sharp, like Adam Moreno, or Kit Cabello, anyone who's making content that is unapproved, well, we're just jokes. They want the public to think we're not significant, we're not important. It's like if you look at Nerdrotic or The Critical Drinker, they're always being disparaged and said, well, you're not important. But yet, at the same time, they're saying, oh my God, these people are changing the way business is being done. These people, including myself in the political sphere, we're changing the way people are voting. You're talking about third parties. Oh my God, how dare you? Well, are we insignificant? Are we a joke? Or are we actually effective? They use all of those answers because they want to minimize us and they want to confuse people. But the reality they know is we do have a lot of influence. We do have a lot of power. And because people react when they get information. The question is the information they get. But that's why they play this game. They want it to seem like it's insignificant when they know it is making a difference.
And I think you're pretty right on that fact. I mean, you have Tim Waltz and AOC going on Twitch, the streaming platform, to play Madden to try to convert voters over to their side, right?
Yeah.
You have the left using this platform, and obviously Twitch is promoting it, right? But meanwhile, they're shutting out an entire country from participating in the platform.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I get it. It's part of their bias. They are very leftist, but they can't say that. If they actually admitted, it'd be like being Twitter before Elon. They were leftist, but they never admitted. They said, "No, we're just normal. We're just the middle." But then why did everything change so drastically once Elon got in? When they said he fired 75% of the staff that didn't need to exist, that were just wasting time. Oh, when you suddenly get rid of the activists, you get an entirely different company. So they're assuming we don't pay attention. That's what they're assuming.
And I think the worst part about it to me is the blatant lies that they're saying, where it's, oh, well, we banned Palestine as well. We banned the Palestinian and Gaza ISP, okay? Which means that they can't create accounts in Palestine and Gaza. But most of the ISPs that Palestine gets is from Egypt and other surrounding countries that aren't banned. So Palestinians are allowed to be on the platform. It's just Israel, and they know that. They have to have known that.
Well, yeah, but
They
don't like Israel. They're not trying to punish. It'd be one thing if they said, "We're not going to have connections to any region that has conflict." They're not cutting off Syria, which has been in the middle of a civil war for 15 years. They're not cutting off the Sudan, which is currently in another civil war. So it's not about conflict. They don't care. This is about the conflict, the politics that they do care about, because they are in conflict zones and they have no problem with that. So it's not that excuse doesn't fly. It's about the issue, and they do support, and they know. Well, the people of Palestine, the Gazan people, okay, the Palestinians, they don't have a state. They destroyed their own infrastructure so they could make more bombs and more weapons. So literally, and this is a fact, we have seen Hamas did cannibalize their own infrastructure so that they could build up their military and support and create more weapons to attack Israel with. That is a fact. That's not a supposition. That's a fact. So they don't have infrastructure. They know this. They know that the Gazan people are relying on Jordan and Egypt to provide them with the resources they need. They do this on purpose so they can look you in the face and say, "See, we were fair and equal to both sides of the conflict," even though they know below the surface, all their Egyptian accounts suddenly doubled overnight. Yeah, they know the truth. They just have a convenient lie that they're going to tell.
Now, Mike, I want to ask you this, because this is something I've been kind of grappling with this whole issue. Okay? Because as a conservative, I've always been against going after people's sponsorship deals and things like that, and attacking, if a company is sponsoring, let's say, a conservative, calling up that sponsor and getting them canceled. So I'm 50-50 on this boycott of, calling up in this attack on Twitch's sponsorships, right? 70% of them have supposedly dropped because of personal calls and emails and things like that. Where do you stand on that issue of calling sponsors to get them canceled? It feels like cancel culture a little bit. But
it is.
On the other hand, I do think it's appropriate in this manner, and this is where I kind of come into this conflict. So I want to hear what your take was on the situation.
Okay, it absolutely is cancel culture. So there is no two ways about it. But that's true of any protest. All protest is cancel culture. Now, there's a question. The thing that's different is this being done to be vindictive? Is this an attack? Or is this a reaction? There's a difference between the two. As an example, the reaction to Bud Light when they had Dylan, whatever his, her, whatever name, Dylan, whatever, that person, the reaction by the public to that advertising campaign for Bud Light killed Bud Light. That was a reaction based on the marketing that was unacceptable. People didn't like that. They weren't trying to attack Bud Light. They were reacting to Bud Light. So that's one thing. Then there's when we see comedians getting canceled all the time. Kevin, whatever his name, the short black guy. I don't know who he is. Everyone's very happy about this guy. He's the short black guy. He was in Jumanji. He gets a lot of roles. I don't know his name. He's a comedian, and he's known for being short. Now, he lost the ability to do the Oscars because of a joke that he did 15 years ago. That's an attack. They're attacking him for his politics. That's not a reaction. The reaction was 15 years ago. People laughed. The joke he made was funny. So no one cared. That was the reaction. But bring it up today, 15 years after the fact, and say, well, now you're just an evil bastard and you lose your job and your money because of it. That's an attack. So there's the difference. They're both protests. There's the difference between the two. Looking at Twitch, we're seeing a reaction, not an attack. People have been made aware of this anti-Semitic sentiment in Twitch, in the management of Twitch, and the support of one of its major stars. They're anti-Semitic. The reaction to that anti-Semitism is, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to advertise and give money to anti-Semitism, and I don't want my product connected to that. So that is why yes, it's still a protest. All protest is cancel culture, but this isn't that negative connotation because it's a reaction. It's not meant to let me punish Hassan. No, I'm reacting to Hassan. I'm reacting to his anti-Semitism. I'm not attacking him and then he's being anti-Semitic as a reaction to me. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And I think you're really touching on some key issues that I've tried to been grappling with over the past couple weeks, because obviously I think Twitch should be losing sponsors and things like that, but also I as someone who denounces cancel culture a lot of the time, it's hard to kind of grapple with both those facts, and I think you really touched on some key points there. So
no, I'm absolutely against cancel culture for the attack. So I get that. When it's used to attack someone, I'm absolutely against it. When it's a reaction to something that has been done, like in media, advertising campaign or something, that's entirely different. I'm good with that. But that line isn't as fuzzy or gray or thin as many in the media want you to believe it is, because it's in their best interest. If you realize, no, there's a big difference between the two, they lose their power. And that's part of why they try and make it seem like, well, they're the same thing. No, they're not. Not even close. It's the difference of I'm punching you versus you're punching me. There's a big difference.
absolutely. No, I think you're right. I just don't want to get to the point where we're trying to cancel the left as much as we've decried, and they've tried to cancel us over small things, but I think this is one of those bigger issues that needs to be talked about. And it's a shame because when you have a couple weeks ago, one of the biggest Twitch streamers got canceled, and it was all over all these internet sites and things like that talking about it. But when they lose 70% of sponsorships, and they're still, and by the way, their ban for Israeli accounts was hard-coded into Twitch's code. Well, so that was actually purposely put there. It wasn't by accident. We have evidence that it was hard-coded into Twitch's programming.
Nope, that's why it's anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic, and that's the problem about it, is it's anti-Semitic. It's not an accident. It's not an interpretation of the way you said something or a quote that you didn't know was attributed to someone in the past. No. This was, they actively said we will be discriminatory because of this religious ideology. And that's a very hard line. And that's why they want to keep this as quiet as can. And I understand the majority of people don't know this, but this is important because this is going to influence all social media. This is going to be part of the argument that's going to be made by people like John Kerry in saying, oh, well, we have to control the internet. We have to control the way people speak because there's anti-Semitism. So now we have to control that. You lose your First Amendment right because, there's Twitch out there. I have to protect you against Twitch. No, John Kerry, you don't. I don't use Twitch. So don't try and protect me from Twitch by destroying my freedom of speech everywhere else. Do you see how they play that? It's a slippery slope game. I got to protect you from Twitch. I don't use Twitch. Doesn't matter. I got to protect you. So that means I have to take away all your rights. You don't get to speak anywhere. No, screw you. No, that's not how it works.
Now, Twitch is located in California. Going off of that, do you think Twitch can be legally liable for discriminating against Israeli and the country of Israel and things like that if they're an open platform like that?
Well, that goes into international law. That gets tricky. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with trade laws on that level for that kind of product, so I don't know. It could be, depending on how the law is written, it could be. But I'm not familiar with the law, so I can't say exactly.
Right. That's fair. I know people have talked about that recently, too. Whether Twitch is going to be legally liable for doing this and things like that. But, and especially in a state like California, which has very anti-business practices, they might be culpable for this. So I'm curious to see what happens
in California.
Forward, but
in California, I would expect most companies, almost everybody is liable of a crime of discrimination in California. And soon in New York State, Proposition 1 is going to create that same environment in the New York State that's in California. And you can find a loophole in there or interpretation in there to punish anyone you want. It's a question of, do they want to? That's the real issue. Do they want this to be found to be do they want this to be a punishment? Do they want to address the anti-Semitism? And I think they're going to do it. They're going to put Twitch on the chopping block because it gets them the Disinformation Governance Board. That gives them the reason to bring it back. It gives the government a reason to ride shotgun with you and me on the internet, determining what you get to see and what you get to say. This is their excuse. This is the way in. So they want this conflict.
very, very interesting. Well, thanks, Mike, for letting me call into the show. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me talk about the subject, because I haven't heard anyone else talk about it online, really. So it's good to hear your take on it and kind of cover some of the controversy with some people on the right saying, well, should we do this if it's pro-cancel culture, and others saying, no, this is definitely necessary for the cause.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. These are good questions you brought to me, and it's a good issue. Can't cover everything myself, so I'm always happy to hear different voices out there. Thank you for watching the show as well. But no, I think it's important, and I should be talking more about this because of the First Amendment consequence. I've been wrapped up with the election, but I got to do more on this because this will be used as the excuse to go in and get the Disinformation Governance Board back, have that Ministry of Truth over our shoulder. So I do want to bring it up again. Thank you for that.
And thanks again, and I look forward to watching the rest of the show and wrapping it up. So thanks again, Mike. Have a good night.
All right, you too. I know. Sometimes people think I'm kidding when I say, yes, you can call into the program. No, yes, you can call into the program. It's perfectly fine. That's why I have the number scrolling across the screen so that you can call in and talk about whatever it is that's important to you. I never presume. I follow a lot of things in politics, and I've been doing this a long time, 18 years. So I'm familiar with most issues to some degree or another, but I can't follow everything, and God knows I'd be doing this all day and night if I was to try and cover everything all the time. So I have to limit some of the subjects, but that never means if it's important to you, I'm always happy to hear your voices. I'm always happy to address an issue that you, my audience, have and to answer your questions about it. And I hope that answered some of the questions about Twitch and why it's important for everyone in America. Because it is connected to First Amendment. It is a connection to a free speech, and that's free speech on the internet, something that Democrats absolutely want to restrict, that they want to have a stranglehold on it. They want to make sure that only approved messaging gets there. It's an establishment thing, not just Democrats. I shouldn't just leave it on them. It is establishment government want to have more control over what you say. John Kerry's reasoning when he talked to WEF 2 months ago, when he said he wants to get, last month, he said he wants to put controls over the First Amendment, it was because they want to control the messaging. He said so in his conversation there. So that's very troubling. And we heard the similar thing from Tim Walz as well. So we would expect the Harris campaign, if they were to gain power, to do the same thing, to bring back the Disinformation Governance Board. And that's something that everyone, well, most Americans disagreed with. That's why they got rid of it in the first place. It's why it doesn't exist, because it is such an extreme violation. But now they've got to protect us. They've got to protect us from the Hassan Pikers. They got to protect us from the anti-Semitism. And because they're going to protect us, they're going to take away our rights. Because that's what they always do. We're going to protect you, but it'll cost you your rights. It'll cost you some of your freedom, but we'll protect you because we're the government. And you never get anything. Think about gun laws. 50 years, gun laws. What's the answer with guns? It's always the same thing. Oh, well, we're going to take away your guns. They always say, oh, well, we don't want to take your guns, except that one. We don't want to take away all your guns. Except that gun. That gun, I don't like that gun. That was in a movie. It was a very scary movie. We got to get that gun. But you can keep all the other guns except that other one because it also was in a movie. And it was pretty scary too. So I don't like that gun too. Okay, and what's the net result of all of this anti-Second Amendment restriction? Now I can't wear, you didn't like this firearm, you didn't like that firearm. Now I can't have a bulletproof vest. Passive self-defense. I can't wear I have a bulletproof vest. I've owned it for a while because I go to events sometimes with the left who don't like me. They know who I am. And especially in central New York, they don't like me. They have threatened me more than a few times. I wear a bulletproof vest sometimes when I have to cover their events. And now I am a criminal because I own a bulletproof vest, and New York State said, well, you can't do that. Why not? Oh, because we don't like it. Okay, but it's a passive self-defense. Why do you care if I passively defend myself with a vest? Oh, no, that's just a crime. That's a crime. Really? I don't understand it. Because we're protecting you. How are you protecting me? I have a bulletproof vest to protect me. Why do I need the government to take away my bulletproof vest, make me a criminal, and then say they're going to protect me? Because when the bad guys try to shoot me, I'm still going to get shot because I don't have my bulletproof vest anymore. Oh. Well, yeah, but they won't do that. The bad guys won't do that. Why? We have a law. There's a law against murder. It happens on a regular basis. It's called homicide. Are you out of your mind? Yes, they are out of their mind. So that is their reason. Yes, Graham, I'm going to walk my dog shortly. I will probably play. Bear with me. I'm trying to figure out. Yes, I'm probably going to do an extended show because it is the election. And because it's the election, I'm going to do longer. So I'm going to walk the dog and then I'm going to come back. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Hello, and thank you for joining us. Sorry. I'm fixing something. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites. Okay, that should do it. All right. So what I'm going to do is I do want to talk about Proposition 1 before we end the show. I think it's very important that we talk about Proposition 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step off. I'm going to walk my dog. I'm going to play a little break. I'll let you see part of the rally from the Bronx Conservative Party that took place yesterday. You'll be able to see some of that. I'm going to walk my dog, and then I'll come back. We'll talk about Prop 1, and Graham, you can call in at that time, okay? All right, folks, that'll work. Give me 1 second. Let me set that up. About 15 minutes. Graham's asking, when will we be back? About 15, 20 minutes, thereabouts. It's about how long it takes to walk the dog. So call it 20 minutes. Let's see. It's before 8 o'clock. We'll be back before 8 o'clock.
First thing I want to ask is everybody's cooperation in two things. We have professional photography here.
Don't worry. I turn it
Keep
in a
this
little
corridor
bit.
open, and anybody who wants to take photos, just join him over in this area. If we keep this lane open. Secondly,
Yes, I know. It's turned to the side. Don't worry. Someone reminds me of that while I'm taping, so it'll get fixed in a moment. They haven't started yet.
they're not here to fight with us. They're here for our safety, and I ask that everybody cooperate with all of the officers here. I don't know if the protesters are across the street, but pay them no mind. We're here.
How you doing, man? Chris Reed. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming out, man.
Now, I think we proved Richard Torres wrong when he tweeted out that the Bronx is not MAGA. I think we're showing that the Bronx is MAGA. All right, so my name is Patrick McManus. I am the chairman of the Bronx County Conservative Party. I've been here since 2020. I want to acknowledge a couple of people. My vice chairman, Gonzalo Duran, and Chris Reed. They came to me with this idea about a month ago to hold this rally. I spoke with Tino right away. I spoke with Mike Medino. Tino's campaign, Mike Medino, right on board. There was no amount of hesitation. They were right in with us. So we have a very exciting lineup of very patriotic speakers here today. We have speakers from that spoke at the RNC. Madeline Brayden, candidates, some running for the first time in assembly districts, and they are all patriots and they all deserve our support. And when you get out and vote, remember, down the line. If we elect Donald Trump and we do not give him a House and a Senate to work with, it's like putting a coach on the field without a team. He's not going to win a championship. Okay, so remember, down ballot, bring your family out, bring your friends out if you have not voted already. Yes, I'm getting there. And also, please do not forget to flip your ballot over. There's 6 proposals on the back here in New York City. And just vote no on all of them. Prop 1 stripped every woman's rights. It's a horrible vague piece of legislation. Make life simple. No way. Anything coming out of Albany right now is garbage. We all know. Garbage. Okay. With that being said, I'd like to ask Anthony Tolve to come up and sing the national anthem.
What's up, New York? Nice to see a turnout like it was in the streets to Tina. Whenever I sing this song now, I'd like to dedicate it to Ashley Babbitt, Corey Comparatore, and the January 6 hostages that are held by the Democrats in D.C. Yes. Brief moment of silence for them, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket ran glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? USA! 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 USA!
Just go home. There we go. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, next, I would like to call up Pastor Dave Sains for an opening invocation. Pastor?
Oh, Pastor.
Pastor.
Excuse me. Great.
Hello, Bronx.
Great, she's still blocking the camera.
No, it's a
That's a professional camera.
Dear Heavenly Father, our Almighty, the giver and sustainer of life itself, we humbly come before you this afternoon here in the Bronx, just days before our national election, to petition for your hand of protection upon our land and this election as it ensues. Father, we repent. We acknowledge that we are a nation in decline, that many have turned a deaf ear and a blind eye to your instructions for life, to acknowledge that you made us male and female, and you designed us to multiply and bear children and to protect them from the evil of outside forces in the culture around us and from the womb. For men to be men and to act like men. For men to be husbands and fathers and act like husbands and fathers. There are many who vehemently oppose these simple truths, and thus our nation is divided, and your Son, our Savior, declared that a nation divided will not stand. We need your help, Father. Your word declares that it is you who sets up kings, prime ministers, presidents, and leaders, and it is you that tears them down as well. We ask that you would change the leadership of our nation and raise up men and women who are not hungry for power, but sincerely seek to serve the citizens of this great nation.
Yeah.
For whatever happens in the next few days, we ask for your protection from protests, riots, and attempts to thwart a peaceful transfer of power. We ask for your protection upon our candidates, We ask for your protection upon President Trump, J.D. Vance, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, and our very own Tina Forte. Keep them safe as they seek to correct the course of our nation. And lastly, Father, we ask that national healing begin to occur, that vitriol and hateful speech will diminish, and that peace, prosperity, and reconciliation would sweep our land. To you, the only wise God and Father of our Master, we ascribe glory, honor, and praise. Have your way in America. Have your way in the Bronx. We ask this in the name of the one who died and rose again on the third day. In the name of the King of Kings, we say amen. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one quick reminder, please keep the Target corridor open and do not obstruct pedestrian traffic. Okay, with that, I'd like to call Anthony Tolov up once again. And he's going to sing Ave Maria.
Anthony DJ, just a reminder, this file that I sent you. So for any of you who don't know, this is the Hail Mary.
Yeah, a little volume.
Ave Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, Maria, gratia plena, Ave, Ave Dominus, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus, et benedictus fructus ventris, ventris tui, Iesus. Ave Maria. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus,
I have to say thank you to Tony Hedgecliffe because he pointed out that Puerto Rico has a garbage problem. Puerto Rico has a garbage problem!
Yeah!
And not only Puerto Rico has a garbage problem, blue cities have a garbage problem. And who has been managing blue cities? Has it been the Republicans? No! Are the Republicans managing? Is it the Democrats? So I got a couple of things to say. Puerto Ricans got hijacked. I'm sorry. Those of you Puerto Ricans who are the Democratic Party that think that they really do see you, I'm sorry. Why do you think the border's open? They're bringing in the replacement that will see the Democratic Party as the party who supports them and gives them everything. And us Puerto Ricans who are so orgulloso because we're quote unquote Americans, we don't realize that the Democratic Party is using us, abusing us, and we can't keep falling for the Kool-Aid. So thank you for all of you who are awakening. Deep bow to all of you. You have no idea how much I love you. All right. We gotta make sure that we vote not just for Donald Trump, but that we vote for all common sense candidates. Because local is where it's at, and that's what has been a part of the prophecy to break things. Local efforts, and this is why we support Tina Forty. I gotta say, Tina Forty is like my vision board. Do you see how beautiful this woman is? She's beautiful. She represents the epitome of health, which is aligned with NAHA, Make America Healthy Again. Shout out to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And she represents boots on the ground. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke to someone who has known Tina for so many years. Tina Forty. Vote Tina Forty. Vote down the line. Let's fire AOC. Fire AOC. Mamita, listen, AOC, look, I got a message for you. We don't dislike you. You're welcome to come join us.
We dislike you.
Okay, you guys will you're welcome to come join the fiesta, the right party. Be on the right part of history and join us. All right, are we ready for the first speaker? Introducing to you the chairman of the Bronx Republican Party. Give it up for Mike Rendino.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. It's great to see everyone out. We've been working for a long time to get to this point. Me and Chairman McManus, we've seen the results at the ballot box over the last few years. And now to actually have somebody who brings you out here in the open with us to show support for President Trump, for Tina Forty, for our Assembly or Senate candidates, we appreciate it. Just 4 short years ago, it was a better time for us when Trump was president, right? The world was a safer place. It was before the Middle East was a mess. It was before Vladimir Putin decided to go into Ukraine. Our country was a safer place. It's before the southern border was wide open. Our cities were overflowing with illegal immigrants. And it's not their fault. It's the people in Washington who allow them to come in without a process. And now we have...
Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, everybody. Hello, I am back. That's right. And I'm happy to be back with you. We're doing an extended version of the show because it is just before the election. There are so many very, very important issues to make sure that we're speaking about, and I wanted to make sure that I had myself unmuted. So I am. I do know that Graham will be calling in a little bit, and that'll be fine. Now, because it's the election edition, I also wanted to talk about Proposition 1. In New York State, and this is similar to what we've seen in a few other places, like in California, there is a bill that is looking to come out. It is an amendment. It is supposed to be a protection of our rights and of our freedoms. It's on the ballot this year, on this ballot, and when you do the election, you're going to vote for fill in the spots in the ballot for whomever you're voting for. Then you turn the ballot over. This is important. Turn it over, and on the back will be propositions. Now, in each state, they do something like this where it is a referendum for the public. It is something that the politicians want to do. They don't know that they can do it. They want to give it to the public so that when the public votes on it and says yes or no, it gives the politicians cover. It gives them the excuse. I didn't want to have to take away your right to Second Amendment. I didn't want to take away women in sports. I didn't want to make sure that parents had no say about whether or not their kid is trans, whether or not they get puberty blockers. That's not my choice. I, the politician, didn't want to force that on you, but you voted for it. It was a proposition. It was a referendum. You said you want that, so I'm just doing what you want. That's the way that they word these things. That's the purpose sometimes of these propositions, to give an excuse to those elected officials to do something that they could never otherwise do. If they just brought it up as a bill for legislation, parents and various residents and citizens would protest and say, no, don't you dare go and approve that. No, you can't take away my parental rights on how I'm going to raise my child. You can't do that. They know they would never get away with it. So they put it in wording in a bill. That is Proposition 1. And you know what, Graham? Graham wants to call in. Graham, call in now. Before I deal with Proposition 1, by the way, this is what it looks like. And it's really short. It's just this section right here. Just this section right here. Actually, not even that much. It's just these two lines, and then it's just this line. That's it. It's very short. It's a paragraph. But what it will do to your life is immense. But Graham, call in now, and then I'll talk about Proposition 1 after I finish taking your call. I'd rather take your call. Yes, folks, we do enjoy hearing from you guys, whether it's on the chat, super chat, or if it's a phone call. I always enjoy hearing from you, hearing your voices. I always pay attention to the chat, but I also love to hear your voices. And of course, I love the super chats because they help too. Hello. Hey, Graham. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Michael? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last show before the election.
Yep.
Of course, there's always so much to talk about, but I'm going to narrow it down as best I can.
Okay. Before you start,
yeah,
are you okay? I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, man. I don't know if I don't know if you caught that I mentioned a little
Mm-hmm.
while ago on one of your previous broadcasts, but
I
yeah,
did.
right now I am in a very busy season of life. So as much as I want to tune in like every Sunday, I just can't, man. But yeah, I try to tune in as often as I can, and I definitely was not going to miss your show right before the election.
No problem. Well, I know life gets hectic for us all. I'm more concerned that you're okay. That was my main concern. But I'm glad that you're doing well. I'm glad that you're busy. Busy is good. But go ahead, knock it out the park. Let's hear your question.
All right, yeah, man. It's always good to talk to you. Okay, so
Absolutely.
I'm first going to give you a question that I think it'll be very easy for you to answer, and the question I think is a benchmark as to sort of the way that everybody across the country is feeling right now. And that question for you, Michael, is who is your president?
You mean right now?
Who is your Michael? Who is your president?
Right now. Like right this second.
Well, I mean, sure, you can answer it based on like that. The election is in a few days, but I'm talking about like when you think about political leadership
Mm-hmm.
and who you follow, who you dedicate your time, your intellectual efforts, your energies. I mean, I don't want to prematurely insert the word loyalty, but I think maybe that word is something that also comes to mind when people across the country, Americans, think about the answer to that question.
Okay.
Who is your president?
Okay. I get what you're saying. So, because I wanted clarification. See, my president is Joe Biden. It's not who I prefer. And I have loyalty to the office of the presidency, not necessarily Joe Biden. He has a political ideology. He has his goals out there. He's part time. He's a zombie. So I don't know who's in charge right now, but that's my president because that's the leader of the nation. Who do I prefer? Definitely not him. At this moment, I'd say it's Trump, but he's not a political figure in elected office. Does that answer your question about that? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I don't know if you caught a comment that I wrote to another user in the chat earlier, but I mentioned the book that I've mentioned to you previously, the book written by Joel Kotkin, The Coming of Neo-Feudalism. Now, he wrote that book in the years leading up to 2020, but now that we're in Q4 of 2024 and we're only a couple days away from this pretty big election, do you agree with me that it's no longer coming? Like, it's here. Neo-feudalism is upon us.
Well, actually, I've been saying that aspects of that at least for a long time. If you go back a couple of years, actually going back to about 2016, 2017, I think, was the first time that I used the term neo-noble. Neo-noble. To refer to people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, individuals who have been in elected office for 30, 40 years. They're neo-nobles. They act as if they get to make a decision and hand it down to the public, and the public just has to live with it. And I'm very much against that. That entire mindset is very feudalistic, very much like what we saw with the ancient nobles, the Middle Ages, and the nobility then, where they thought they were separate of the people and that they get to decide things for the people because the people were ignorant. They didn't know anything. They were just peasants. They were peons. They just responded to what the noble wanted. And we see that very much in modern politics, both in terms of nepotism. So I'm elected, so my son, my family member also gets elected. But we also see it in the longevity. Yeah, I'm in this office until I die. I mean, there's an 88% chance that a member of Congress will get reelected every time. If once you get elected, you have an 88% chance of being reelected. Your odds of dying in office or retiring are exactly equal. So that's a neo-noble. That's someone who's no longer accountable, or at least by their mindset. They're not accountable. And I have a problem with that. So I would say I first started noticing that, I'd say about 2016, 2017. But it's been something that's been going on a lot longer. I think people are recognizing it now. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So there was a dinner recently, the Al Smith dinner for Catholic Charities. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were invited to speak, and of course, only Trump showed up. I mean, I say of course, but I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe for political junkies, maybe for us it was not surprising. But no, anyway, Kamala Harris did not show up, and that broke with tradition. Even Hillary Clinton attended the dinner, and both I think it was in 2016, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump spoke at that event. I don't remember what happened in 2020 for that dinner. I want to say that both Donald Trump and Joe Biden showed up to give speeches in 2020, but I don't remember.
They did.
Okay, so the reason I bring that up is because the comedian that opened and gave his comedy speech before Donald Trump spoke, his name is Jim Gaffigan. I think he plays Tim Waltz on one of the comedy shows. It might be SNL, but I'm really not familiar with the comedy.
He had a time with SNL. He was with them. Is he the one who was 63 and died?
Sorry, say it again.
Was he the one who was 63 and died? I know a comedian died today.
No, I'm not really sure, but he's I think he's alive, and he definitely gave the speech at the Al Smith dinner. It happened very recently.
Okay.
And anyway, so the reason I bring him up is because one of his jokes was about how everyone can kind of sense that, like, we're slowly trudging towards a second American Civil War. And the way that he jokes about it is like, oh, are we supposed to wear gray or are we supposed to wear blue? And he's like, hey guys, can we choose the color blue, because it really matches with my eye color. So that was his joke.
It's funny.
But that sort of really, when I was listening to it, that one really struck me. It really stood out because I think that in the back of our minds, like, a lot of Americans kind of know that our society is fraying at the seams, that we're kind of slowly splitting apart into like two major factions. It could be Democrat and Republican, or it could be sort of something similar.
Well,
but yeah, go ahead.
Well, yes, there have been elements of a civil war coming since about 2014. In fact, the first time I noticed anyone online speaking about it was, I think, 2012. I first started, I wrote a couple of articles about it back in 2015, and I think I was doing a show about it in 2016. So people can search online and you'll see my stuff and you'll see it. But I think it was about 2016. It's the first time I talked about the potential of a civil war in America, and I thought it was about 7 years away. And I actually said that in the video. I was expecting around 2023. We're now in 2024. I absolutely think we're going to a civil war, but I don't think it's as simple as two sides. It's not going to be just two parts. Once that starts, once that comes into fruition, you're going to see multiple fractures and groups that are going to go their own way in that fighting. So it may start as if it's going to be arbitrarily conservative versus progressive, But what it will become is what I was saying earlier about Dearborn, Michigan, those places in America. So Dearborn is, let's, for lack of a better way of saying it, they're Islamic in America, not being Islamic Americans. There's a difference. And we have a couple of pockets of groups of people from around the world that are in America, but not here to be American. And you're going to see those groups have their own splinter factions if, and I do believe when, we do see some fighting. But it's going to take a little bit longer than I initially expected, because we did have a pause in between. We did stop transforming America and started pushing back, and we pushed back more than I thought that we would. So that's the good news. The bad news is we are still moving further and further left, more and more divisive, if that makes sense.
Right. So in that context, that even mainstream political speech is talking about the idea of a second American Civil War very, very soon, leading up to this upcoming election. In that context, I want to bring up how we think about the word citizenship.
Okay.
Should citizens have to earn their citizenship, or should there be cases in which citizenship is given, such as birthright citizenship?
I do agree with birthright citizenship. I do believe in naturalization. I do not believe in a pathway to citizenship as suggested for illegal aliens that we've heard Kamala Harris has recently said when she was talking to ABC News Philadelphia, and she mentioned again in her, I believe it was the MSNBC interview, where she says, no, her part of her goal is to create a pathway to citizenship for the people currently entering America, breaking into America illegally, then claiming asylum after they get caught. And she wants to give those people asylum. I don't agree with that. So, yes, birthright, because this is our nation, and most nations have a birthright. Yes, to people who want to acclimate and become American, yes, I want them to be part of America too. I don't want them to be in America. I want them to be American. Now, everyone else, no, you don't get rights because you're not American. You're not a citizen. Does that explain that?
Yeah. So one of the things that you said that stuck out to me was that people are or are not American. So when you say that, do you have like a criteria that sort of like comes to you off the top of your head of like, okay, if you have these certain criteria, that means that you're American?
No, I have criteria that isn't American. And it's the difference between inclusive and exclusive definition. I want my definition of America to be inclusive. So I don't care where you come from, you can become American, as opposed to being exclusive, that you're not these things, so you can't be American. I don't believe in that. I want, yes, you can come to America and become American. Now that means adopting our socio-economic and cultural lifestyle. That means adopting the Constitution and the amendments. That means believing in freedom of speech and religion and all of the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, even if that doesn't agree with your particular definition of that. So, as an example, I'll use the example of the Mormons out in Utah, okay? They can have, it is legal for Mormons to have more than one wife. Okay. A lot of religions and a lot of people don't agree with that. Morally, they have an objection to that, if not in many cultures, religiously or culturally, they have a problem with that. Although there are other cultures that do have more than one wife. I have no problem. That's not exclusive to me. You can do that because that doesn't interrupt. I don't have to have extra wives, nor should you deny me the ability to have extra wives. That's my personal choice. I have that individual freedom to make that choice in my pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. So that's inclusive. I can accept that they have that ideology, that lifestyle, and it doesn't have to be my lifestyle. That's theirs. I can choose to adopt it or not. That's being American. I can have different influences and factors, but when someone says I can't, as in when we often hear, you're black, you can't be Republican. How dare you? Of course I can. You know, you're a woman, you must support all women. No. Women, you have to support all women all the time. No, I don't. That's exclusive. If you don't adopt, if you don't comply, then you are excluded. You're ostracized. That's not American. That's not life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's compliance. That's authoritarian. That's where I draw that difference. Do you see where that difference comes from?
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in sort of discussing like who should be citizens and who should be allowed to become citizens and who should not become citizens, we follow in a long line of tradition from throughout human history of societies who were constantly trying to figure out how to achieve that balance of self-governance. And here's an author in a book that I mentioned to you a while ago. Like it could be about a year ago or so. But anyway, so Victor Davis Hanson wrote the book The Dying Citizen.
Okay.
And in that book, he described the Greek city-states who were grappling over this question of citizenship and who should be allowed to vote, who should be allowed to have their say in terms of the decisions that the collective society made as a whole, their political decisions. And Hansen writes in his book that many of the Greek city-states came to this conclusion that you had to be you had to be a part of these 5 things. They had 5 pieces of criteria for you to be a Greek citizen in their city-states.
Okay.
So the first one is you had to speak the official language.
Mm-hmm.
If we think about that, that makes sense. How can you discuss really important matters that affect everybody if you don't speak the common language? Okay. Second, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say communication. Language would be communication. You have to be able to communicate with others the ideas you have. Okay. I'm with you so far. Go on.
Right. The second one is serve in the militia.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that makes sense because if you cannot defend your home, if you can't participate in the defense of your city-state, then what right do you have? Why should anyone take your opinion seriously? Like you need to actually be able to help in the defense, right? Okay. So the third one was own land. I think that makes sense because you needed to be tied. You needed to be financially and structurally tied to the economy of your home, of your city-state.
Mm-hmm.
The fourth one is keep abreast of cultural developments. So you had to be paying attention to what was happening both in your society and in your neighboring societies, like what was happening in the general region. So that way you were not caught off guard. You were not caught by surprise in terms of things that were happening in your local region.
Right.
And the last one is to participate in the political process.
Okay.
So I think all 5 of these things were a sound set of ideas to determine whose votes should we count?
No.
Who should we view as citizens?
No.
Who should we view as either guests or foreigners or slaves?
No. I disagree. And
Go ahead.
but I agree with most of the ideas, the general categories. But one that stands out where I would have a difference and where I absolutely say no is own land. Being a landowner is problematic for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons being not everyone wants to be a home or land owner because owning the land requires maintenance of the land to a degree that many people either don't have the skill or don't want to have the skill. It's like saying, does everyone want to own their own home? Not everyone does, because not everyone wants to have that maintenance, the upkeep that goes with that. Many people live in small areas. They're used to living in apartments. They want to live in apartments. You know, you can't live in your own home in New York City. There's just not enough houses for that. And it's too expensive, even if you were to try. And it's a different communal experience. So owning land, I understand the concept of it. It has a direct connection to the nation. You are directly tied because it's your property and you own it. And someone else, another country trying to take it, someone else trying to take it, you want to defend that. You want to protect that. You want it to prosper and be available for your future generations or your friends or whatever. So I get that understanding. I think you can get that. I would say ownership in general, not land ownership, but ownership in the society. Now that can be owning a business. That could be owning your own self, quite honestly. Being an individual, an upstanding, law-abiding citizen, I think is the replacement of own land. Own yourself, which may include owning a business, it could be owning a home, it could be owning a car, owning any kind of property. You're not living off of others. Let me say it like that. You're not, you're producing, you're a producer in that society. Whether that means you're producing labor, or you're producing ideas, or you have property, or a business, you are inputting something into that society that is originated from you and you alone. You're not just taking things. So you're not living on, say, Social Security or, old people, that's a different exception. They've paid in already. But living off of the government. You're not on the government till all the time. You're putting in to the system, not just always taking out. So land ownership, I have a problem with that. I have said in the past, and I still do believe, that America should become a mandatory military, which is something that most of the NATO nations already have. A lot of nations across the world have it. Most of the NATO nations have a mandatory military. Now, that mandatory time can be, depending on the country, it could be 2 years, it could be 4 years, it could be 6 years. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be like me, a Marine, humping a pack around and with a rifle ready to shoot it up. No. It could mean that you're a doctor. It could mean that you work in the government administration. It's about the dedication and the discipline and sacrifice. You're sacrificing for the needs of the entire country. So I believe in mandatory military, but that doesn't necessarily mean military service as we think of it now. It means government service. And I know there's a bunch of people who say, oh my God, that's like the 1930s Germany. It's like a lot of countries. It's not an unusual thing. You have that in Greece right now. Okay, so it's not necessarily a 1930s oppressive kind of concept. It's, again, very important on how you apply that makes the difference. But its core is I am giving to the nation to benefit the nation, to help build up. It's kind of like owning something, originating something. I own myself, I own my business, I own my car, my whatever it is. I own myself, and I'm willing to take some of that I own and give it to the nation so that the nation benefits. It's a little bit extra. You could think of it like I'm helping to plant the seeds, or to water the garden, or to weed the garden, so that the flowers will, in the future, will be able to prosper and grow. I'm putting some of me in there. So I'd have a wider definition of mandatory service rather than military service. So that's a difference there. You mentioned participation, which I agree with. I think that's absolutely essential. You need to be part of the government. You need to speak up. And we don't have enough people doing that. And the less that people speak up, the more authoritarian any government becomes. When the only thing holding politicians accountable are other politicians, you are walking into corruption. It's going to become corrupt. It's going to become authoritarian. It has to. Because the only people who wield the power are in an echo chamber. They're not connected to the regular people. Again, that brings us back to the idea of the neo-nobles that we see around us. They live entirely different lives, separated, segregated from everyone else, so they don't understand. It's kind of like when I showed the clip about Lily Tang Williams in the New Hampshire 2nd District having her debate. Her opponent, $20 million. She doesn't go down to the local Walmart. She doesn't shop like everyone else. She doesn't have to pay bills like everyone else. Entirely different lifestyle, and has no connection to the people. So that's, I agree with that one. And awareness, well, that's awareness of the news. See, this is the one that they're working on right now, which is a difference between approved news and news in general. It's kind of like what I do on this show. I'm aware of news around the world. You guys get to see it every Sunday. You see me constantly quoting and looking up sources from Germany, Deutsche Welle. I go to England, The Guardian and BBC. I go to Israel, the Israeli Times, the Hindustan Times, the Japanese news, Japan Now. I cover news from around the world on a regular basis, constantly reading. Now, not everyone can do that, but that's okay, because they can watch shows like this, get the source for the things that are important to them, and then become educated. We can't know everything. We can't know all of the things that are going to be a conflict. The biggest goal in being aware is to have enough information to make a credible decision, an informed decision, so you won't be deceived by everything. Because the biggest problem isn't misinformation. The biggest problem isn't disinformation. The biggest problem isn't even AI. It's that you don't know enough to know that there is such a thing as misinformation, disinformation, or AI. That's the problem. If you're ignorant, and no, I don't want to say ignorant. Stupid. That's the word I want to use. Ignorant is not your fault. You don't know. You're not aware. Stupid is the problem. You are aware, but you choose not to react. You choose not to take that information and use it beneficially. That's what I want to see. So I want people to not be stupid about the information. As an example, You're more concerned about LeBron James and his stats. You don't know what the latest report from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the BLS. You don't know what the latest unemployment rate is. You don't know that there's less small businesses today, right now, than what we had in the past. You don't know that the reason why the unemployment rate didn't decrease is because there were less people capable of actually holding the job and more people who weren't counted as unemployed. Wait a minute, that's you being willfully unaware. That's a problem. Now, you don't have to have the answer of how to fix it, but you should know that's the problem so that when someone says, hey, I have a fix, okay, I know what the problem is. I know that we don't have enough small businesses. I know that we're not counting people who are unemployed. I know that we have less people capable of working than we had in the past. Your solution has to address at least those three, or at least the majority of those three major issues which affect unemployment. So if you tell me that you have some other idea that doesn't address any of those factors, well, I don't need to know everything. I know enough to say that's not a solution. You're missing the key factors. This is a problem. So it's not being aware of everything in and around my nation. It's being aware of enough to make a credible decision based on someone's suggestion, to not be easily deceived because you are aware enough about it. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay, so we've established the context, the looming Second American Civil War, and right now we're very close to this upcoming election in which we are grappling with questions of citizenship and voting. So before I jump to my proposed solution, I just want to give you some quick context on this idea of neo-feudalism that we are in. And Michael, if you're okay with it, the way that I'm going to explain that is by giving you a very short breakdown of the conditions of life during the first feudal societies. Are you okay with that?
If it's short, okay.
Okay. So the first feudal societies came about as a result of the collapse of the Roman Empire. So overnight, societies in Europe, in the Roman world that, Rome had conquered, during the height of their empire, overnight they found themselves without the protection of the Roman legion, without central governance from Rome, and without the stability of the trade markets that they had come to rely on for so long. Okay? And so after they woke up the next morning and, the news had come in, okay, Rome has collapsed and now everything's different. What's the first thing that we're going to do to protect ourselves from, the barbarians that are, over the hills, in whatever direction that society was in, right? So the first thing that they started doing was they started building walls, and they started organizing their own militias, their own human defenses against hostilities, right? And so here is what emerged in terms of the way that humans organized their labor in order to survive an environment, a human environment that had changed drastically overnight. So if you think about a triangle, a pyramid, the scarcity increases as you go up the pyramid. At the very top, the most scarce was the king, the person who held it all together in terms of militarily and management-wise. Under the king were his regional and local rulers, the people who organized and maintained their own militaries and went to war with the king during times of war. Underneath the king and his regional and local rulers were the clergy, the intellectual class, who did the thinking and the writing. And what they did was they constructed the ideology for everybody else and explained to them, this is what we have to do. Everybody has to do their part in order for us to survive. Everybody puts in the work that they can in order for us to maintain our structure, our societal structure, and our survivability. So underneath the king and his regional and local rulers, and underneath the clergy, the intellectual class, were the knights, the military class, the people who had to train. They constantly had to train for war. And so they had to have their own little plots of land. They had to have their own horse. They had to have their own set of armor and weapons, and they had to have their own squire to help them up on the horse and to like do all the caretaking of like the stuff that they needed. And they also usually had a family, and they also usually had servants to tend the land, whether they were home or whether they were abroad at war. And of course, the fourth and final tier underneath everybody was the peasant, the laborer class, the serfs, the slaves. So that was the first feudal society. So of course,
I got problems with that.
respond.
I got problems with that because that's not exactly historically accurate on a couple of different levels. Like what happened after Rome. Some of those elements of what you're speaking about were things that existed while Rome existed. Some of them, some of the reasons why we saw outposts turn into cities, different reasons in terms of logistics, in terms of the leadership in the area. The king, while the relationship between the king and the religious caste, you make it somewhat of a caste. It's kind of completely separate. The church, especially the Roman Catholic Church, very different than anything to do with nobility. In fact, they had their own caste and system completely separate. They weren't part of that pyramid. They were a monolith all their own. And the lords don't all have horses. They all didn't have armor. That's somewhat of the romanticization and generalization that we now apply to that time. Many of them didn't have things any different than a peasant overall. Some of them did, many of them didn't. The peasants were actually very different than a slave. Peasants had rights, slaves didn't. And that difference, while it may not feel, in our modern view of it, may not be a whole lot different, in that time, historically, according to the text, very different. Because, and they also had limited slavery, where you could, indentured slavery is actually the term I was looking for, which Spain codified into a very regimented, very organized way of being a slave to someone. And you had many rights under indentured slave servitude. You had rights. They didn't disappear because you were a slave if you chose to be indentured. And that existed long before Spain did that. That did exist throughout the culture, which kind of is an offshoot from the Greeks and from the Romans, but that's another thing. So it's what you're describing is a combination of several different concepts, some of them historically accurate, some of them altered by our view from them today, looking backwards in time, and some of them historically were a bit different than what you're explaining. So given that, that may affect your conclusion because there are some flaws in the setup that you're explaining. But I do want to hear, what is your conclusion?
All right, awesome. Yes, so on to my conclusion. So the new feudalism that is upon us requires us to adjust our political system accordingly, specifically around voting. Therefore, I present to you the idea of a new 3/5 compromise.
Uh-oh.
Okay. First off, only citizens who have earned their citizenship. And when I say earned, I refer back to the five attributes that Victor Davis Hanson talks about in his book, The Dying
Right.
Citizen. So first off, only citizens should vote, and their vote should count as one, as in 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
Second, those who have not earned their citizenship should count as 3/5. Okay, so I include myself in this category. I have not served in the military. Even if I were to have, and I have not this for this election, comparatively in the past that I've election cycles that I've been able to pay attention to much more because they were because my keeping up with news and politics back then was part of what I was busy with, and this season I've had other things that I've been way too busy with and I've not been able to, right? So I consider myself part of this category of if I were to vote in this upcoming election, I would be okay with my vote counting as only 3/5 or 0.6 of a vote. Okay. And third is immigrants and undocumented should be able to vote as 1/5 of a vote or 0.2 of a vote.
Okay.
That idea of compromise, I think if we are able to engage in a national discussion around an idea like this of compromise, I think that it is very possible that we can start shifting away from conversations that revolve around the inevitability of a second American Civil War and more towards, okay, how can we possibly iron out some of the major conflicts that we have, maybe fundamentally, as in like who even gets to decide what the solutions to those conflicts are.
No, I get it. I absolutely disagree. I reject it completely. And as always, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the concept, what you've laid out for me. There are certain flaws in it that I think are foundational and that it will absolutely result in a civil war. It will create conflicts. Partial votes don't exist. It's either yes or no. Elections are binary, always. Someone wins, someone loses. Doesn't matter how many people are in the race, there's one winner, there's losers. Always. So it's binary. It's a yes or a no. Trying to make it fractional introduces the potential for corruption and miscommunication, both of which lead to reactions. Those reactions, depending on how angry they are, can go from irritation, apathy, and violence. And therefore, that leads at some point, because you're building up irritation, apathy, you get violence. That leads to war, conflict, because of the fractional nature. Because who gets to decide that fraction? When do you stop being an immigrant and become a citizen? Who gets to determine that? How do they determine that? How do they evaluate that correctly? How do you evaluate whether someone is aware enough or not? Because even if you're doing a test on it, even the questions you ask on the test flavor and influence who's going to succeed on that test. As an example, IQ tests. IQ tests are good at getting a general understanding of someone's ability, cognitive ability, that they have the capability to absorb and project information. But because of the questions that often are on the test, it's about material that many people who are taking the test have no concept of. So they don't understand the question that's being asked of them, so they can't answer it properly. It's not that they're not smart or they don't have a high IQ. It's just that they haven't been exposed to that. It's, if I'm using, as an example, another example, if I'm using Old English, Shakespearean, Middle English, okay? Which there's high Middle English, low Middle English. There's a big difference in that as well. But let's say we're going with Shakespearean Middle English. The meanings of the words then, for many of those words, which are similar to the words that are found in our Constitution, don't have the same meaning and connotation today. If I don't know that some of the terms that they're using are completely different, like militia is a great word, which is Middle English. Militia has an entirely different meaning in Middle English than modern English. They're similar in their origin, in their concept, but they have different context altogether. They encapsulate different actions and reactions and requirements. So any test that would be a test of my awareness is a biased test which allows for corruption and individuals' application of it to either hinder or advance the ability of someone to say, okay, you're 3/5, you have a 1 vote, you have 3/5 vote. And by that manipulation, if someone is determined to do that, then I can gain power. And I get to embed myself in the power just by manipulating the questions that are asked to prove awareness, especially against if you have a population that's largely uneducated, or if we deny them access to some of the more defined knowledge that's out there, as in, yes, you know how to read, fantastic, but you don't know and don't have access to news about, say, the BBC or the Israeli Times. And all the questions that I'm going to ask have to do with The Guardian and the Israeli Times, news in Israel and in England. Well, it's not that you're not intelligent. It's not that you're not aware. You don't have access because I never gave you the access. You never had the code to reach in the internet and find out. So that's a fundamental problem with the structure, the foundation of your concept. It does allow for far too much corruption and individual manipulation. So I have a problem with that. In addition to, I don't believe in the other foundational problem. I think elections are binary. 1 vote, yes, no. That's it. It's either you win or you lose. That's it. So when I break that up, then I have a foundational problem. Because now you can't be half pregnant. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. You can't be half pregnant. You're pregnant, you're not pregnant. It's one or the other. And saying that my vote is only part of a vote, it's too easy to manipulate. And I've seen this because this exists. Under Robert's rules, if you're in a political party, and I have been, I'm a part of the Republican Party. I've been a committee man for the Republican Party in Broome County. And so I had an election district. I had to get elected into that office. It's the lowest level of elected office you can have in America. And I had that. And according to Robert's rules, when we had our meeting for the county, all the Republicans, and we would vote for, say, endorsing a candidate as an example. Well, you have a vote. My vote isn't 1 vote. My vote is based on the number of Republicans in my district. So there's a weighting to my vote. Now, I have seen, and this happens across the country, same thing, Democrats do the same thing. And because of that weighting, someone who is closer to the heart of the city with a couple of apartment buildings will have more people potentially in their district than I will. And therefore, they get to have a far more important and far bigger vote than someone who lives, say, in a city where there's farms. So I've got one guy who's in downtown of the city, and there's another one who's in the suburb where there's more farms, there's less people in his district. He's still a committee man, as just like the one downtown. But the one downtown, because he has more people, is going to get more weighting on his vote. He gets to make the decision. Doesn't matter how many times this guy in the suburbs is voting. Doesn't matter if he gets all the people in the suburbs to vote. That one guy in downtown has more people than all of them. He has a higher weighting. Therefore, he rules. He gets to make all the decisions. And they'll be pissed off. This happens right now. I've seen it happen as a member of a committee of one of the major parties. And I know it happens across this country. So I don't agree with that. That's why I like one vote, one person, one vote. You're a committee man, you get a vote. And it's for or against, and then we can tally up all the votes. There is no waiting, because that just creates more problems. So these are the fundamental problems I have with that. Now, do I think there's an element to what you suggested that makes sense? Yes. I think it needs work. So what I would say that what you're presenting right now is an outline of the idea. It needs to go through revision. And these are some of the suggestions I'm making for those revisions. These are the issues that, how do you address that? How can you easily address that based on the criteria that you want to have in there? So taking all of the things I'm saying as flaws and my suggestions on, or why I consider them to be flaws, taking that into consideration, how do you readjust it? Because then you get an end result that's going to be very different. So, does that make sense?
Yeah, man, it makes sense.
Okay.
Michael, as always, it's been a pleasure talking with you about politics and elections and all that fun stuff. And I will end our conversation with a quote.
Okay.
The walls of Sparta are its young soldiers. Its borders are the points of their spears.
I like that. That's a good one. Spartans were smart. They were very good politicians. I like them. Graham, great thought-provoking. I always enjoy listening to you. I always have some great conversations with you, so thank you for that.
Yeah, man. It's always fun. Thanks for letting me call in. I'll let you wrap up your show, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, absolutely.
All right. See ya.
Bye-bye. So, everyone, as you might imagine, we do like, and when I have time, I like to have the longer conversation we can. I mean, that's the whole point of the show, to have a full conversation, to do what you can't do with CNN or MSNBC, what many politicians won't let you do. Have a conversation, share your idea, to think it through. What is going on? My dog yeah, he's over there, okay. To think through your idea, to share the idea, to get input. How do we get better ideas? How do we get better legislation? Well, it starts just like I did with Graham right there. Graham said, hey, here's an idea. So here's why I have this idea. This is the concept behind it, the foundation of it. And building from that foundation, I want to do this because I think it will help. I think it can benefit everyone. Okay, so you ask a couple of people, like Graham just asked me, what do you think? Okay, here's my issues with it. This is what I see as the problems. Does that mean I'm absolutely right? No, not necessarily. Does it mean that, well, Graham has to just stop and throw it all away? No. It means that, okay, we got through the first draft. We got through the first round of it. Let's go back. Rethink some of the elements. See if we can fix parts of it. Rejig the whole thing and then try it again. Okay, and does it work better now? Do those same problems, those issues, if you can see, yeah, is that a problem? You know, when Mike's pointing this out, is that an issue? I can see that it is. Okay, so it's valid. Okay, so do I have a valid way to fix that? And if you do, you create something that's even better. You take into account the consequences that are easily foreseeable, and then you keep applying out. And you go, okay, so I can resolve these things going forward within reason. This is why when the Declaration of Independence, we had the Articles of Incorporation for America first. Then we got the Declaration. Why? Because it took so long for them to make the Declaration of Independence. They were constantly arguing all the minutiae, every single word, every single punctuation. They were fighting back and forth on what you do need to have. At one point, there was not going to be a Bill of Rights. They didn't think they needed the amendments because it was so absolutely self-evident and obvious. Thank God they had the argument go, well, it's obvious to us today, but what about in 10, 20 years? Is it going to be obvious to everyone then? Maybe not. Maybe we need to put these down and remind everyone and have it down there. So, that's a foundation for free speech, a foundation for the Second Amendment, a foundation for the Eighth Amendment. Let's have these foundational things in there so that everyone knows going forward, so they don't forget. Or if they have a different way of looking at life, they'll still have this foundation to work off of. So that's how we improve things. And so that's why I was really glad that Graham called in and shared his idea. I took the time to actually hear it all the way through, to hear that concept so that we could have a conversation. And I hope Graham will go back, say, hey, here's some of the things. If Mike, I think they were valid, if he thinks that some of the things I said were valid and objections and complications, that he'll go and say, okay, let me fix them. And then he'll have an even better policy that'll function even better than he expected it could. This is how we improve America. This is how we improve our local, state, and federal government. This is the interaction that we need. And it has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with partisanship, I should say. It has nothing to do with whether you're left, right, center. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do about making effective, efficient legislation, having effective, efficient government, reducing and eliminating as much corruption as possible. That's it. So I hope that not everyone will see that and go, I get that, Mike. I see why you had that conversation. I see all the points of it. Not everyone's going to agree with everything I had to say or what Graham had to say. That's okay. But we can build from that. Maybe someone will hear that, both what Graham said and what I said, and it will spark someone's imagination, and they will go off and they will make something altogether different. And maybe that is the solution we need. I don't know. But I know we can't get there if we don't have a conversation. I know we will never get to that solution if we don't have the conversation freely and openly, where someone can say, I disagree. I think you're wrong. Let me tell you why I think you're wrong. Let me tell you what I think is the problem. It's not insulting. It's not meant to degrade anyone. I wasn't doing that to Graham. It was a conversation, an honest evaluation and answer to his question to benefit him. But nowadays, people go, oh, but you're being so mean. No, that wasn't mean. It's honest. It's critique. It's because I respect Graham, and I respect that he asked me this question. He asked for my opinion because he asked me to evaluate that. That's why I gave him the answer I did. Not because I'm trying to be mean. It's because I value his recognition of what I can provide. And I hope, and I'm giving him the honest answer, so he can make the best plan possible, the best legislation possible. We don't see that from politicians anymore. We don't hear about this in colleges and in high schools anymore. We need more of this, having that concept, having that discussion, having that open, honest answer, not worried about, oh, but how do you feel? I don't care. I never once stopped to go, gee, I wonder how Graham is feeling about that. I don't know. We're evaluating because it's not about Graham. It's not personal. It's about the issue. It's about what he presented. That's what we need more of. Whether or not everyone agrees on it, totally different thing. That's part of the discussion. Do you agree? You might not. Okay, why? Maybe I missed something. Maybe you missed something. Maybe there's a third party said, well, you both missed it all completely. You guys, you just didn't notice it at all. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Grace says, you never hear about Bill of Rights anymore. You used to hear about it all the time when I was young. politicians often have disdain for the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights are absolutely essential. Absolutely. Having a fundamental understanding of the Bill of Rights, especially in the, as I said, language has changed over the years. Having an understanding of the Bill of Rights, not just by our modern concept, but by the words and the meanings at the time. That gives us a better context of what they mean by what is freedom of speech, what is self-defense, what is the right to bear arms. It is a different concept than what we are hearing today. I mean, how many teachers, how many schools and institutions are trying to convince us that the right to bear arms is about recreation? It's about target shooting and hunting. No, it's not. It was never about that. That has nothing to do with the right to bear arms. Those concepts never even approach the Second Amendment. Free speech, we have so many differences about what we see today and what they were saying then. And that doesn't mean that what they said back then is 100,000% correct. The world has changed. Life has changed. Technology has changed. Maybe we need a little flex in there, but if we don't understand where they came from, we can't understand what's the thing we needed to pivot on or bend on or try and have a different understanding of. We can't do that if we don't understand the origin. And that's so important, I think. Thank you, by the way, Grace, for answering on that. So, folks, I know this is an election edition, longer program. I don't mind going long, but I do want to address, because I promised I'd talk about Proposition 1. Which is in New York State. And as I said, this is something that we see in many states, is starting to see in many states, like in Illinois, Maryland, California, Oregon, Washington State. We're starting to see these kind of bills come out. And they're written in a way to make you feel like they're good. And that's your first problem right there. When a bill, a piece of legislation, is trying to evoke emotion from you, it's wrong. Almost always. That's my first red flag about any legislation. If I'm getting a feeling, if it's meant to either protect or project a feeling, it is wrong. Because that's not what legislation is for. Who cares how you feel? You may feel euphoric because you steal cars. That doesn't mean stealing cars is good. So feelings have nothing to do with legislation. Legislation is about what's effective and efficient for the community, whatever size of that community, whether it's a national or local, doesn't matter. That's the thing that we're looking for in legislation. The best way to serve the community, not about anyone's feelings. Because someone's feelings is always hurt. Who cares? That's not the point. And sometimes you can't help but hurt people's feelings. But the legislation is necessary anyway. And that's what we get when we're looking at Prop 1. This is about feelings. This is to make the far left feel good, while it takes away all of their rights and privileges of every citizen of New York State. This is poisonous. It is absolutely horrendous. So, they try to make this in plain text, but the text they use is deceiving. It's deceptive because it removes the consequences. And that's the part I think is the most important thing. What is the consequence of the legislation they have here? So as an example, in Proposition 1, which New Yorkers will vote on, it says it adds anti-discrimination provisions to the state constitution. Okay. Not a problem. We do that from time to time. Sometimes we need to expand that. We don't realize we're being discriminatory to a group of people, and so we want to be fair to them. Not a problem. Covers ethnicity, national origin, age, disability, and sex, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and pregnancy. Also covers reproductive health care and autonomy. This is a problem. Hang on, folks. Hang on one moment, folks. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. So, looking at this first section, all right, when we look at this first section, they're adding to it. So you would think there would be additional benefit. If they're adding to a legislation that already exists, that already works, you would say there must be something missing in that legislation. That's why we need this. So do we have anti-discrimination in the New York State or any of the state's constitutions? The answer is yes, we do. We already have that. So this needs to add something that isn't in there. Pregnancy isn't an issue. It has never been. It's not about pregnancy. It's about abortion. They're using pregnancy in place of, because they go on to say, also covers reproductive health care and autonomy. That's abortion. So they're putting in, abortion is now going to be, if you are against abortion, if you are pro-life, well, now you're discriminating. You're discriminating against someone's reproductive health care and autonomy. So now New York State has the right to punish people for being pro-life. Oh, you didn't realize that. That's why they word this. That's why it's also. So pregnancy is the catch-all. And part of pregnancy is the potential of ending pregnancies. That's part of the pregnancy process, or can be part of the pregnancy process. An abortion can be part of that. But just to make it especially clear, they subdivided pregnancy not just into having a child and giving birth, but also in ending that birth. That's the reproductive health care they're speaking about. It's also talking about trans. This is adding trans rights. Those trans rights come under when they say sexual orientation, gender. Well, that sexual, what if you are X and you want to be known as Y? Well, that's your sexual orientation. That's your gender identity. So I can't be upset about it, which is fine until you realize age is also a factor. So when you put in age plus gender identity, so it's age plus trans, you get parental rights eliminated. Oh, you didn't notice that. You're not supposed to. They didn't put them together. And by the way, this isn't arranged alphabetically. So they put them in this order specifically so that you wouldn't associate age and gender identity. You wouldn't think of trans. They didn't say trans anywhere here except it's sexual orientation and gender. That's trans. So this is about trans rights. And when they put in age, they're talking about youth trans rights. Rights of those who are not adults. Notice they didn't say anything about this only applies to adults. So this anti-discrimination is for those who are not legal adults. It also encompasses those who are children, legal minors. This encompasses all citizens and every individual in New York State. So this is affecting trans youth. Now, that's not a bad thing. You know, protecting them, fine. You want to protect trans youth, I have no problem. Protect trans people, that's fine. Gay people, don't care. Everyone should have equal rights. They should all be free. Okay, but children are different. Children aren't adults because children don't understand the consequences of their actions. They don't have enough information to make decisions that have long-lasting ramifications. That's why we teach them. That's why we don't treat them as adults, because they're not. They can't be. And that's one of the reasons why trans rights, well, child's rights, are subordinate to the parent's decisions. The parent has rights over that child. And the parent has the ultimate decision and is ultimately responsible for how that child is raised. Not the state, not a village, not a community, the parent. They are the direct responsible party for how that child is raised, regardless of what anyone else may think. Your parents are your parents, no one else's. And they have the right to raise you how they see. Now, the exception to that is, of course, if they're abusive. If you are being bodily abusive and harming that child, well, harm then activates others to come in to protect that child because the child can't protect themselves. That's the only loophole out of that. But when we talk about trans youth, that's not harm. That's, first of all, trans youth is a new concept. It's a new idea. And it has been ill-defined and has been pushed like crazy. It's a fad at this point. It has been pushed so hard that it has become a fad. And we don't understand the consequences of it. As I've said on this program before, what if we're wrong 1% of the time? Traditionally, historically, about 0.5% of the population have been trans. 0.5% of the population. That's it. That's going across the globe, nation to nation. It's about 0.5% of the population. We suddenly now have an explosion where we have somewhere around 6-7% of youth think they are trans. How did we get from 0.5% historically consistent to 7%? Well, trans is in everything. You're being told in every TV show, every movie, in books, in all the news media, that trans people are wonderful, great, they live wonderful lives. It's exceptional to be trans. You will be loved. You will be accepted. You become trans and we accept you. Everyone has to accept you. They have to affirm you. This is gender affirming care. You're trans. We have to affirm you. That's care. That's love. That's attention. That's not necessarily a good thing. Because now we're convincing people that it's like a beer commercial. I drink this beer. Look at that beautiful babe. She drinks this beer too. You know what? I'm dating her now. That's a commercial. That's a beer commercial. That's like almost all the beer commercials. The girl looks at the guy. Oh, he's drinking that beer. I want to date him. This guy looks at that girl. Oh, wow, she's drinking this beer. I'm going to date her. And they get together. That's almost every beer commercial. That's a bunch of car commercials. That's a bunch of food commercials, all based on that same idea. They're affirming this concept in your mind that isn't reality. Just because you drink that beer doesn't mean anyone's going to think anything special about you. You are no more or less likable than you were before. But that's marketing. They're selling the idea because they want you to buy the product. Trans youth or gender affirming care is exactly the same thing. We have been selling the youth on this idea that they are going to have this idyllic life if they decide to conform, to transform themselves, whether or not it's actually appropriate for them. Now, here's the thing. My question has been, and I know that in the trans community, having spoken to the trans community more than a few times, talking to individuals within the community more than a few times, what happens if you're wrong 1% of the time? We have convinced hundreds of thousands of children to transform their bodies forever. These are irreversible changes. We are changing their biochemistry. We're changing their physiology. And if we are wrong only 1% of the time, we are talking about tens of thousands of lives that are ruined forever. People who will, as they mature, grow to hate what has been done to them. And they cannot live with that, which means you will see the suicide rate, which is already at about 45%, will increase, not decrease. We are doing more harm if we are wrong only 1% of the time. And considering that there has been an exponential increase, you're talking about exponentially more suicides. That's the consequence. That's the consequence of gender affirming care. And now that's with a parent. That's gender affirming care with the parent's consent. But according to Proposition 1, the parent's consent isn't necessary. The state can do it without the parent. It gets even worse because it's not just, Proposition 1 isn't just what they're adding. which is adding trans rights, which is adding rights for abortions. They're pro-abortion. So they're adding those rights in, but when you couple that with what else Proposition 1 does, which is the second part, and that is, this is where the first part is what they add, the second part is what they subtract. They're taking away at the same time. It states, this proposal amends Article 1, Section 11. It prohibits, this is the subtraction, it's taking away, it's banning any person, business, or organization, as well as state and local governments, from discrimination pursuant to law. So this goes back. Nobody can discriminate based on those categories of protected individuals. They are protected. You cannot discriminate against them. The current protections in the Constitution cover race, color, creed, and religion. The proposal will add, and has added in the first part, ethnicity, national origin, age, disability, and sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression. Gee, they didn't mention that in the first part, did they? It said sexual orientation and gender identity. Now they're adding expression. And pregnancy outcomes. Outcomes? You mean birth? The outcome of pregnancy is birth. But that's not what they're insinuating here. That there's another outcome besides birth. Well, that would be death. That's abortion. And reproductive health care and autonomy. That's trans rights. So again, they're going back into this gender expression, being gender fluid, as well as being trans, as well as being abortion. They're saying you cannot discriminate it. If you are a person and you say, oh, I don't agree with youth, because again, age is in here. Age is one of the factors. So if I discriminate against, if I don't believe in gender affirming care, well, I have violated age. I have violated their interpretation of sexual orientation, their gender identity, their gender expression. I'm in trouble now. I'm now, according to Proposition 1, I'm breaking the law. By the way, if you're upset with men who decide at any moment, because they're gender fluid, which means their gender changes at any given moment, whether you know it or not, they can suddenly have a brand new gender at any given time. That's the whole point of gender fluid. It changes randomly. And if somehow somebody says, walks in and says, I have a new gender, men can walk into your bathroom. Men can walk into the women's bathroom because they're gender fluid. And so their gender just changed. And so they're allowed to go into that bathroom, and you cannot deny them the ability to go into the women's bathroom, because now you're discriminating, and any person, business, or organization, including the state, can't stop them. So you have to let them into that women's bathroom, even if that person happens to be a criminal, even if that person has committed crimes against youth and or women. They still have to be allowed in that bathroom, because gender fluid at the time, they happened to be a woman. Not because they had any medical changes to them, not because there's any documentation, not that there's any way that anyone could possibly know that, nor can you argue it, because later on, well, right after they leave that bathroom, now they're back to being a man. Oh, you didn't know that Proposition 1 could do that? What about Title IX? This invalidates Title IX in New York State. Women's sports. You are an advocate of the WNBA. I know there's not a lot of people who are, but those who are absolutely fans, and good for you. I'm glad that you have a sport that you absolutely believe in. You believe in the WNBA. You believe in women in the NBA. You think in women's sports, you support all of that. Fantastic. Except now men can be in any one of those sports. Or individuals that have male traits can be in any one of those sports. It's like Leah Thomas, or Leah Thompson, in swimming. Yeah, you can have a woman in the Olympics You can have a genetically, well, they tried. They had it in the boxing, in women's boxing. Someone who had male characteristics, male genetics in women's boxing, and they won. They won the gold. Oh no, it was the silver. Of course, it was taken away from them after the fact. Why? Because they have male hormones. They have more male genetics. They are a man genetically. Whether or not they have an orientation, whether or not they have a gender expression of something different, doesn't matter. They are genetically men, and therefore men are not allowed to genetically compete with women because of the differences. In particular, it could harm women. Because, I mean, think of rugby, football. Men have denser bones, denser muscles. We tend to be stronger, tend to be taller. We're going to do things very differently. We are built to fight. Men just are. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with it. I don't care if you like it. You don't have to like that statement. It is true. It is a scientific fact. I have denser bones. I have denser muscles. That is a fact. I am, pound for pound, based on my age, even without exercise, I am going to be stronger than most women my same age. Most women 56 are not going to be as strong as me as a 56-year-old man. That's just the truth. And probably women who are younger than me also aren't. Why? Because I'm a man. Is that unfair? It's nature. It's not about fair or not. It just is. Now, does that mean that some woman who is an Olympic athlete isn't going to kick my butt? Some woman who goes to the gym every week, she's going to wipe the floor with me? Probably, yeah. But then again, if I went to the gym every day and I worked out like I did back when I was in the Marine Corps, no, they wouldn't. Because under the same circumstance, having the same level of workout, having the same workout ethic, I'm going to be pound for pound stronger every single time. I'm going to get hurt less often every single time. It is just the genetics of it. But now, because of Proposition 1, because of New York State, I can be a woman at any given second, and I can compete against women in their own sports, where my advantage of denser muscles, stronger bones, more height, yeah, all of that's going to come back. Faster twitch reflexes, that's all going to come in, and I'm going to beat women more often than not in their own same sport. Oh, now, you're thinking, but wait a minute. That means there isn't women's sports anymore. It's not separate. They're all combined. Yes, and women will lose on a regular basis, just as they have been. Everywhere where we have seen this challenge to Title IX because of gender expression, we have seen women lose every single time consistently. Well, wait a minute, Mike. Well, you're saying that Billie Jean King was going to lose, but she won in tennis. There's an exception to every rule. There's always some one person who might be able to do better than the average. Then again, Billie Jean King was going up against a man who wasn't very in shape. He wasn't the best example. But even so, there's always an exception. There's always an exception, one exception that you can point to and go, oh my God, she's an Amazon. She did phenomenal. Yeah, but the other 99 women lost badly. And consistently, you will always see the man's going to do better, and that's why women are losing. That's why women are forfeiting games in basketball, in track, in weightlifting, in basketball, in all these sports. This is what Proposition 1 does. It destroys women's what? Title IX, gone. Cannot apply. Gender affirming care, parents cannot respond. And remember what has happened with this? Think about this. This was done in Virginia, and one student, one very twisted individual, decided to use this kind of legislation so that he could go into the girls' bathroom and assault young girls in the bathroom. Because he said, at the time that he was gender fluid and he was a girl. And he went and he used that to go in. And then when the school, remember, this was in Loudoun County in the school. Do you remember that? 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago? That we were talking about this, that this was national news that they want you to forget about. New York State wants you to forget Loudoun County, where a genetic boy claimed to be gender fluid walked into the girls' bathroom. These were underage, they're all children, walked in, they were ninth grade, walked into the girls' bathroom, assaulted a girl. The school covered it up because gender affirming care. They have to. They couldn't complain because the law wouldn't let them. They were protecting that trans individual, and they transferred him to a new school where he did the same thing again. Same exact thing. Now, since that boy has been arrested, he is now serving time. He was convicted, and he's serving time in a prison for his assault against these young women. But this law is what makes that possible. And it's happened already. I love how they always like to say, it wouldn't happen. Yeah, and illegal aliens aren't voting in elections, except they are. Illegal aliens aren't registered to vote. Yeah, tell that to Oregon, where they registered hundreds of illegal aliens, and they expect that they will find thousands that they have registered illegally. So they love to tell us that. Oh, it doesn't happen. Well, when we find out it does happen, it doesn't happen a lot. Are you sure about that? You got the first part wrong. Oh, well, it's not destroying women's sports, except everywhere it's happening, it is destroying women's sports. We have examples of that for years now. We have seen the assaults. They do happen over and over again. We've seen it in California. We've seen it across the country. We've seen it with older adults. We've seen it with young children. So you can't say it doesn't happen. It does. You can't even necessarily say it doesn't happen a lot. Based on the number of cases, it seems to be pretty prevalent. And this is what you're accepting if you accept Proposition 1. You're accepting eliminating parents' rights. You're enforcing gender-affirming care, even if it is wrong, even if they make the wrong diagnosis. You are enabling children who don't understand the concept of their own sexuality to remove their genitals forever. And we have no idea what the consequences to those kids as they grow. And what if we're wrong 1% of the time? Just one. Tens of thousands. We are not prepared to deal with the mental breakdown of tens of thousands of people within a year. All at the same time. As they're growing up, now that they've hit puberty, now that they're out in the world, and guess what? Lo and behold, the promise that they were told that if they were trans, that everyone would love them, that they would be treated just like every other girl, that boys would want to date them and marry them. No. That's not the reality. I'm sure it's true for some people. Absolutely. And if you have enough, we have 9 billion, 8 billion people on the planet. I'm sure there's enough people on the planet that it's true at least some of the time. But most of the time, no. Most of the time, that's a lie. And so this is what Proposition 1 is doing. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of the ways that this can be manipulated. They added definitions that are all-encompassing, and they put in restrictions that make it impossible for someone to protect themselves if the government wants to come after you. This is a trap. This is entrapment. Proposition 1 is entrapment. It is meant and built so that anyone who disagrees with the government, disagrees with the Democratic progressive New York legislation, will be in trouble every time, so that they can punish and silence people without any fear of retribution. They go, well, that's the law. And you know what? People voted on it. They voted on Prop 1, so it's not my fault. I can't help it that you, as a parent, lost your rights. I can't help it that you, as someone who's a fan of women's sports, no longer see women in those sports. I can't help it if your kid gets assaulted in a bathroom in schools. Prop 1. You guys voted for it. We have to make it a law. It is evil. I know I haven't looked at the comments for a little while because I wanted to get that out of my system, but I see Grace has been responding. And she's right. You never hear about the Bill of Rights anymore. You used to hear about it all the time when we were younger, and that's true. But then again, if you knew what the Bill of Rights were, you wouldn't let people like John Kerry say that he's going to take away your First Amendment right. He doesn't have the power to do that. You wouldn't allow people like Kamala Harris when she says, yes, you have a gun in your house. It's your property, on your property, and she, as the government, should have the right to go into your property, into your house, and take your property away from you. Well, that's a violation of your Third and Fourth Amendment rights. She doesn't have the power to do that. Oh, and the Second Amendment, of course. She doesn't have the power to do that. She's saying she does. No, she doesn't. Tim Walz agrees with her. He's wrong. But that requires you to know what the Bill of Rights says and what's involved in it. Grace says, politicians often have disdain for the Bill of Rights. Of course they do, because it impedes their ability to have power, to wield power over the individual. The more you know your rights, the less you're willing to let them do whatever it is. You're not going to just comply because you don't have to. You're not required to. And they want you to comply. They constantly are arguing about you should just comply. Just agree. Just shut up and stop complaining. You are the problem. You're a sexist racist. Why? Because you don't agree. Oh, you must be MAGA. You must be evil. Why? Because you have a different opinion. They demonize people for having different opinions, because that interrupts their power. I'm not saying having different ideas are perfect. I'm not even saying they're right. I'm saying they're just different. And that's not allowed. That's a problem. Grace goes on to say, being trans is trendy today, and it tends to get attention for parents and kids. Yes. And that's part of the reason why it's exploded exponentially. Are there just 0.5% of the population are trans? Maybe. Is it closer to 1%? Maybe. Is it 7? And I've seen some studies say as much as 17%. No, it's nowhere near that number. That's a fabrication. That's because of the trend. Because it's in every movie. It's in every TV show. It's in cartoons. It's in video games. It is everywhere saying, see how you can be a powerful hero. You can be the person that's desired. It's in every ad, in commercials. It's everywhere saying, this is a good thing. This is a positive thing. Don't you want this? And teachers have been trained to identify, oh, you're a tom girl? That means you need to have a surgery. No, it just means she's a tom girl. Doesn't mean that she needs surgery. Doesn't mean that she's gay. Doesn't mean that she's not gay. But it doesn't mean that she's trans either. She's a tom girl. Tom girls exist. Effeminate boys exist. They may grow up into the exact opposite as they grow, or they may always stay that way. But that doesn't mean that they're suddenly gay, or that they're suddenly trans, or that they're suddenly anything else other than just a girl or a boy, a young woman, a young man. That's it. Grace goes on to say, it gets a lot of mentally ill women attention via their kids, like Munchausen. I thought it's Munchausen by proxy is the illness that you're speaking about. You're saying it's Munchausen syndrome by proxy. I thought it's Munchausen by proxy syndrome, but I could be wrong. But I know what you're talking about. Okay. And yes, there are some people who live vicariously through their children, living out their dreams through their kids, making their kids suffer because it's not what the kid wants, but they don't know any better, or they have no way out. And now you have not just a parent that possibly could do that, you have the state, the government, that has no idea who you are or how you raised your kid or any of your rights, your culture, your background, and now they're going to impose their ideas on your kids. Regardless of what your culture says, regardless of what your ideology is, regardless of what your personal preferences are as the parent, government's going to come in and do it for you. That's dangerous. Grace says, like women in the infantry, women aren't physically strong enough. Well, that's true. That's why they have different standards in the military for women training and men. Are there women? When I was in the Marine Corps and I was in basic training, I was at Parris Island, and they have women, young women, who are training to be Marines as well as the men were. They're off in a whole different part of the base. Smart. Because we're young men, we would have been absolutely distracted by those girls. We were distracted when they were marching past us, massively distracted by them marching past us. When we saw them working out in the field, we absolutely distracted by them. So it was smart, keep us separated. Okay. And we had an obstacle course. And anyone who's been to boot camp, you know, or at least in the 80s, you know what the boot camp was like and what the obstacle course was like. And you had to do the obstacle course in a certain amount of time. Women had more time, and they didn't have to do all the obstacles that the men had to do. So there was a massive difference because a lot of what the men had to do was physically more straining. It required more upper body strength. It required more dexterity. More muscle mass to be able to do certain things, to lift your own body as long as necessary to go across the A-frame, to climb up the rope net that's like 40 feet tall. Women didn't do that. And to run as fast as men run in the time frame. So women couldn't do that. When I was in Marine Corps basic training, which at the time was, I think we were there 13 or 16 weeks. It's the longest. The Marine Corps always trains the longest. We've always had the longest training. In my time, I think it was either 13 or 16 weeks was our basic training. And during basic training, going through the obstacle course at the end, this is so you could graduate, so you could claim yourself as a Marine. Women going through the obstacle course, there was only 2 women. In each, there were about 240 of us in each class, roughly 240, that would enter into each class. And you'd have to train. Some would wash out. Some would have to repeat. There's a whole bunch. But so let's assume about 200, 150, 200 of us were graduating or were planning to. And we had to go through the obstacle course. Women had the same numbers, they'd start with about 240, they'd whittle it down, and they would get down to about 100. About half of them would not be able to get through at least the first time. Out of the women's course, one woman had a time that would have qualified for the men. One. We had all the guys qualified, and we had higher levels to qualify, and we had to be able to stand out, you had to even be better than that. But the basic qualification for a man in the Marine Corps after 16 weeks of training, as compared to a woman in the Marine Corps with 16 weeks of training, one woman could compete against the men. One. The worst of the men qualifying were as good, if not superior, to at least 100, possibly 150 women. One was the exception. I'm sorry, there are certain fundamental differences. People may not like that because you will have a self-image that is entirely different. But that doesn't matter with reality, except Proposition 1 destroys reality. It relies and it is embedded in your subjective self-image. It has nothing to do with reality. And it's the government propping up that self-image, that non-reality, for political benefit without any consideration of the consequences. And the things I've talked about are only the tip of the iceberg of the applications and problems that this will bring about. We haven't even gotten into the abortion issue and how many problems that introduces. And mind you, this is supposed to be, we have to protect women's rights. They codified, New York codified late-term abortion up to the moment of birth. It's not going away. We're in a bluer than blue state. They are never getting rid of it. There's nothing to codify. Abortion's a reality in New York State. No one's taking it away. It's never going to go away. Never. So how is this protecting abortion? Something that isn't in danger? I mean, is Kathy Hochul suddenly deciding that she's going to try and get rid of abortion in New York State? Is there any Democrat who's going to try and get rid of abortion in New York State? No, there isn't. Not one. Not one. So what's the point? Well, they get more power because they say there's a threat to abortion so they can take away your other rights because they package it together so that it makes you distracted. Everyone's going to be talking about the abortion issue and not talking about the trans issue because it isn't directly stated, but it's in there. They're not talking about the Title IX because that's the application of this legislation. So no one's talking about it, but they'll talk about the abortion, which is not in question. You've got to protect abortion. Vote for Proposition 1. Abortion's not in trouble. It's not threatened. It's not going to change. I don't know. Okay. Look, folks, we've been on for 7 hours and 15 minutes. It's a long time. So we've been having a lot of conversations here. Maybe you agree. Maybe you don't. Maybe you think, well, maybe you agree and think that Proposition 1 is a danger, that its consequences are going to negatively impact children, women's sports, and pro-life. Maybe you agree. Maybe you don't. Tell me why. Tell me why what I have suggested, these scenarios that already exist, that are already happening all across this country, why are they not going to happen in New York State? Because some politicians said so? Yeah, they also said that you're safe. Look at the crime rate. You're not. They also said that they were going to lower your taxes. Are your taxes lower? They said they were going to fix the economy. Do you have more money in your pocket? Okay. So we establish just because a politician said so has nothing to do with what reality is. I don't know. Maybe it's me. But these are the things, all of the things that we've been talking about tonight have been things that are on the ballot or a direct consequence of what you vote for in 2024. And I hope that you pick a good reason to vote whichever way you want to. New York's a bluer than blue state. Almost everyone in New York State is going to vote straight down the line blue because they aren't going to think about it. They don't know any of the choices. All they know is this is my party and it's a D. It's like Nancy Pelosi said. In Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district, District 14 in New York, you know what? You could have a glass of water. As long as it's a Democrat glass of water, it will win. Because people aren't stopping to think of who's actually running or what is running. What they're doing is they're just voting straight down the line. Said Democrat, gotta vote blue. Vote blue no matter who. Doesn't matter. Glass of water, that works. It's kind of insulting. It's kind of sad. But it doesn't have to be that way. There are better choices. Whether you want to pick third party, whether it's Jill Stein or it's going to be Chase Oliver or Dr. Cornel West or RFK Jr., or whether you're going to go with the main parties and you're going to pick Donald Trump, you have a choice. You aren't restricted just because you're a woman, just because you're a minority, just because New York State is blue does not mean you have to vote that way. Grace says, it sounds like a cult when you think about it. It is. politics, modern politics, current day politics, especially amongst the far left, is cult-like. It's not about reality. It's not about the consequences. It's about the feeling at that moment. That's it. And obedience. Your leaders, the leader of the cult says, do this because that's the right thing to do. And they do. It is like a cult. It truly is. But we have covered a lot of ground today, folks. We have been talking about Twitch and Hassan and the protest there. We've talked about changing voting rights. We've talked about the 2024 election. We've talked about Donald Trump. We talked about Proposition 1. We've talked about MSNBC, the Bronx County Conservative Party and their rally yesterday, the candidates that they had there for the public. We talked about the media bias and how they're trying to ignore you and deny you the opportunity to know your choices. We talked about mail-in ballots and some of the issues that they have. We talked about the polling. I gave you my predictions on who's going to win, how they're going to win, by how much they're going to win, and why that's going to be the case. We've gone through a hell of a lot. And then we're going to get through the rest of the week. You're going to see a lot of these conversations in the news media next couple of days. But we will be back and we will be talking about it more. We still have the Wednesday roundtable to talk about the results. Oh, one final thing I should mention. Please, on November 5th, if you live in a major city in the United States, if you live in a major blue city, that means New York, Chicago, Maine, LA, Boulder, Colorado, Austin, Texas, Washington State, Oregon State, if you happen to be in some of those states, Baltimore, on election night at about 11, if we see the results come out, by about 11, whatever, or actually at any time, if we see results on November 5th, do not go out at night. There will be riots. The left will riot, almost assuredly. This will be just like in 2016. 1 hour after the election results, if Donald Trump has won, the left is going to be out and they will riot. That is a fact. The right, if Kamala wins, you're not going to see a single riot. Everything's fine. Go out and get drunk and try and cry away your tears. But if Donald Trump wins, within an hour of that announcement, there will be protests, there will be riots, there will be leftists that will try and create autonomous zones all across America. Guaranteed. They did it in 2016. They will do it even bigger this time. They will call you, anyone who voted for Trump, a racist and a sexist. They'll say you're a Nazi. They'll say that you're evil, and they will be trolling everyone's accounts if Kamala Harris loses. Is it unfair? Absolutely. Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. But like Ray said, it's very much like a cult. So protect yourselves. Be aware. If you don't have to be out, don't. Might be the best answer, and might give the hotheads less of a reason to riot across our cities. But I doubt it. I doubt that they're going to consider anything except taking out their temper tantrum for having lost on everyone and anyone except for the fact that Kamala Harris was always and is a bad candidate. Always has been, always will be. All right. Wednesday, I will be on with the Liberty First Foundation at 7 p.m. We do our weekly show. We'll be talking about the results of the election. Thursday, at this moment, it will be Thursday, otherwise it'll be Friday, that I will be on with Larry Sharp. Not sure about the subject, probably about the election, but I'll be on with Larry Sharp having a conversation with my good libertarian friend about God only knows what. Next Saturday, I will be resuming with the Old Man Voss, the gaming site with the top 10 Sci-Fi Challenge should be back then. I think I have a guest for that program, and we'll need a break from all the politics, so it may be just in time for you. I hope that you will continue to support the channel. Give us a like, give us a share, most of all, subscribe. If you have an extra $1.50, you don't want to put it into your milk for your coffee over at Starbucks, I would appreciate it more than Starbucks will, and join my Patreon. But with all of that said, it's been almost 7.5 hours. I really thank you all for spending time with me today. I appreciate every moment. I look forward to seeing your answers and comments as we go through the election. And until then, guys, be safe, be well, sleep great. I'll have all the links up in about an hour.